instantly.
Yeah, madness.
What
But
is this garbage?
we are live for anybody
Hey,
who's tuning in right off the bat. We appreciate you so much for a fantastic RIZIN doubleheader tonight. The only events going on this weekend. I'm not counting Bellator because it was on Friday, Pat. That is a part of the week. And we
it
have
is. I got 1 second. My fridge is yelling at me. So this is a great
your
way to start the
fridge
stream.
is. What is it?
Yeah. I kept
Not
hearing it
closed
beeping. I
all
was
the
like, what
way?
is that? It's yeah, I give you a sec.
All right. I'll carry the show. Anyway, you guys, are going to do a goddamn fight companion for the Ryzen shows here. And yes, fight companion is always going to be ripping off of Joe Rogan's idea, but watching along with the fights and taking your questions, whatever you may have, comments, concerns, Pat OJ and myself at All Day OJ. He's just got his name there, but I'll give him the plug anyway because he deserves it.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah,
Thanks.
buddy. And I waited to crack open my third beverage of the evening. I had some margaritas earlier because why not? When it's a Saturday with no UFC, you got to pregame a little bit, especially for this doubleheader, which, Pat, my goodness, I cannot wait to get into it and talk about it with you some more because it is this night is the perfect blend of freak show chaos and legitimately amazing fights later on. So
Yeah. No, this
this is like New Year's Eve before New Year's Eve.
it
And
really is.
if you have your stream up yet, they have the fucking concert curtain box over the ring right now. So I am
Oh yeah.
anticipating what is going to happen here. So
I'm expecting quite the show. I don't know if it'll
I
be
mean, we
Sakuraba.
literally have a halftime show, Pat.
Yeah,
Literally, they
which
have
is
like what
amazing.
3 rappers who are going to perform like at least a song, I would
This
imagine.
is a four, is it 4 or 5 card boxing.
So yeah, when you were messaging me about it earlier, I thought it was 5, but I'm
Yeah.
actually kind of happy to see that it's just 4. So they
Okay.
did this because they wanted, obviously it is 8 p.m. Pacific time right now. They wanted Floyd to compete. Like I don't think he's going to end up competing on the 24th today. He'll probably be for you the 25th technically, right? So like East Coast
Yeah.
as well. But the idea was have Floyd competing as soon as possible, earlier than, than last time, Ryzen
Yeah.
14 or whatever event that was. So that's what we're getting here. But yeah, it's a 4 fights Super Ryzen event. They are the first 2 fights will be kickboxing matches, or I'm not Makoto Mura and Boon Choi. I'm not sure if that's MMA. I have the Wikipedia up right here, and I should know this, but it doesn't say anything specific. So that might be an MMA fight. But then Yoshinari is fighting after that in kickboxing. He's the super young kickboxer who is always fucking super fun to watch. And then right after that is where we get into the real madness between Koji Tanaka, who is a legitimate kickboxer, 30-plus fight veteran, one of the fucking toughest kickboxers I've ever seen. Like, we saw him take on tension. The Gomi match was ridiculous. So that was just a boxing match technically, but like the guy, it's very hard to put away. And in this co-main event of Super Ryzen, he will be taking on Floyd Mayweather's bodyguard, Ray Jizzy Mac Sadeghi, who has no combat sports experience whatsoever. He's only in this match specifically because he shoved Mikaru at one of the
Yeah.
press conferences, and then he doesn't like that Koji was putting on the Floyd mask ahead of his tension fight, and then he's been doing it ahead of this one because he's a businessman, this Koji. He's a very smart
Oh
fella.
yeah. Yeah.
He's very popular, all that. But he is also going to be outsized by about 60 or 70 pounds.
It is.
Pat, when you saw this was made, what were your initial thoughts? I'm dying.
I mean, I thought that the first thing, so I'd seen the shove, right? Saw that happen. And then I remember going to Tapology just because I want to see the rest of the card. And I was like, somebody is like either fucking with the Tapology guys, right? Or like with Steven, right? He runs it. Is that who it is?
Stephen
Yeah.
Kelleher,
Yeah.
shout
So I
out to
thought,
him.
okay, somebody's fucking with Steven or something's up. There's no way this is accurate. And then it's like, nope, this is legitimately happening. And then all I gotta say is, man, gotta love the lack of any sort of athletic commission or oversight. That is.
I mean,
here we are.
yeah, no,
This doesn't help. Also, like my business mind, this does not help all of the accusations about.
well, we're gonna get into that. We are definitely gonna get into that. I know where you're going, but yeah, it's very interesting. Like just the commission and official aspect of it. Like, I don't know, man. Do you think that the thought process here was I never think it's fair to just be like, oh, it's Japan. They don't give a fuck. They just want fun, crazy shit, which we know that they do. But at the same time, I'm like, all right. I think the thought process here was we will allow this because the size difference is so much. Because I don't know how much. I know they did the weigh-ins yesterday. Obviously, I didn't end up looking exactly what they were because usually, obviously, with RIZIN and Japan events, everybody makes weight because if they don't, they fucking aren't allowed to win usually or get massive pay cuts. So I was just like, all right, whatever. And the co-main and the main event are open weight fights, so it doesn't matter anyway. But in this case, it was like I know that for a fact, Jizzy. Fucking what a nickname. My God, I don't know how this came to be, but he's over 200 pounds for sure. And Koji fights around 132 to 126 range because he's fought tension before and he's a smaller guy, but obviously infinitely experienced. It doesn't even matter. So I'm just thinking like, all right, they were like the guy's bigger, so
Yeah, but it's not even like he's bigger and he was like an athlete, right? Like
right.
It's legitimately just like, all right, we're just gonna let these dudes fight. Like I don't know if it like people were offended by what he did to Mikaru or what. I mean, either way, I can't. It is very hard for me to justify the sanctioning
it really is.
of this bout in any way. I love it, and that's
Yes.
why I'm here for it.
Well, he's gonna get fucking worked. Like he's gonna get completely worked unless he lands some crazy ridiculous bomb, which is his only hope of winning, of course. But
MMA, I would understand that argument a little bit more that you made because okay, he's tougher size, maybe gets him down, and it's but this is an MMA, so it's I don't know, man.
Okay, well, I have a question for you here in a sec, but I will answer our first asker. So, DD Megadoodoo, I love the name. Appreciate you chiming in, tuning in here, sir. It says, when is the Gucci fight? So, Kyoji Horiguchi and Kintaro, that is the main event of RIZIN 38, the second portion of our doubleheader tonight. So, RIZIN 38 kicks off officially at 11 o'clock p.m. Pacific time. So that will be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fight card. And that is obviously the main event. So the last one there, I would imagine around maybe 3 a.m. ish Pacific time. So that would be 5 Central for Pat there. Around. I mean, these are obviously smaller portions that we get for RIZIN. I mean, in total, what 4 fights plus 7? That's still a little bit smaller. They generally do like 13, 14-ish. So I think tonight overall is going to end earlier. It really, I would say it depends on the halftime show, but they're setting it for 11 to start 38. So I think we'll probably breeze through Super RIZIN pretty quickly here. And then 38. I mean, RIZIN, they have fantastic pacing as is, it's just pretty boom, boom, boom. So I would guesstimate Megadoodoo, DD Megadoodoo, that we will be around in between the 2 to 3 a.m. Pacific time window there. So that would be my guess. Either way, yeah, we're not going to drip into the 5-6 territory, which I kind of generally get sometimes, which is nice, even though I'm always willing to stay up for that. But anyway, Pat, the question I had for you before we talk about the Super RIZIN main event is where do you rank this, man? Because this is a question, and this is even worth like a story that I might want to do at some point here, especially after this. But like, where does Koji versus Jizzy rank among the freak show fights in all of MMA history? Because it's fucking up there,
dude. It is. It's legitimately up there because it's like, and I mean, this is barring, certain Russian promotions, right? Like this is in respectable, higher level promotions is what we'll call this, I guess.
Yes.
But that being said, yeah, when it comes to like a bigger name promotion putting on this type of fight, this has to be up there. Cause like, I mean, you could argue with some of the Shibatar stuff and
we'll
that,
get into
sure.
that
But
too.
but even then, that's like somebody that is doing athletic
Shibatar
stuff.
even had more. He actually had some fighting experience, which like it was definitely still freak show experiments with him, but he had actually had some like amateur and silly stuff.
I mean, I put this up there somewhere between. It's not as high for me as Gabby Garcia versus the
Kandori.
Yeah, Kandori. I mean, God, that was just like
pretty much any Gabby fight.
But that one where she starts running the ropes, and then gets the shit like that was so much of a mismatch. It was like, good God. But this is up there. This is, I'd say, top 5 easy. But I don't know. I'd have to think about all of the crazy ones to like really consider. It's very high up there though, because this is literally a bodyguard pushed a dude and they decided to make a boxing match out of it. It was absurd. Absurd.
Yeah. I mean, you think about some of the kind of classic ones, right? Like you go back to even Pride, for example. I wouldn't count necessarily Butterbean's fights because he was a legit boxer. Sure, the yes, okay, his fights were definitely, they're worthy of that for sure. But like I was thinking like Crow Cop and like Dos Caras, Alberto Del Rio type shit. That's a little bit, even though at the time, he was, I wouldn't even say technically a fighter, but
he at least had some like background, right? He's been training a bit, like
that's the thing about this one, right? And I mean, we even somewhat counted. It was, I'd say it was on the cusp when we talked about Bombardier versus Puig.
Yes,
that was like, very. Those guys had their own elements of. Pujanowski obviously has become a legit fighter despite his bodybuilding background. Bombardier has his Senegalese wrestling. That was the aesthetic of a super freak show fight, but really, it was pretty legit, actually.
Yeah, I mean, Bombardier just knocked out his most recent opponent and called out Pujanowski.
Now that was more of a freak show fight. The fight today was much more of that. Yeah. If you want to count Durian Mazduke versus the big fat guy, that's fair. That's fair. But I mean, like, this is just, I mean, how it came to be. I don't know. It's I don't know what to say about it.
I mean, part of the reason this ranks so high too is this isn't that this guy's been training to do this. Right, like, and like it's like all set. It was like, this is like they had a press conference, there was a shove, and it's like last minute, all right, we're gonna throw this fight together. Like that's,
oh, by the way, I don't like Koji because he wore a Floyd mask. Yeah,
that's insane. Like if he's not been prepping for a fight and he's just like, all right, I'm gonna step in there with a like legitimate, like, I cannot understand how any legitimate sanctioning of this fight would happen. That's part of this. Again, gotta love Japan. They just don't care.
Oh yeah,
or they care, but they like, if they that's the thing. Very little.
Right. That's the thing about this doubleheader night is we get the complete circus element and then the legit shit, which is very exciting too. And shout out to Ryzen, of course, too, because we just got a share from the English page on our stream here. So if you're just jumping on in from that, appreciate you guys so much. Feel free to drop in any comments, questions you might have for us across the night here, as the event has not started. The stream is open. You can hop on in there on Fight TV or whatever is accessible for you for Ryzen. I know they have Stream Pass as well if you are in Japan, but if you're in Japan, you're probably not watching our stream right now. So either way, so yeah, Pat, what do we got here in the comments real quick? Chegster Serna says y'all have to buy both cards separately. Good question. I don't think there's a bundle deal for this one, Pat. I I know you were just
I
looking at it. I'm a little bit privileged, so
right.
you might know
No,
better than
I
I do
didn't see
here.
a bundle deal, which sucks because yeah, I mean, I think total that ends up being is it 60?
No, I think it'd be roughly 40. I think the Super Ryzen is
40?
30, and then it's
Okay.
about
Regular's
15 for
10.
Ryzen 38, which pretty
Okay.
hilarious because again, Ryzen 38 is the legit show that we're gonna be getting here.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, let me
so
look right
yeah,
now and see. All right, if I click on that. Yeah, yeah. So 45 total with taxes.
okay.
It ends up being around 50, I think.
All right.
Um,
So Chegster, I'm going to be honest with you, and I always like to keep it real. Since you are here, appreciate you, man. If you just want to listen to us give you the play-by-play for Super Ryzen, I would recommend that because, again, Ryzen 38 is 100% the better deal here, unless you're into the kind of chaos that you will be getting with Super Ryzen. Because, again, Yoshinari is on the fight before the co-main event, which he's always super fun to watch. But I don't know if worth it alone, of course. But I mean, hey, Pat, let's get into it. We haven't mentioned pretty much a thing here about the co-main event, Mikaru versus Floyd, which so the thing I've been saying about this entire thing is Mikaru, I think specifically because of the size alone, automatically gives him a better chance than Tension. Very, very different
yeah.
styles, clearly. I mean, Tension,
Yes.
kickbox, automatically Tension, kickboxer, amazing. One of the best ever, obviously. Mikaru, one of the best featherweights on the world, especially in Japan. He fought for the title, lost to Saito in a very close fight, beat Saito in the
Right.
rematch, hasn't got a chance yet because Clever submitted him. Like, very good MMA fighter, obviously, but you're looking at two very different types of fighters Floyd will be dealing with here. And again, Mikaru is the bigger guy. So, I mean, I think it's not saying much, but I think
Right.
Mikaru will do better specifically because of the fact Tension is a goddamn flyweight, and Floyd is never usually the bigger guy. In that case, he 100% was.
Yeah. No, I mean, I gotta agree, and I think this is gonna be similar to like Logan Paul versus Floyd, right? Like where Floyd was a bigger dude, and obviously Mikaru is much better than Logan Paul, but it's still one of those
Smaller
things
than Logan,
where
though. Yeah.
yeah, small. And then again, it's one of those things where I don't expect necessarily a knockout. It's possible, easily could be possible with Floyd. Um, but I wouldn't be surprised with a decision where Floyd just kind of like goes in and out, does his thing. And yeah, I don't see there being much of a threat from Mikaru, but it is more than Tension. Because because Tension was undersized against Floyd, like you mentioned, and like that never happens for Floyd.
I know. I'd be curious.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not a boxing guy, but I'd be very curious to look back at like all 50 of those opponents and like see just how many he was bigger than, like actually, or at least
Yeah.
like equal to, because it
Right.
was definitely, from what I know, not too often. But
Yeah.
yeah, no, I
Agreed.
agree with you. Decision for Floyd is most likely here. I mean, Mikaru in MMA, he's a guy who we've talked about. We've done like intermission shows for some of his past fights. So I think the Saito rematch even. But he's a guy who, if you make him uncomfortable, that's kind of how you beat him the best in a boxing match, essentially here. He's obviously going to be out of his element. A very confident guy, of course, but I mean, it's fucking Floyd Mayweather. I don't care how old you are. Like, it's just like, yeah. So, but
And Floyd is not exhibited, right? Like we've seen when older fighters are way over the hill and it's like, oh, this is bad. And it's usually against legitimate boxers. So that's part of the issue. Floyd, though, hasn't exhibited any of those signs of like, oh, like he's really lost a step. Or I mean, he
right.
has, he's slower. Like, I mean, if he gets in there with Canelo now, I think Canelo,
Oh, sure.
wins that. But like he's not at that level of please put the gloves down. Like you really look like a husk. And that's
Right.
given how good he was in his prime. I mean, he's gonna run circles around people. I think he even talked about it. He just
Yes.
wants to do exhibition where he's not gonna get damaged and he's gonna
I
make a
mean, he
lot of
said
money.
he's like barely even training, and that's the thing,
Yeah,
right? He's like, he's not fighting top boxers, obviously.
right.
Um, Obviously, these guys are good in their own fields, but yeah, it's not the same. We've learned by now, Pat, boxing and MMA. I mean, obviously one is in the other, but yeah, it's
Yeah,
a little
but
bit different that way.
yeah, I
So
mean, but I mean, whoever transfers, there are very few that can transfer over and do well in boxing and MMA. Kickboxing is different. Kickboxing seems to be you get, a couple of younger athletes like Izzy, Gon, right? Like those guys, even Wonder Boy, who like
Horiguchi
going
did
from
good
kick,
against
yeah,
Tension. Yeah.
Horiguchi, yeah. I mean, you do kickboxing and MMA, it's a little bit closer, but just straight boxing, it's you go either way, you're in trouble. Like you go to the
Yeah.
other sport, you get your butt kicked, right?
Yeah. So
That's how,
that brings me as they're doing the officials announcement right now. You guys, if you are watching along with us here, appreciate you so much. They are announcing all the referees and ringside physicians and whatnot as they do in Japan, which I love. It's great to acknowledge everybody. But here's the real thing, though, Pat. As old Chael PR guy, he brought to us this week, and he's always kind of been of this thought. And I mentioned the Dos Caras and Mirko fight earlier, which is one that I always remember him claiming to be a fix. Which the thing that I would say about that is like, all right, obviously the head kick wasn't fake, but if it was meant for him to lose or not, that's a different kind of way to spin it. But Chael is saying that the tension fights, which this was a common thing after Floyd and tension fought the first time, and Lenny Hart with a fantastic Mario outfit
yeah.
on right now, which she is the best. Oh my goodness, even the mask, that was brilliant.
It's incredible.
Oh God, she's amazing. But yeah, after tension Floyd happened, there were a lot of, and I remember pretty much, I think it's Brendan Schaub's fault, honestly. I remember him saying that the fight was fixed, it was fake, all that shit. And
Yeah.
I think we even talked about this when it happened, Pat, back in the Body Lock days, but like just that notion has never. So let's specifically just look at that fight. And again, where we're going here is Chael is saying that this fight is going to be scripted fake as well. Floyd's going to win. Of course, we're expecting him to win. Yes, obviously, he's the
Yeah.
boxer, one of the best ever, of course, all that shit. But it just doesn't make any sense, specifically from that business perspective, for Ryzen to bring in a guy to, let's look at the tension fight specifically, completely embarrass one of, if not their biggest stars, not only in the promotion and the sport, but like the country.
Yeah.
Like it's just
Yeah.
like the risk versus reward of having him, Floyd, compete in a match, a legitimate match whatsoever. That is good enough exposure. You want your guy to beat Floyd. Of course you do. That would be insane. You don't,
Well,
I mean, it's never made sense.
So, I mean, think about it this way, and shout out to Kimball and James.
Yes, good to see you guys.
Great to see you. But in terms of why that happens, right? You got to look at it from the view of individuals versus the organization. So this is something that like it happens in the corporate world a lot too, with like shorting stock, right? Like, or messing up particular things. Like there are cases out there where somebody messes up their own product launch on purpose so that they can short their own stock and make, or like through various subsidiaries and people that are doing that so that they individually can make a lot of money, even though it's bad for the company and probably hurts their job and all this other stuff. Like, so think about it this way. Think about it that somebody was able to place money on Floyd knocking out tension.
Okay.
Right? After a certain amount of rounds too. Right? Because if you get into the individual rounds, that's where the money's crazy.
Yes.
So think about if you were able to do that as an individual. Like, yes, it sucks for the organization. It makes your company looks bad. That's not great. But as an individual, you could clean up and make more money than you'll probably make even if your company does super well, right? Like that's where, especially with sports betting, it gets crazy. And part of MMA that we've seen where you can bet on your own fights is nuts to me.
Yeah,
And why it's banned.
What? Who was
so
the
many other
guy? Who was the
sports.
UFC? Justin James fucked himself.
Right. And so he bet it, like, so that in and of itself, right? He bet it on himself just to win. That's fine. But imagine like a guy betting on himself to lose in round 3 and think about
Right.
how much money he could make.
Right.
Right. Especially if he's a heavy favorite, like, who is it? Like, Maria Agripova. Let's say she bet on herself to lose in round 2 of that fight. That must have been like plus. It was already one of the biggest odd differences
by
ever.
itself. Just her to win was minus 1,400.
Right. So like
overall,
again, like you could literally change your life overnight. And are you going to get caught? Maybe, but
very illegal.
right. Oh, super illegal. But then again, like if you're able to sell it correctly, who's going to challenge that? And that's what a lot of these fighters think if they do this stuff, because there have been instances on the regional scene where people try and do this and they go to jail and they fail. But like, there are others where it's probably been it's probably happened. They've probably fixed fights and got away with it and made more money, way more money than they would have if they won.
Right.
So it's tough, man. It's
also though. Like, yeah, I mean, that's all valid points. But again, if we're looking at this one specifically coming up here, which hasn't even happened yet, so we'll see how it looks optically. But I mean, the whole entire reason, and I know we talked about this too when it went down, Pat, because you were asking me like, oh, what's the deal with Shibatar, man? But the Shibatar experiment is dead and over. Him and Yuta Kubo are straight up banned from the promotion now, and we will not be seeing either of them fight ever again for RIZIN because of the fact that there were, I don't even know how the allegations began or like the claims of that fight being fixed, but the fact that there was even that conversation being put out there, RIZIN was like, all right, fuck you guys for bringing this to our organization. They didn't want any of that around them. So like, I will admit, and anyone who knows me knows I'm slightly biased towards RIZIN in a lot of ways, but I think that
no, that's not true, man.
It's like, the integrity of the sport has always been most important to them, while still wanting to keep up. I don't know if you want to call it tradition of these kind of silly fights that can only happen in Japan, but I just think that, especially after the Shibatar and Yuta Kubo stuff, it's like, which they didn't even, bring that to themselves. I don't know specifically again what happened with how that started, because fight looks pretty fine and real to me. Of course, Shibatar pulling off his crazy shit is crazy, but like he's just kind of that guy, I think. I mean, the first one, if there was I think his first fight with fucking I don't even remember who it was, the kickboxer guy. That looked more fixed to me than the Kubo fight, too.
Yeah. No, where like he tapped and they had to go back and look at the tape. Yeah.
And then he gets a fucking flying armbar and shit. Like, if you were to pick between those two, the first one was way more ridiculous than the Kubo fight. So, yeah, that's just kind of madness.
And I mean, it's one of those things where, yeah, I mean, I think right now, especially given what happened with Fuji TV, right, and the allegations, like, there's no way. Like, I understand why RIZIN, as much as it sucks, we're not going to see Shibatar again. I understand why they've shut that down, because, like, at this point, they're being watched like a hawk.
Oh yeah,
there's no way
you need that Fuji deal.
Yeah, there's no way that they are trying to fix fights right now. Like, I cannot. That would be beyond reckless. I don't think they were in the first place, but like,
well, that's like the thing, man. Though, is like, of course, it is so impossibly easy to make that claim about these types of matchups with Floyd against guys who aren't boxers.
Yeah, well, and given like Sakuraba's alleged ties to people, right? Like it. That's really part of what. Okay, yes. Sorry. No, I mean that's a huge part of this, and it sucks, but it is what it is. I don't think there was any fight fixing. I don't know for sure.
No,
But
no, yeah, I obviously I don't think that there's the foul play there either. But yeah, Ghost Phantom
yeah,
here, good to see you, sir. Says Floyd found his own ATM to an extent for sure. I mean, he's going back,
yeah,
which I did think was kind of a funny point or interesting point that Shale mentioned, saying how people don't use Floyd twice. I mean, yeah, usually a pretty good point. But since we're talking about artist gives him money without doing anything for his business. But that's the thing though, is like this is still a huge exposure for Ryzen, even if their guys
yeah.
are getting fucking waxed for the most part. Like Floyd Mayweather is good business no matter what. And I mean, man, that was
They're
the
calling him
thing.
Satan right now on the live
Did they?
stream.
I have
Yeah.
let me see here. Oh yeah.
Oh my god. Money,
um
Satan.
Oh
Sorry,
wow, they're
I
getting a
hit.
little racist in there.
Yeah,
Actually.
a little much.
Oh yeah, I see that. Oh, this is fantastic. What was I getting at? Uh, I mean, yeah, just Floyd being a part of it, like no matter what. That's a. I mean, that was the thing. The first fight with tension. Just the fact that once that got announced, it was like, what? Floyd's gonna work with Ryzen? Like, I don't. It doesn't even matter what he's doing, what it's a part of. He's actually going to be competing. That's crazy. Like I never would have predicted that one on the 2018 bingo card.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that was
Neither
something.
would I. I mean, that was wild.
But here's a great question while Pat's here from our guy James Kendrick says he asked Dan Tom this. Dan Tom, shout out to him, genius. What does the UFC get out of exploiting 10-10 fighters from the Contender Series and putting on bad cards with them? As it is cheap labor, like Dan said. And he has a follow up, but we'll start with that, I guess.
Yeah, no, I mean that's exactly like I think it's important to point out, right? Last season, Dana signed so many fighters. They kept talking about how many fighters he signed. The first episode this season, he signs like nobody or one person, and he's like one guy, and he's like, "You got to bring it," blah blah blah, all this stuff.
Right.
Then proceeds to the next X amount of weeks sign almost everybody. Like it is the entire structure is get rid of the veterans that aren't going to be top 10 or 15 or that aren't going to make a title run and get rid of their contracts because of the way their pay structure is and bring in the 10-10 guys and Contender Series guys and load cards with those because it keeps your costs down. And then they've also found, I think they've finally realized that core audience also is going to watch terrible fight night cards and it doesn't matter, right? Like as long as you have
the
at
dedicated
least,
followers.
yeah, as long as you have like a name that is recognizable in the main and co-main, you're fine. And Contender Series has already become its whole thing where like people, media outlets follow it. It's a whole big thing. Like, so you could have a fight night card headlined by two brand new Contender Series guys and people would complain about it. They're probably still going to watch it on ESPN Plus, and it's going to satisfy the requirement to put on an event. It's going to be lower cost, and it's going to save them money. So that's literally the whole scheme. It's put one or two bigger names in the main and co-main, and then pack it with ridiculous fights. Except save like the bigger pay-per-views they do every once a quarter or so.
Right.
But otherwise, I mean, right? Like 280 is great, but I mean 279 was not really.
Yeah, no, not so
Yeah.
much. But meanwhile, we're getting a fantastic opening VTR package here for those of you guys who are watching along with us. My goodness, they're doing it combined with Super Ryzen and Ryzen 30. I wasn't sure how they were going to present this opening to us, but brilliant stuff as always. Shout outs to Daisuke Sato. Guy is just phenomenal with these opening hype packages, if you will. But all right. And then James is also asking, and got to ask Pat this, which he says, I saw on your Fight Business podcast for 268, which was what, Kamaru and, am I blanking? Is that Kamaru Leon? No, that's going way back. 268 was, I'm totally blanking on that. Was that Colby and Kamaru too, I think?
Yeah.
Again,
I
Yeah,
think
too
that was
drunk,
it.
too drunk to remember specifically. But he says, "You got
Let
some
me look it
racist
up.
troll
Yeah.
spam there, Pat. Are you aware of that from
Yeah.
your comment section? I mean, I've dealt with it
Yeah.
myself,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. I got some of that. Yeah, no, because that was Colby, Cabarro, Whaley, Rose,
okay, yeah, I was there
and
for that.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes, no, I am aware of that. It sucks. It happens. I don't know why they're coming on the Fight Business podcast to do that because I don't really.
They go out of
But
their
all right,
way, man. Yeah, they go out
yeah,
of
they
their
do.
way, and
Yeah, yeah. There's
interesting here to see on the stream right now. They're actually starting with everybody in the ring this time for
yeah,
Super Ryzen. Anyway, we got Mikaru. Funny enough, Floyd is not in the ring, so I imagine he might get his own grand, spectacular little entrance here, or he just won't come out at all because he's Floyd.
yeah.
So,
I think it'll probably be the
I
latter.
mean,
He's
they're
probably like,
already 30 minutes late, so is what it is. But Ghost fan, we appreciate your services. Our chat at Mania likes to say, Broad Horizon. The only good thing about Ryzen, I disagree with him, but I appreciate that very much so. And Kimball asking, is Ryzen the biggest promotion in Asia? So obviously it's very much between One Championship and Ryzen. And the argument there will always be for, well, one gets around to more countries. They haven't since the pandemic started. But
yeah,
just Japan alone and being on Fuji TV has, I mean, from all the numbers and metrics that I've seen that haven't come from One Championship, because we know how those can be, Pat.
right.
The
The potential
Ryzen is
trillions.
the potential trillions. Ryzen has them beat. And I'm also noticing Jizzy is not in the ring either. But it's very interesting when you look at when you say in Asia, because we know that Ryzen has never left Japan either. But what they've attracted has been legit, and more legitimately, we know that, and bigger for
Yeah,
the
well,
most part.
I mean, that's the thing. If you're talking about technically all of Asia, like the continent, like
Right.
it's UFC. Like
Well, yes, as Kimball
it's
mentions, yeah.
right. But beyond that, it's one or Ryzen, and I would say Ryzen is the legitimate winner. One is very good at painting the perception they're much bigger than they are.
They've been around this long.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean they got the Amazon deal, right, and they had the TNT deal before. But again, this is also, I don't know what's happening here. There's some girl in the car. I'm
Is it
assuming
Kurumi?
maybe
My girl Kurumi
yeah.
Khan? Yes. The official Ryzen ambassador. She's the best, man.
Yeah, I mean she's
I love
great.
that
It's
she's
just
sitting passenger side just looking. I
looking
wonder if
back
she's
like,
with Floyd. Yeah.
she must be
Uh,
with Floyd. I think that has to be it, right? Otherwise, why are they showing this?
No,
Like,
yeah, I think so. I got my tweet deck open, and I think that is what is going on. But Kurumi Khan, shout out to her. She's amazing. I have
mhm.
had her on 2 episodes, I think, of Broad Horizon now. She is very knowledgeable, great, and she's doing commentary as well for Japan. Very
Mm.
smart lady. So shout out to her. But yeah, she is not in the arena yet. She is presumably with Floyd. So this is amazing to watch unfold before our eyes. I'm sure Floyd and fucking Jizzy are with each other, but
Yeah,
looks like we have the first fight coming up here, so that is exciting. But
that is
before,
Floyd's grand entrance is him just being late because he's like, I don't give a fuck.
right, yeah, he doesn't do fucking anything. He's just going to Japan to have fun.
Yeah,
Man, I hope he loses so badly, though, Pat. Like, I'm not even ashamed to say it. Like, the whole point of these matches is like that excitement factor of him losing, right? Like, let's
oh
be
yeah. I
honest.
mean,
If
yeah. I
Mikaru
mean
pulls it off, my God.
and that's the thing is like I mentioned this a little bit in regards to on this weekend's Fight Business podcast. Like there is no real risk here for Ryzen except the cost of paying Floyd, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But even then, like besides that potential prohibitive cost, if you can afford to pay him, it's literally more exposure than Ryzen's going to get from casual fans, and especially doing it earlier, right? Like you
Right.
mentioned, doing the
Yeah,
fight
yeah.
much earlier so that people can watch it. It's your best marketing ploy. And if Mikaru gets clowned on, oh well, it's expected. If he ends up even just rocking Floyd or
Right.
causing any sort of damage, it will be on headlines all over the place. So again, I get it. I totally understand the thought process here. I think this makes more business sense than the Tension Floyd fight, honestly, just because of the time zone that was in, right? Like,
Right.
and it
Yeah, that
wasn't
was
like through a fight
end
either.
of a regular RIZIN New Year's Eve event. Like probably the worst time actually that it could have happened
Yeah,
for Floyd
and it wasn't.
specifically.
You couldn't do it through. It wasn't on.
It was like a half separate thing. Yeah, it was weird.
Right. It was only on. It was only for Japanese viewers too, right? Like, or
Yeah, yeah.
like it wasn't on Fight TV or something that's easily accessible to the international
Which
community.
again makes that even less likely to be a fix. Just gonna throw that out
Right.
there.
Oh yeah. Like, what is the point there? Is
Yeah.
Yeah. No. So I mean, yeah, I think it makes sense. It makes more sense than the tension fight, in my opinion. But
Yes. Yes. I
yeah, it would
agree.
be awesome if Floyd lost. It'd be incredible.
I want to give a shout out here real quick as I'm watching on Twitter to the We Are Ryzen podcast as they just tweet out Floyd Mayweather getting a Goldberg entrance. Definitely very similar to that. Oh my God, that's brilliant. As we have the first fight getting ready as they're walking out here. Kota Mura and shit, my thing got all fucking messed up here. Who is Kota taking on? We've got the Red Hot Chili Peppers entrance here. It's Boon Choi. That's who it is. Was this TJ Dillashaw's walkout song, right?
Yeah, I think so, or was at one point. I don't know if it still is.
Yeah, I don't remember if he used it for the Sandhagen one, but a solid
and
song
Ghost
choice.
Phantom, yes, you are. Yeah.
One fixed weight cutting by having their fighters hydrate to lose weight and manage to lose all the money they raised from investors. Such a successful business. I love Ghosts when he gets snarky like that.
Oh, it's Ghost is spot on with his comments. Yeah, I mean, my dude, that hydration test for their
Lord, the last one,
Amazon.
Dude.
Oh my God.
I can't wait to see what it is for this next one.
Magically, like, oh, it's everybody made weight after.
You cannot tell me that Adriano made weight for that fight.
There's no way. There's. I mean,
great timing, by the way. That was our last stream, actually. So
yeah. No, and I mean, I will say it's possible that he made weight. I can't know that for sure,
right?
But I would speculate it is very unlikely that he made weight. There you go.
Yes. Like, sure, he might have made 136, but that's not the championship weight. So
yeah.
As seems, in the
seems hard that you would be able to cut more weight and then
it just doesn't make
sense
enough. It literally does not make a whole lot of sense. So
it's I mean, one can draw their own conclusions that you somehow cut weight and then gained hydration at the same time.
Yeah. That they can. But honestly though, man, I think we might need to do another stream for that card because that Jingnan and Lee trilogy I'm very much hyped up for. That's gonna be some brilliant
that's
stuff there.
Especially with some of Jingnan's comments.
Both of them, man.
Yeah, but her comments especially being like, Lee doesn't deserve this rematch. Like this is like she took a little bit of a dig at one for that, and I was like, all right, like
yes. Well, man, I spoke to her the other day, and we got some interesting stuff here. So it's gonna be good. So shameless plug there, you guys. Look out for the stuff I got from both of them, both the champs. I talked to both of them. So Lee and Jingnan coming out this week. But Kota Mura making his walkout now
on Mania, right? That's on Mania.
Yes, on Mania. Yes, MMAmania.com.
Gotta plug the outlet, man. Gotta tell them where are we gonna see all this great stuff.
Go, you guys. And I'm gonna use this. So spoiler alert for some people who maybe haven't been paying attention. This will be kicking off. I might have told you, Pat, about it originally was the book idea. I was gonna do a big book on the history of women's MMA, and things kind of got away from me here as I got kind of moving along in the career a little bit. So now I'm just kind of going to do it in in sections specific dedicated stories, which I think does work better because history's always moving on. And like I was gonna get left behind at the rate, and it was just a fucking lot. It was really overwhelming a bit. So we're gonna be
That's
kicking
fair.
off with the trilogy here between the champ and the champ. So
Nice.
timing's fitting. So that's what we're gonna be getting
Yeah.
this week, you guys. So very
And
exciting.
what you do is you do those sections and then you compile them all into a book. And then
There
you
you
sell
go.
That's
There you go. Now we're thinking. So, so it looks like this actually is an MMA fight, you guys. If
yeah, I
you
was
were
gonna say
confused like
those are
myself, they got the fingerless gloves on.
yeah.
Um,
Unless they're boxing in 4-ounce gloves, that's
yeah. I know. I for some reason I thought that the entire Super Ryzen event was
I thought
just
it was boxing
kickboxing
too. Yeah.
or the boxing.
Yeah.
Because Yoshinari,
Yeah,
like I
right, right.
said, he's a kickboxer in the next match. But yeah, this one will be MMA. It looks like. As James says, I've only told you this before, Drake, about your book. Only reading it for the Whaley part, the most important part. Well, I appreciate any and all reads, James, but that hurts the rest of it. Of course, I'll
Yeah,
take
I
it.
mean,
But
the whole thing is
there's
worth
a
it,
lot
but
more.
that's a highlight chapter,
Yes,
right?
that's
Like
definitely a point. Yeah,
which yeah, I mean that's
kind of
definitely a
kind of
highlight
groups
chapter.
into China for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So, well, Pat, as this fight gets ready to start, though, we haven't really mentioned too much about Ryzen 38, which is fine. You know, we're going along with what is coming up first here. But again, that is the most exciting part of the night for me. So when we look at kind of that card, because I think it's safe to say the most exciting fight will be on that card. Which one are you highlighting? We have a lot of good names here. Obviously, Kyoji back in the ring. Very exciting. As Kintaro in the main event. The champ, Sekizawa, the semifinals. My God, I love this tournament. Sekizawa, not against Reina, which is very sad, but
Yeah.
Svetkivska looked great in that fight. So she's filling in here. But then Siwoo Park and Hamasaki on the other side. I'm very excited for that one. Hiromasa's back. Juri Ohara and Gustavo in the first fight of that card. My goodness, is there one of these you're most excited for on the 38 portion?
I mean, so it sucks because I really wanted to see uh
Reina and
Sekia.
Sega.
Man, I'm still bad at names. Against
The
Reina.
prodigy, the starflower.
Yes, yeah. I really wanted to see her against Reina.
So I think we're gonna get that
that
no matter
tournament.
what. Let me get that out of the
Right.
way. Like no matter what
Yeah.
happens here, it's happening soon.
I agree. But I would have loved to see it tonight.
Yeah.
But so I mean, I've got to go with Wu Park and Hamasaki.
Oh, it's gonna be so good.
Yeah, just because main event would be up there, and I mean, I love me some Hiromasa. You know I do. But when I'm looking at these other fights, I favor people pretty heavily one way or the other,
Yeah.
and I'm not saying I don't favor Hamasaki in this, but it's the most intriguing one for me.
No,
personally.
yeah, no. That's the thing, man. Is like outside of Asaka, who's the champion, just stunningly defeated her twice. Now, I think Siwoo Park is the worst matchup for Hamasaki out of the tournament fighters. So
Yeah.
it's oof. I'm
Yeah.
very excited
No,
for
I
that
know.
one.
And that's where and if Park gets past Hamasaki and then you get Park versus, I mean, that's a
Oof. Yeah, that rematch.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Because I hate to write anybody off, but sorry, Svetkivska, I think you're gonna lose that one pretty
Yeah.
uncomfortably there. But
Probably.
man, that opener
That would
is
be.
gonna.
Could you imagine if that's an upset though?
Oh my
That would
God.
be. I
Oh my
would.
God.
I will say this, and I can't believe we're about to say this. I would rather see that upset versus Floyd being upset because Floyd's older and it's
Svetkivska
like
pulling it
whatever.
off.
I mean, just because that
Ooh.
would be wild. That would be
Yeah.
nuts. But
We'll see. I mean,
just because
she
if
looked
Floyd
beyond.
loses at any point, he's gonna blame his age. It's like, okay, that's fine. But yeah, if yeah, I mean that would be wild.
As James shouts out a fantasy matchup between Loma and Izawa. I mean, again, I'll say it every time we talk about Loma. Pat, she is a natural atom weight. She's not gonna break the top 15 at strawweight in the UFC, which is a bummer. But
yeah, I mean, you saw it in her
a couple times. The
weekend,
Angela Hill fight, Loopy,
yeah. Even last weekend, she struggled. Like, I mean, it's clearly it's strength, right? Like, All right, so we got Kota versus
Boonchai.
Boonchai.
Yep.
Boonchai. All right, I got close with that one.
There he goes. Kota ending up on
which-
bottom here early. Surprising.
so this is MMA, but this is what 1-0 versus 0-0.
So no, this is
Okay.
Boonchai's debut. Yes. So yeah, no, you got
Yeah.
it. 1-0
Yeah.
versus 0-0. Kota, just 20 years old. I know that I saw his last fight, but I cannot remember who it was against, obviously. So Boonchai, I would imagine, is a Muay Thai fighter from Thailand. I'm stereotyping for sure here. All right. Mr. John Yun Ko has entered the chat. I've been waiting for you, sir. I knew you'd show up. I will send you an invite right now. I was just waiting for you to arrive.
Yeah, man. We just figured you were training to go kick some ass, man. You're out there doing amazing things, right? He's a Korean top team now. Like, he's killing it, like man. That. I just figured he's out there beating the shit out of people. He didn't have time for this.
I know. He's Mr. Big Time now at the All-Star, training for a fight. Trying to be Casey Layden. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh man, I do want to see that fight. That
I know.
fight would be tight.
I think they got to be around similar sizes. We'll get
I don't know.
JHK
That's the thing. If they're similar, I think that would be a great MMA journalist fight. Armbar locked up. That's done.
I think you're a little ahead of me here.
Oh,
yes, Boonchai looking lost. I got to catch up. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he got it. Yep. All right. Kota Miura gets the job done. James giving support to JHK in the chat against Casey. We got to see it now. We got to see it now.
Yeah.
But there we go. A very quick first fight. Shit, that was... I don't even know how quick that was. Very much.
That was the armbar. First round in like a minute and a half, 2 minutes.
Yeah. So Kota goes to 2-0. Very nice. Yeah, nasty stuff.
Yeah.
I always love watching like the stream comments, and it's like, wow, damn, all right.
Yeah.
That was quick. WTF. Yeah. First round over. Here we go. Looking at the replay here. I know he ended up on his back pretty quickly, but then got out of that nicely.
No, he did.
Oh, I mean, Boonchai had no defense.
Yeah, no, it was a done deal.
Damian Brown saying rightfully so that he tapped out there. Probably doesn't feel. Oh, he got some bend on that sucker.
Yeah, he did.
Woo. Oh yeah, that was good form from Kota though, for sure.
Yeah, I mean it was a. Now they lost the. I mean, one of the saddest things about the Ryzen business side of news, right? They lost the chair guys as a sponsor.
Oh yeah, Yogi Bo.
Yeah, Yogi Bo.
I think so. We haven't seen the Yogi Bo beanbags in a while.
I believe that was the sponsor. Were they doing trigger events? Who was the sponsor whose CEO got arrested? Yeah, so the CEO got arrested for a bunch. Yeah,
fuck.
Yeah, damn, it sucks, man. It sucks because we're not gonna see Yogi Bo chairs anymore.
Oh, and literally everyone said they were so comfortable too.
Yeah,
well, didn't we look it up? They're like $100, dude.
Yeah, they were not expensive. Yeah, so I'm sad that apparently the CEO is under indictment for a lot of crimes.
There were a couple allegations we won't get into here, but yeah. Yogi Bo not looking so good there. Yeah, that sucks.
Man,
oh, the poor fighters don't get to rest their buttocks on the nice beanbag after a fight.
Yeah, man. we gotta invent something. We gotta just get like a lawn chair with some, I don't know, some beanbags stuffed in the lawn chair seats. Try and sponsor these guys because.
So Ghost is getting goofy at this hour, asking if I can pirate this for us. How dare you, sir? You know I'm not doing that. I would never do such a thing, nor should you. Like I told, who would I tell at the beginning of this show? Chegster, if you want to save your money, Ghost, we got you for Super Ryzen play-by-play, but the $15 is definitely worth it for 38. Don't you worry there.
No, I mean, I am. I will never pirate event. I can understand as a media member, I can't, right? I understand the thought process behind pirating UFC events, especially particular
Right.
ones. But for something like Ryzen, man, it's like, come on, you gotta support them. Like,
Oh, yeah.
you gotta. I will
Well, I
gladly
mean,
shell out.
for example, if we're going to compare Ryzen 38 coming up here in a matter of hours compared to 279, I think probably a better card, honestly, in
Yeah,
my opinion.
yeah.
You get Kyoji, you get fucking Ayaka, the GOAT, Sayaka, tournaments, fights, the opener, Luis Gustavo and Juri Ohara. I mean, that's going to
Literally,
be
the only
fucking
difference
violence.
is that it doesn't have as many quote unquote recognizable names, right? Because
Right.
they weren't. But like, I mean, I expect those fights to be far better and more competitive than a lot of the 279 ones.
Yeah.
Um, yeah.
Hiramasa, I didn't even say him. Shiba Sai is huge. I mean, who forgets Shiba Sai versus Shrek? Pat, our favorite fight ever, probably.
Fucking love Shrek.
Shiba Sai! Shiba Sai!
I love it. Love Shrek. Oh my god.
As here has arrived our man. Does he have a shirt on?
What's up?
John?
The shirt is off, man.
The
It's summer.
shirtless Korean. Where's the towel, my guy?
He's been training. He's been.
I don't need no
he's toning
towel.
up. He's like, no need anymore, man.
Hey, you gotta. Hey, I understand why fighters don't wear a shirt when they're like in peak form during countdowns or whatever you see on video, and they're taking multiple. I understand why. Because you get into this incredible shape, and you know it's not gonna last for very long, so you might as well capture the moment,
Yeah,
right?
you gotta show it.
You gotta take advantage of it. So I'm just taking advantage of it, man. That's what I'm doing. I'm just telling you right now.
Nothing wrong with
That's a
that,
boy
man.
right there, man. Yeah, I was gonna say, man, you are looking shredded, looking in good shape. Love to see it, brother. I mean, we haven't talked in a while, John, dude. Just how has
For
this
real.
whole fucking process been, man?
Well, man, everybody's moving like to different spots, and you know how it works in the media world. So sometimes you're
Right.
working together, sometimes you're not. But it doesn't mean that we're like beefing or all this other shit that people
Right.
probably dig deep into it and stuff like that. It's just like you get busy and you're doing your own thing, and that's what happens, right? So Pat's doing his thing, Drake's doing his thing, I'm doing my thing. It's all just separate locations. But that's when I saw you guys pop up. I was like, man, I gotta message these dudes. Like, I gotta get in here.
I
I'm
knew
gonna be
you
watching
would.
the show. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be watching the show. I'm over here in this side of the world. So hey, props to you guys for being up this late to watch this.
Yeah. I already took a nap.
though-
That's how I could do this.
I already took
Otherwise,
a
I'd be out.
For real, huh? For real, I wouldn't blame you either. You know what I mean? I wouldn't blame you either. But the thing is, my question is, I have the Fight TV like pay-per-view ready, but it says there's 2 hours until the show.
You must
does
be
that
looking
even
at
mean?
Ryzen 38 then.
Yeah.
You're not looking at Super Ryzen. They're separate.
Super Ryzen is a separate one you got to buy separately.
No way.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's where you fucked up, dude.
That's twice the price, by the way, which is ridiculous.
Where is?
Yeah.
Oh, is it Fight Focus? I don't even see it on here. On this thing.
Let me see if I can get you
A Fight TV?
I want Fight TV, but I can't find it. Is it in the MMA section?
It popped up on the homepage.
It
for
wasn't.
me.
Yeah, here.
All right, let me see.
Here, I will
Oh, you sent something?
see if this link works in the
find it.
private chat.
Yeah.
All right, let me see.
I know. It's kind of interesting they didn't offer at least a bundle for these two here, but
Yeah.
Exactly. Oh,
Well, I think Live Now would have, right? They were all big. They were huge on
right.
bundles.
Yes, like all those had the bundles, but I think because man, Floyd stuff is so messy. Like, trust me, from the stuff that I hear about, it's just can be a little bit of a pain. And this event, at least Super Ryzen by itself, also obviously being streamed on Fight TV, but I don't know if you guys have heard of pay-per-view.com, but it's also on there. I don't think Ryzen 38 is, but I know that the Super Ryzen portion is also being streamed on there right now. So they have a couple options. And then even Stream Pass, it should be on there too for Ryzen. But
yeah.
Well,
I'm sure Floyd has like certain deals where you have to provide it through various people. Yeah, it makes sense.
It says, unfortunately, this event is not available in your territory, but Ryzen 38 is available in your territory. Like, what does that even? What does that?
Use your
mean?
VPN, John.
Go to
yeah,
somewhere else.
Let me turn on my VPN.
There we go. As we're
again, I'm not I'm not a pirate guy, but man, if they're not showing you, VPN the shit out of that.
Yeah,
Ridiculous to me.
I don't. Next time we'll have to do the old our old secret there in Discord, Pat.
Oh yeah. That you
But,
just blatantly told everybody on stream. Yeah.
no, they don't know what I mean. They don't know what I
Right,
mean.
of course.
But we're getting ready here for the second fight. Bandasak taking on Nodaka Yoshinori, and my God, Bandasak is a 78-21-5 record there in kickboxing against
How old
Yoshinori,
is
who I know
Bandasak?
he's 33. Whereas
Jeez.
Yoshinori is like fucking 12 years old. but yeah, Yoshinori has a decent amount of experience too, but obviously I think he's going to be outdone in this one, but he's a bit of a prodigy himself, so looking forward to this one. Before we get to the absolute madness, and man, John, we were talking all about it before to kick off the show, and I just gotta know, what do you think about this ridiculousness with Floyd's bodyguard fighting Koji of all people, man?
Well, what this is what you expect, right? This is what you expect out of RIZIN. Like, you want RIZIN to put on the stuff, to put on the fights, to put on the antics that you wouldn't expect in North America or anywhere else around the world,
Right.
pretty much, right? And his bodyguard having a bodyguard is more ridiculous to me.
I missed that, dude. I saw someone mention that earlier, but I didn't even see it.
It's
What
amazing.
is he doing? What are you doing? You're a bodyguard, but you need a bodyguard? I thought you were skilled in that craft.
His name's Jizzy, bro. Come on, give him a break.
Well, yeah, that's a terrible name. Why would you name yourself after something that covers your face in pornographic movies? Like, I don't understand that.
This is ridiculous, man. Come on.
Pulling no punches.
No.
Pulling
Hey,
no punches.
We're on my channel,
what-
man.
Yeah.
Let it
Why?
fly.
Why? And then you know what's gonna
It's true,
happen?
though.
He's probably just gonna end up getting knocked out and looking just insane. But it's
I
gonna be
hope
fun.
so.
Yeah, I mean, I expected very much to go the way of Alimale McFarlane and that soccer mom that
Okay.
decided
Oh,
to get
God.
to the
Yeah,
octagon.
okay.
Like, also, this entrance is amazing with these children just holding up all of the belts
Oh, yeah.
that Yoshinari has.
Dude, hell yeah.
Unreal.
Honestly, man, I Yoshinari is super fun to watch, though. I'm very excited to see him here. And good for him, like, to get on this card even, because like he's a guy who is going to be around for a while. And yeah, I didn't even realize these were kids, Pat, until you actually
Yeah.
mentioned that. This is amazing.
At first, I didn't realize it too, and then all of a sudden, I saw like their varying heights, and I'm like, wait a second, like, oh no, this is just children. This is just a march of children
These
holding up
his
title
family
belts.
members.
Yeah.
So yeah, Yoshinari
yeah.
is 21 now, so still very young. 45-1 record to his opponent there, Bandasak, who had what, like 100 total fights. This is gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to this right here. So, and then we're gonna have the halftime show. I'm very curious to see what they're gonna do with the halftime show. Honestly, like I at least like for an intermission, we're actually getting something for once. That's actually fun.
But-
What
and
are they
who are the-
having
who
on,
are-
on the halftime show?
Yeah. Who
They
who
have-
specifically?
Okay, let me pull it up. They have 3 different rappers, from what I remember seeing here.
Please tell
No,
me it's like someone.
they're Japanese rappers. They're no one
Oh,
we've heard
okay.
of, I'm sure. Yeah.
I was hoping like Snoop or someone like like Floyd knows. That would be amazing.
Could you imagine? Floyd's like, no, I want this guy. I want Post
Yeah,
Malone up
that'd
in here.
That would be incredible.
Let's see,
Okay,
I'm
I
gonna
got
try
it,
and
man.
find
I
it.
got it.
There
got
you
it.
go.
Hey,
Just
there
in
we
time.
go.
Just
I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back before this fight kicks
All
off.
right.
It's parched.
Yep. Got to stay hydrated.
So what fight did I miss already? Because I know I missed a fight or two.
Yes. So you just missed one. Kota Mura, in the only MMA fight on the Super RIZIN card, he got an armbar pretty quickly over Boon Choi, who was making his debut. So Nothing really happened too much in that one. He got mounted pretty quick, which is surprising, but then turned it around and wrecked his arm pretty good. So
Yeah. Well,
that
and
is
there,
it.
this dude's fighting another Thai as well.
Yeah, so two
ties
Thailand
in a row.
natives here in the
Never even
first
heard of
two.
any of them.
I know. But
Where
yeah,
we find you?
Bondasak, plenty of experience in the kickboxing department. As we assumed Boonshaw had as well, but they didn't pull up his record since it was.
Oh,
his
he's from
MMA
Pittsdam.
debut.
Pittsdam, so that's pretty known gym.
Mm-hmm. And those big ass bouquets, you love to see it.
Is that a dude or a chick?
Oh, that's giving them out.
Yes.
I think it's a dude. If I had to assume,
Oh,
not
man.
hey, it's 2022. I don't care either way.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm just saying that when like I think Asians are like the only like race like of a part of the world where like there's dudes that kind of look like chicks more.
Fairly
I don't know.
feminine.
I'm just saying, just a fair assessment.
I don't
This is
know, man.
Asia.
You put. I feel like, especially living down here in Texas, you put a girl in overalls and a ball cap on, and you're not quite sure. You're not quite sure.
Because you got those K-pop bands, all those dudes kind of like look like chicks, right? Like in
that's true.
Japan as
That's
well,
true.
those J-rock bands, they all look like dudes look like chicks, right? And then of course, what do I have to say about Thailand? Like, there's dudes that are chicks, you know what I mean?
Lady
It's just like,
boys, yes.
yeah, exactly. So
Mhm.
I'm just saying, like, I'm just putting out there something that's kind of some facts. But
Yeah,
Nadaka Yoshinari, damn, he's pretty well
he's legit, dude.
versed.
Yeah, this is a strawweight fight
Wow.
for those of you guys watching along with us here. 115 pounds, 5'4" on the height for Yoshinori. I missed what Bondasak's height was, but I know again that he has the experience advantage because Yoshinori just 21. He is allowed to drink legally in the States over here, but doesn't matter for him in Japan, right? They're 18.
5'3".
Most of the world is 18. 5'3" for Bondasak?
Yeah.
Okay.
5'3"
All
for
right.
body,
So
sorry.
just an inch there. Every inch counts. So
Most of the world doesn't even have an age, to be honest with you.
Right.
Like, there's
It's
no
a very good
laws
point.
on like
So
how old
silly.
you
It's a
can
very
drink.
good
Only
point.
dude, are
America
they gonna
has that.
fight with the headbands on here? What's
Yeah,
going
it looks
on?
like it. I was going to ask about that.
I've
think they're gonna
never
fight with
seen them
headbands
keep them on.
Oh, no. There they go. They're taking it.
Okay. Yeah. So we got a comment here from Kimball Mercer. Shout out to her. Says, John, I'd like to thank you and Dan Hooker for giving me advice about anxiety a few months ago. Drake and Ghost also helped. I admit I still get nervous before jiu-jitsu, but all of your advice has helped. All right. Appreciate it.
Great job,
I get
guys.
nervous before dinner.
Yeah,
Just,
I mean,
just keep working on it. You know what I mean? That's all it is.
Yeah. Don't treat it as more than it needs to be. That's kind of just, how you look
Exactly.
at it, right? Practice makes perfect, Kimball. So appreciate you. As the fight starts here, Bondasak throwing the kicks out. Both of them trading kicks early.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Right, left hand.
yeah, Bondasak already covering.
Dude, Yoshinari's fast, man.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, nice.
It's crazy because it's
it's
a
over.
33-year-old guy and a 21-year-old guy, but it definitely seems like an old man versus like a
Right, yeah.
It does.
like that's definitely the impression I get.
Yeah, seriously.
The speed difference is pretty nuts.
Yeah. Yeah, the speed difference is insane.
Where are you guys at? Like the
Dude,
2-minute mark?
I'm at 150.
Okay,
Oh,
we're a little
damn,
off
you're
here.
ahead of me.
I love those fucking sweeps though. those
sweeps are
kickboxing
sweet.
trips are the best.
Here, I'll pause it for like
No.
5
to
seconds.
try and
If
get
you
on
hit
the
the
same
live
page here.
button at the bottom, it forwards you
Okay.
to like wherever you're
Oh, there
at.
we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll try and get on the same page here.
And
140 for me.
YouTube, if you go to YouTube as well, if you like fast forward, because sometimes
Right.
the stream gets laggy, you just fast forward and then it goes to.
Oh my god, we got the Matrix dodge there from Yoshinari. This guy, dude. I love this fucking kid.
Oh, nice. Elbow.
Oh man, live jumped me to wait, where are you guys at?
I am at hold on, my thing's got 119 right now, 118.
Oh. Okay. I'm at 1 minute.
Oh,
Okay, you got the edge here. He's ripping him up, dude. He's fucking
oh, dude, it's over. I think it's over, huh?
Oh, the leg kick. Yeah,
It's not quite over.
Dude,
Drake's low behind.
he did the Matrix dodge twice, puts him down. Yeah, I am behind here.
Yeah. Oh, we gotta sync up. We gotta.
Oh man.
He
Ooh.
fucked
Yep.
him up. Yeah, let's
Yeah,
definitely
that's
sync up on
bad.
a time here if we can.
Yeah. Yeah. I think we gotta sync up on a time.
Can we
for
just
Drake's.
pause it and it syncs up?
Go ahead. What are you guys at? He's
Wait,
fucking him
well-
up. It's over.
Oh,
37.
we're done.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'm done.
My shit's
All
fine.
right.
Here,
So
I'll hit live
find
again.
we'll find a spot in the next
Yeah,
fight,
yeah.
and then like just pick a
Yeah.
time and sync up.
God, he is fucking good though, dude. Jesus
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Christ.
He murked him. He murked him. Hey, Mark, what's up, man? How's it going, dude?
Fellows in the chat?
Yeah, fellows in the chat. That's my dude.
That was
Is
filthy
he
though.
from?
You were,
Is he from
that was
Sydney?
I think it's from Australia.
Yes.
Pretty sure. But yeah, Pat, that was a perfect description though. He looked like he was 30 years younger than Pontus.
Yeah. Yeah, like just the
Oh man. He is so good.
yeah. I mean, it was nuts. It was just
You know when you
Dude,
look
he
at,
is like
fights-
crawling out of the cage, out of the
Yeah.
ring, this guy.
You know when you look at fights and you look at guys coming in from other countries to face the young prospects. It's true, man. You're going in to lose, so you got to go in there and kill the
Yeah.
dude. And most of the time you're not because they know the matchup. You know what I mean? So you're taking a huge risk. Thais, man, don't fight anybody. To be honest, like they don't care, right? Because money's money.
Right.
But this
Yeah.
this kid is good though, man. I never even seen him fight, but he's so fast. Won championships
Yeah.
watching this.
and I mean, his targeting and this replay, right? Like his
Yeah.
targets were just
Oh,
spot
he's
on with those
accurate.
combinations.
Dude, that
ribs to the
double
body.
right to the body. Yeah.
Mhm.
Fuck. Oh, yeah, once I first
Okay,
saw
now
him,
we
I
got to
was
get
like,
the translations from Drake.
"Jeez." All right, I got you guys. Here we go.
That's why Drake's here.
Yep. He said, I'm very happy to be fighting once again in Saitama.
Mark Fellows, does he think I'm Dan Tom? Because is that really, he really thinks I'm Dan Tom? Come on, dude.
Crombopolis saying another Protecting X chat room guy. They must both go there.
Yeah.
So,
So it's-
Oh, Protect Your Neck is a Dan Tom. Okay, sure.
yes,
Yeah,
that's his
yeah,
show.
yeah.
I thought he
Yeah,
thought
it
I was
wasn't-
Dan
it
Tom.
was
It's
just-
like, yo,
yeah.
come on, dude.
Stereotyping again. But Ghost has a
That'd be
question
Nothing
for you
against Dan
here,
Tom.
John.
Dan Tom's my guy and stuff, right?
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
But, I didn't train with Cody Steele, Ghost Phantom. He was there, we chatted. I don't think I was in one of the classes that he was teaching, but I never actually rolled with him. I saw him training a lot, but yeah, he's really good. And yeah, I'm excited to see what he can do in MMA.
I'm laughing because shout out to the We Are Ryzen podcast once again. Just tweeted, it's time for jizz. It is time for jizz. Yeah, we have flown by the first two legitimate,
Yeah, man.
exciting fights, you guys. Now it's time for the circus. Is Jizzy Mag going to make his combat sports debut against Koji here in the next fight? As I got to be translating for Yoshinori here. I'm sorry, you guys. He's saying it is awesome to be in front of the crowd. I just beat that motherfucker up. He had nothing for me. I am about to storm the RIZIN kickboxing division. Doesn't matter who's put in front of me. As he bows. See, he's very gentle with his words, but aggressive at the same time. So I got you guys.
aggressive yet
Really-
respectful. Yeah.
Yes.
So the Floyd fight is before Ryzen 38?
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought
Yep.
it was flipped. That
Nah,
blows my
no.
mind,
Okay.
man. That was flipped.
So as I was telling Pat here, the idea behind this kind of the event structure, because you remember, John, Floyd Intention headlined Ryzen 14, right? And it was kind of weird how they had it like only in Japan, right? Like separate main event fight only. Kind of like you remember UFC on Fox 1 was like its own fucking thing, Junior and Kane 1. Kind of if you were to make that comparison. But for this time around, they wanted, or Floyd wanted, however it was supposed to be, to fight as early as possible for the US audience so they didn't have to stay up super late or whatever. So we will be getting that.
A lot of people hate Floyd, but I love Floyd and what he brings and what he has done and everything about him, because he's just showing everybody that he gives zero fucks. Like he does literally give zero fucks, and he's like, if you
Look at him, dude, and his
this is
wife
my
beater
money.
out there.
Yeah, it's like, this is my money. This is what I want. If you don't want to pay me, fuck you. I'm done. Like that's like the attitude he has. And it's like, and he's like 50 years old. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I wish I'm living like that at 50 years old, not giving zero fucks about anything, right? Jesus.
Seriously.
Yeah, I mean,
But I
literally
I think Mikaru is gonna do something to him though. This is my inkling. I think he's gonna
Okay.
do something to him. This is my feeling because the dude is.
Oh, look at
much bigger.
Pacquiao coming to him.
Oh, Pacquiao's like, yeah. Pacquiao's
Pacquiao's
probably
there.
like, kick him in the nuts.
Head kick him for me, please. All right, what's your thought, John? Because we were saying earlier, though, we do think he'll be more competitive in tension, which isn't a crazy thing to say, but what is your feeling?
Yeah, I think the size, and then the thing is like, tension's fast, but I don't know. I think it was the wrong time for Tension to face him. At that moment, I feel if Tension fought him now, it'd been a different fight. But yeah, the size. I think it's the size, man. Size does matter. It does, man. Not just in porn, but in fighting as well. You know. And
and
I think
Jizzy is getting ready to walk out.
Yeah, as Jizzy. You think his walkout song is the Jay-Z song, but just change?
I think it should be a Jizz in My Pants from Lonely Island.
That would be
That's right.
incredible.
We should just play that while he walks
Dude,
out.
okay, this is amazing. The highlight they just showed for Jizzy was the shove from the press
shove.
conference. It's
The
all he's
shove from the
got.
press-
It's
Yeah.
all he's got. Oh my god. This
They're
is
showing his
insane.
opponent like beat the shit out of people, and then they're just showing the one shove for it's
'Cause
amazing.
there's nothing to show. Koji's an actual fighter. I can't believe this is actually about to happen. I need another beverage, you guys. So carry the show for me for a second here.
You know, it's cool that like Floyd somehow talked Ryzen into giving a fight to his bodyguard.
It's
It's wild to me,
man.
like, yeah, it's wild. to
It's
me.
we were like me and Drake were talking about at the start of the show, like where he's like, I mean, it's not that like Drake was trying to say that like, well, maybe it's because Jizzy is like bigger than him, so maybe they're like Japan was like, this is all right. I'm like, dude, I can't imagine any athletic commission like anywhere else sanctioning this fight.
No.
Like, this
No,
is insane.
Yeah, that's what's great about Asia. There's no athletic commission.
Yeah,
for
there's none.
MMA
So it's
or
just like, all
anything.
right, we're just gonna let this happen because
And
screw
if
it.
everybody, there are athletic commissions, but when you get to like Ryzen level, those commissions don't matter to you anymore, which is kind of wild, right? Like in
Yeah.
Korea, there's athletic commissions, but I don't think people even listen to them at all. Like the promotions that put on fights, it's like there's some ridiculous fights being put on all the time. You know what I mean? And it's like,
yeah,
especially in the big weight classes, but you know, like some guys will be like 130 kilos fighting a dude that's 90 kilos. That's
yeah,
like good.
which
That's not
it's
a fair
wild.
fight.
No, not at all.
Yeah,
It's and you just slap open weight on it and you're like open weight fight. That's it. Like,
Open weight literally means you could be 115 pounds fighting a 120 kg guy. That's what it
Yeah.
literally means. And
It's literally as long as you
Yeah.
slap open weight on it, it's all good. It's all good.
For real.
It's insane. Yeah. No,
But
I'm
I'm glad
with
that they
you.
put this. I'm glad they're putting these fights up first ahead of the Ryzen card, because it does kind of like, you know, like whet the appetite for some
Yeah.
real fighting. You know what I mean? Because you get the ridiculousness first, and then you lead into the real shit. And I enjoy it, man. I think Ryzen, the platform that they have, the way that, you know, the concept that they're putting out, I love it, man. Like, you need diversity, and that's what we're getting with Ryzen. I feel like other promotions have like kind of died out around the world. Even like KSW, they're not doing it like they did before. You know what I mean? The pandemic really hit them hard, right? Like, have you seen KSW shows since the pandemic?
I
It's
saw
not
their
like-
most recent one, but
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's not the same level. I'm right there with you. They seem to have lost a little bit of
Since
their
Soldich left, yeah.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Yeah, they had. I mean, well, they had Soldiers. They had who else got poached? Somebody else got poached.
Well, Gamrot was the champ,
Gamrot,
but that was
yeah.
not as recent. Yeah.
Right. But I mean, it's like one of those things where like their big guys are getting poached quick, whereas like Ryzen, that doesn't happen too often too, which is interesting. It does. It did with
Yuri.
and Tofik, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
But
Kyoji's back and forth.
Right.
Still the champ.
That's true too. But it's interesting. It's definitely feels like when Ryzen loses a big guy, it doesn't affect the overall
No,
show
it
nearly as
doesn't.
much.
No.
Because the
right.
thing is, it's really not about the fighters. It's about the promotion. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
The stories, all that. Yeah.
Exactly. The stories, the production is the best in the world. If you've
Yeah.
ever been to Ryzen, man, I miss Pride, but I went to Ryzen. It's nothing you can imagine. You know what I mean?
It's literally on my bucket list to go to a Ryzen New Year's
You
Eve
gotta
show.
go,
Like
and
I
New Year's
want
Eve.
to so bad, man.
Dude, and
Like when
John went to the best one ever.
I did.
Ryzen 20 was one of the best events of all time.
And Bellator was
maybe
2 days
the best.
before that.
Yeah,
which, you had
insane.
Chandler on the show. You had a bunch of like Bellator
Destroyed
guys.
Sydney
Chandler,
Outlaw. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. What is it? Well, yeah. When you go to the to Ryzen, like when they had Bellator and Ryzen together, like on separate days, they took the production of Ryzen and put it into the Bellator show inside Saitama, which I've never been to a regular Bellator show, so I have no idea what it looks like. But Rampage walking out to like the Pride style walkouts and Fedor walking out, just the walkouts were like I was in the arena, like goosebumps, man. Like it was almost like this is the last time we're gonna see these guys fight, and it was the last time Rampage fought because he hasn't fought since. But he didn't look pretty good. He didn't look any good.
No, he didn't look good.
No.
Apparently he's coming back.
That
Is
was
what
like
he's
easily
saying, which is
his worst performance.
yeah.
But
I really want to if Silva does a fight over there, I really want to be there for that one.
Of course. I'm down for all these old guys to come back and fight each other, man. I'm down for it. Like, let them make some money and go to Japan. Japan seems like bare knuckle boxing is bare knuckle fighting championships is the place where people are going now. But I wish that like they would go to Japan and like fight over there as well and just bring these freak show fights back.
So this is fairly off topic, you guys, but Eddie Alvarez, free agent once again. Where we think he's gonna land, you guys? What do you think?
I tell you, two places he's not landing. He's not gonna land in Bellator.
No.
He's not gonna land in PFL. He's not gonna land in PFL. So those are two, I believe, promotions that are not gonna sign Eddie Alvarez. So it leaves you two options, and I think Patrick knows the two options he has. Just I'll let you just explain that.
No, I mean, I think it's. I don't know how it's not Ryzen. Let me put it that way.
I hope.
I mean, that's my. I don't know, John. Is that? Do you think that's right?
That's one of my guesses. Like, why wouldn't Ryzen, sign him and put him in a lightweight tournament if they have one in the future, or give him a
what other
fight,
option are you thinking about?
Bare knuckle fighting championship. I told you those are the two.
Right. Sorry, I didn't hear that part. I thought, all right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no. But see, that's the thing. I don't think he does bare knuckle. I don't think bare knuckle can pay what he might be able to command in Ryzen. Because bare knuckle pays, but not like I think they kind of blew a lot of their money on Page and a couple of other people, and I'm not sure they have. Triller's in trouble, man. Triller's in very big trouble.
They're done though, aren't they?
Yeah.
But don't they own Fight TV?
They own.
Yeah.
They own Fight TV and they own BKFC. But like they are in trouble right now. I feel like Ryzen is going to be able to offer more money, and it makes more sense. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But
stories I
don't think PFL is possible?
Nah, I don't think so. I don't think they sign him because I don't think he's going to be
They'll
able
make
to
a try.
compete.
Yeah.
I think he'll ask too much. Yeah, I think if they could get him for the right price, they would. But I think he'll ask for too much, and they'll say no.
Okay, you guys, I'm sorry, I gotta stop you though, because Jizzy looks insane, and we got to get on sync for this. So
oh yeah,
for this
all
one,
right.
of course.
I'm getting the
I'm getting the flowers right now.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah,
I think me and John
too.
are pretty synced up.
Koji's grabbing his for me. He's putting.
Yeah, I'm
away.
a little bit ahead of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we're good right now.
Wide shot.
Yeah, wide shot.
All right.
Yeah.
You guys pause for like 2 seconds, I think, for me. Like just
pause 2 seconds. 1, 2. Pause. Okay, I'm back.
All right, I'm still on the wide. Jizzy's on camera.
Jizzy's coming on camera.
Yeah, Jizzy's on camera.
Okay. All right, I think we're good.
Drinking water.
Yep. Okay, we're
Yeah.
about.
Okay, we're close enough, I think.
Yeah,
Now the
yeah.
question is, do I put on the cup noodle for this?
Oh, for this one, no, it's too close. It's
No,
about to
it's-
happen. Save it for the
yeah.
next fight.
All right, save it for the main event.
So we have young Joe saying, "Will Floyd warm up?" Probably not.
I
Dude,
gotta go to this
why are they not
comment.
sharing? I'm confused now. Did he not weigh in at all for this fight? Because it is an open weight or free weight, quote unquote. So did either of these guys just not weigh in because they're like, fuck it, who cares? They're not showing their weights.
Probably, man. Yeah, there's
Bro,
just
who
no
cares?
record, no weight. So I don't
Dude,
know.
this is I cannot believe this is about to go down right here.
And this is boxing, right?
Yeah.
So
this is
yes,
boxing.
it is standing rules, which Ryzen does. Standing rules, which is essentially just a boxing match that allows spinning back fists. Because
Okay,
in
that's
regular
the
boxing,
best.
yeah, in boxing, you're not allowed to do spinning back fists for whatever fucking reason. Why not? So
Why didn't they just throw in some
It's-
elbows as well, right?
dude, he is fucking
Yeah.
chunky compared.
Oh, he's
compared
so
to
big.
Oh
Koji.
my god. And he's 40? Oh my god, dude. This is gonna be
He's on
bad.
all the steroids too.
Bro.
Oh man.
Goofy.
I'm ready for this. Also, Rain, we will get to your comment. I love that comment. We will get back to I will make Drake go back to it because it's
Okay.
incredible. But
Oh my god.
all right, but yeah, this fight's about to kick
Yeah,
off.
we're
All
about
right.
to go down. Koji.
How fast do we think this fight ends? Do we think he make it out of the first round? What do you think?
I think I'm calling
Yeah.
second round. I think he'll make it out of first.
Okay. Yeah, I think out of the first two.
But
You
oh,
see, he's got the
fuck.
tight guard. I think he's gonna cover up and just take heavy punishment from
body
Koji.
shots.
Just
will do
just
him
throw
in.
to his body. Yeah, just like
Yeah.
oh my god.
Dude, look at him.
This is quite crouched
This-
to duck. Oh,
This
man,
is how I'm
is-
gonna look when I fight. For real.
No, man, you're gonna look better than this. There's no way. This is
amazing.
this is a dude that watched some boxing videos and trained for like a week and a half, and it's like, all right, like
I mean,
Hasn't
yeah,
he
this
been with Floyd for like 10 plus years?
yeah,
He
Yeah.
must have been
like
training,
that.
right? Yeah.
Dude, he's
dude, it doesn't look like it. I don't know, maybe, but
This is considered exhibition, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
it's
just
custom
means, like, it
rules
doesn't have-
technically
yeah.
too.
Doesn't mean it just means that it doesn't count on any record, basically.
Right, yeah.
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 Dude, I
Oh.
completely forgot the other day, locking up here right now. I forgot entirely that fucking Gomi and Tension had a exhibition match. That completely slipped my mind.
That was wild.
Do you guys remember that? I remember Koji
Yes.
versus Gomi, but I completely forgot that
Gomi
Tension
got
won.
worked, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
that
yeah.
one he did. But
Yeah,
the Koji one was pretty fucking fun.
Fun,
Actually.
yeah.
Yeah.
Koji was great. The Koji fight was amazing, but yeah,
Yeah.
the Tension, yeah, it was a little.
Oh man, our viewers are
Whoa.
picking up big here. Appreciate
Oh.
you guys as Koji lands a good left, getting in around 42. Thank you guys very much for tuning in here. So we're watching the co-main event of Super RIZIN, which feels funny to call it that, but
It's. I mean, I was saying decision originally. I think it might end up being a TKO via exhaustion, though.
that's a great call, dude. That's a great.
Jizzy already looks a little tired. He just threw a giant haymaker. Oh my god, that
Oh,
right.
Dude,
What
he's got
was that?
nothing. He has nothing for Koji.
He has not
right
been
now.
training with Floyd, John.
No, yeah, he has not. He looks like he's been training with
This is insane.
He looks like he's been training with his backup bodyguard. That's that's what it looks like he's been
Oh
training with.
my
he looks
god.
like he's
Oh.
been training with
Dude,
my mom.
look at him.
Oh, my
my
good lord.
God, he's just trying to grab on.
Yeah. This
Yeah,
is-
even the way that he's looping his
Ooh.
punches, you could tell like he didn't even get coaching to like learn the basics
Yeah.
of like straight punches and stuff like that, because that's what you learn in boxing right away.
Right. Dude,
You
the way
see how
his chin's
head-
up.
his chin
yeah,
goes- yeah, his
yeah,
chin
his
goes
chin
up.
is wide up. And it
Oh,
looks like
this
he
is
keeps getting close to like DDTing him or throwing him to the ground. He's
Right.
like, oh, wait, I can't do that.
Definitely do that. Definitely do that. I would love to see a DDT in this one.
I mean,
That
this
would be
this
amazing.
this is one of those weird cases, right? Where like I am not at all surprised what we're seeing, but it's still the fact that I'm watching it is like weird to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This
And
is
then you'll
so
forget
strange.
about it. That's it.
Yeah.
Just like the Gomi tension thing. You'll forget about it in a couple months, and then someone will remind
Completely.
you, like, "Oh shit, that shit actually
Dude,
happened."
I had that with fucking DC and Silva this week. I was like, oh yeah, that
Yeah.
fucking happened. I was like, that's weird.
That's just another
never-
reason why Anderson Silva is the GOAT. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Or one
dude,
of the
Silva
GOATs, man,
hurt
like-
DC in that fight. That's the
Yeah.
At the
Was it
very
the body
end,
shot
yeah.
or the kick
Yeah.
to the body?
the
right?
body shot.
It was
that
the
legit,
teep,
like, hurt
wasn't
him.
it? Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
that's what I said on Twitter. I called that the Leon Edwards Nate Diaz moment before Leon Edwards and Nate Diaz, because if you remember, like at that time, everyone was like, "Oh, DC got lucky, man. He got lucky. The fight ended right there." I was like, I don't know about that, but I hear you. I hear you.
No, he immediately went for a takedown and held Silva
Oh,
down for
yeah,
another
yeah.
like 3
No,
minutes.
I mean,
like,
that fight wasn't close at all.
Well,
No.
the thing is, like with DC, I think he talked about it afterwards. Like he didn't want to take any chances.
No, yeah.
Right.
And you're taking
Yeah.
huge chances with Anderson
I mean,
Silva.
the risk reward on that for him was insane.
yeah,
Oh, he's gonna
guillotine.
All
He's
these
rocking a guillotine.
That's a guillotine, dude. What's up? I wish he would jump the gilly, right?
Oh
Why
my
not?
god, he's so
Oh,
much
man.
bigger too. It would just be
Oh.
absurd. Oh,
he dropped him!
Wow.
He dropped him.
Fucking
No way, what was that?
coach.
What is that?
That was
What
weird.
are these looping shots?
Dude,
Oh, now he's
if
picking it up.
fucking Jizzy of all people.
I mean, he's so
I think
much,
Koji's only been knocked out once, but yeah, he's so much bigger. Yes.
he's so much bigger, right? Like, I mean, makes some sense, but
I say
I mean,
Cozy.
he's losing it a little bit.
Cozy hits him with the left hook, and it's gonna drop him. I think that's what's the punch because he's been landing that.
He's
left
still
hook and
gassing
leaving
though.
it to-
Look at him. Look
Yeah.
at Jiz.
Yeah.
oh yeah,
See right there. You see? He's
Oh my,
barely getting
yeah,
out the way.
yep,
yeah.
yep.
Oh, but he got hit
Oh,
bad.
he
There
just
you
caught him
go.
right there.
The nose going.
I'm telling you, I think that's what he's been working on. But
Yeah,
we'd have to see the replay. I don't know. Did he really get dropped or did he just
that
fall?
might have been a headbutt or something. Yeah.
yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's
But
hard too because
I mean,
like
hit his head on his.
Jizzy
Yeah,
is
Jiz-
definitely holding Koji's
Yeah.
head and then throwing the hook. Like
Yeah.
he's like holding him a little bit and throwing. It's like it's a little suspect.
Schoolyard tactics.
Dude, this
Yeah,
is
yeah.
ridiculous.
Yeah, see, look, he
Left
holds him
hook.
and then he throws that big big counter
dude.
left. Come on,
Let's see.
Cozy.
Let's hit it again.
Yep, and then
He's
Cozy's
upping it.
trying to push it back. Yeah, man.
Yeah, it
Jizzy
looks
is-
like Cozy's
oh,
gonna
Jizzy's
knock him
so
out in the
tired.
third. I think Cozy's gonna knock him out in the third round. It looks like he's
Yeah.
building into that right now.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, he hit him hard right there. Oh, he's
Jeez.
tired. Look at him.
Oh
Yeah, he's
my
so tired.
God.
And he's trying to tire out.
Yeah,
Cozy.
he's
It's
just
not
trying to
gonna
hug.
happen.
He just wants to hug him.
Oh, I hope he gets the knockout.
He just
Oh,
wants to feel his
what was
skin
that?
against his skin?
The turn to the side jab, whatever that was from
Yeah.
Jizzy. This is terrible.
There we go. Yeah,
There we are. There we are.
He's trying to like
really
rub
hope that-
Cozy's face in his tits. That's what he's trying to do. Come on, guy.
Motorboat action is
Yeah,
all. he's doing.
motorboat. That was his that was his game plan. Motorboat him
Yeah.
until he drowns.
I really hope Floyd like said to Jizzy as he's like right before he walks out, he's like, "Man, if you lose this fight, I'm firing you, man. If you get beat up."
Oh,
By...
amazing.
Oh, nice
Floyd's
right.
loyal. Floyd's loyal.
Oh yeah.
Dude, he's look at him. Dude, it's gonna
If-
take one left.
I
hook,
mean,
watch.
if they were scoring this, Koji's winning definitely.
Oh,
but
yeah.
yeah. His hugs. What a great. He's got some good hugs on him.
Yeah, he does.
And then
He's
he's
the-
yelling, "What?" At the
I
ref-
know. I know.
Oh, the left
Oh, yes,
Told you,
yes.
good.
Oh, he's
fuck.
saved by the bell.
Round
Oh, he's
three,
wobbly.
round three, boys.
He's
Called it.
wobbly.
That's it. He's done.
Dude.
He's done.
Wobbly.
This is so goofy. Oh my God.
I have a
Oh my
feeling that
God.
he's gonna fight again in Ryzen. Jizzy.
No.
No matter what the result of
Oh,
this is,
even
I
on the
think he gets
replay, I
TM.
missed it there. Did you guys see it? What?
No,
dropped
there
him?
was no punch.
No,
He just kind
no,
of
there was no
dropped
punch.
to his knee.
looked
It was
like,
weird.
Yeah.
yeah.
He just kind of fell down. Yeah. Dude,
He's just turning
Dude.
away, dude.
he's putting him away in this round. 100%.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
done, dude. They're just cutting to Floyd. They just don't even want to show the rest of the fight.
bombing out.
Yeah, it's
He's
just
just singing along.
Floyd doesn't care.
He's not barely.
You know what
we're
would be
gonna
the
have
best-
Fucking. 30
The
minutes
best
to
entrance for
win it, but-
Floyd would be like they're putting on his music to come out and he's not coming out, right? And
Yeah.
then they pan to his room and he's taking a shit. Like, hold up. He's just like taking a shit. That'd just be very disrespectful, but just something
Oh my
that would
God.
rise in. I could see happening. I
I
don't
know,
know
it'd be
why.
perfect.
it
He's
would
just
be
like, hey,
lovely.
close the door, man.
Yeah. Or
You do
even
that
better
Friday?
yet, he's just like,
Remember on Friday?
yeah. Oh my god.
Alright, here we go.
Or even better yet, he's just
Yeah.
like sitting there scrolling on his phone.
Oh, come
that's
on,
gonna be
Coach,
it.
yes.
It's over.
Big,
It's
big
over.
right.
Is he gonna get up? Oh, he's getting up. Let's see it. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, he's
it
The
ain't
thing
bleeding.
gonna
about
matter.
Japan is like if you get up, they respect that and they'll cheer
Right.
that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like that's
Yeah.
what's
I
lovely
love
about
it.
Oh, they're gonna
Coach
let
is
him.
like,
They're
come
gonna
on.
let him go.
I'm
Oh, this is
seeking my
gonna be
first
it.
TKO in 5 fights. Come on.
Oh,
Dude.
can't do it.
He's
Now
just
he's
got a
just
hug.
hugging. It's that hug love.
Yep. Oh, rips the body nice
Oh.
there.
Yeah, he's got it. Right
Oh
there. Oh, it's
man.
over, dude. He's
I
turning away. Look
can't-
at him.
I
Yeah, he's
cannot
turning
believe
away. He doesn't
this
look.
shit.
The left hook, dude.
He's
beautiful
he's
punch.
like
Fucking clown,
clawing
dude.
out there.
Oh,
he's
Oh,
done.
oh,
That is it.
oh,
Left hook, baby.
Koji.
Done. Done.
Oh my God. You know what? I'm pretty satisfied with that. Honestly.
Yeah, that was
That was
great.
actually
That
not a
was-
bad. It was entertaining. wasn't
It
bad.
was entertaining. It was. I mean, that technique from.
Oh
Jesse.
my God.
No respect.
Floyd, they go to show.
If Floyd's not watching the fight for his own bodyguard, he's just singing. He doesn't care. He's just like, I don't give a shit about this. Oh, his nose looks like it might be broken.
Dude, I was telling you he was gonna fucking crush that sucker.
Oh, but that nose
mean,
looks
hey.
a little fucked up.
Hey, I mean, here's the thing though, ultimately, and I'm sure John can attest to this now. He knows better than us, but like, you have to give Jizzy some props here for even doing this. As
for
much as
sure.
it feels goofy to say, props to him for taking on. It's like,
I wouldn't do this. I wouldn't do this.
One of the best kickboxers in the world.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do this. Why would you
Yeah.
risk?
Right.
Why?
This isn't. There's no props to be given. This is just stupidity. This is
Yeah.
like watching a different version of Jackass right now. That's exactly.
You know what? Next,
But you do
next
have to give him
episode,
props because I wouldn't do it, and he did it. So props, right? You got to like.
Props
It's like the
props
dude that-
for his recklessness.
Oh, he got
yeah.
jacked up.
It's like the
for sure
dudes
right
that
there.
fly in those like little squirrel suits.
Yeah, I
Like
mean,
you got to
yeah.
give them props, but I would never do that. Like 'cause you
Right,
would
right,
die.
right.
Like I
Yeah.
would be dead on the first flight. Like okay, let's
Yeah,
have some fun. I'm dead. Like I'll be like one of those mosquitoes on your windshield.
yeah. Those suits are crazy, man. I know what you're talking about. Where you're just
The
flying. through- you see
videos
the
like
guys
where the cams.
where,
Oh man,
where they're flying through like openings in the
Yeah.
rock too, and it's like, man, if you miss out a little bit, you're dead. That's it. Like it's just
for real. What about
Alright,
the free
translation.
climber dude? Free
yeah.
climbers.
Oh man, that too.
Alvin Yakatori's in the chat.
Is he here? The man?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Yes.
All right, I will give Jizzy respect for stepping in the ring. All right,
Yeah.
I'll do it. I'll yield. I'll yield, but-
But I think it's a little different, like when you step into the ring in Japan compared to like stepping into the ring in the same situation in America. Because like in America, I think people would be like throwing shit at you, saying wild things. In Japan, I think they'll just kind of cheer him, and say like, good, respect for you to get in there against a high level kickboxer. We knew you're gonna
Yeah.
lose, but nice.
So I'm dying to know though, like how much he made for this fight. I'm gonna try and find this out. I'm gonna do the
Yeah.
best of my abilities to find out how much Jizzy Mac was paid for this because
Or how much
he,
Floyd was paid of Jizzy Max.
Yeah.
that's also a good point. Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
managing
fuck. He's
Money
probably
team.
making bank. Jeez, off of that shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
just by itself. Man, Koji, like, what, he's throwing off his gloves right here. I'm sure he's not retiring, but this guy, like, he's not at all the best kickboxer out there. Like, he's definitely up there, but he's always so fun to watch. Like I said, he's got an insane chin on the guy. I wouldn't say he got hurt too bad in this matchup right here, but we've seen him against Tension taking the craziest shots. The Gomi fight was an absolute brawl. Koji might not win them all, but he is always very fun to watch, man. Like
Yeah.
that, I enjoyed that a lot more than I thought I would.
Yeah, I will say I agree. That was pretty entertaining.
I think this doesn't get said enough, but like Ryzen has like as a promotion in a country or organization in a country, they have become so big to where the UFC can't even crack the code. I don't think anybody
Right.
has done
They're
that.
barely trying though, man. Like you think about the Japanese
No, they
market.
tried.
I mean,
they tried years ago, and it just didn't work out for them. You know what I mean? So it's like
They
it's like
could
a
have done
dime a
better,
dozen
though.
Japanese fighters getting signed nowadays, right?
And
Or
oh my
dime a
goodness,
dozen is
would
the
you-
wrong thing to say. Sorry.
Right, yeah, but Mr. Wells is in the chat. My goodness, we're gonna have to
Hey.
hop him into the
Oh, of
stream if
course,
he's
man. Like,
willing.
why not?
I just knew Pat would stay up at this hour to watch a guy named Jizzy. Look, and he's got to talk shit because we talked shit about him last time to get him to
That's
join.
true.
So-
That's true. That's
Oh, my
fair.
guy.
But
My
Mr.
guy's
Wells.
in the
Look,
chat
man.
too.
Hafid, how's it going? Thank you so much for
Hafid.
tuning in, sir. The man himself.
I'm actually met Hafid and his brother in Japan.
There we
at Ryzen.
go.
Cool dudes, man. Cool dudes. And his brother, I feel like he's working for the UFC now.
Munier, is that who we're talking about?
Is that his
Or-
brother or
I don't know if they're the same person. I'm sorry, Hafid. I don't know if you're
Are
the
they the
same guy.
Is he the
as
same person?
Munier and- I'm not sure. I'm not sure totally. But
we gotta figure that out, man? Because I
I
remember
know,
him and his
but-
brother were there. You know, I'm
I
terrible
don't.
with
I,
names.
yeah,
Oh,
I
that's
don't
his twin
think-
brother. Yeah, that's his twin brother. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's
also,
with
Matt,
UFC,
you're
though.
projecting.
Oh,
You're
okay.
projecting on me. That's all I'm going to say on that.
All right. Well, I sent
Projecting.
Mr. Wells the invite so we could get the
Okay.
4-man booth up here. So
Hafid, you're doing a great job, and
Yeah.
your brother, man, I'm so happy that he got a job with the UFC, man. He's gonna do great as well. These
Yeah.
are young dudes
you guys are
coming
killing
up,
it.
and yeah, great, and dealing with them, they're easy to deal with. So
Oh yes.
I have no doubt they're gonna do great.
As we're getting a Pac-Man walkout right now, just because why the hell?
Why is
not?
he there? I
Suit
haven't
it
been
up.
following along.
Suit it up. Pac-Man has got.
Is he running for president of Japan or what? Like, is that what he's doing? He's gonna take over?
I
Like, what's going on
hope
with him?
so. How I hope so.
He's still in Congress in the Philippines, right? Is that right?
Yeah,
I
well, you
would
can't double.
assume
You can
so.
double dip. You're Pacquiao, right? Double dip. That's his nickname.
President of Japan and just a sitting
That's
member
his
of Congress
nickname.
Just getting
in the
paid.
Philippines. Oh my
shit.
god.
Because like there's been Asian like Japanese people that I think he was like a Japanese.
he's
guy
getting
was
on the
president
mic
of like
even.
Uruguay, and like there's been very odd things. You never see that in America. But I'm saying like
Right. Oh,
okay, what is he
Schwarzenegger.
saying?
Yeah, Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
Jim is here, says, what's up? Good to see you guys. Thank you guys again, everybody who's tuning in right now. We see we're around the 20 mark on the average numbers here. Appreciate it so much. Much better engagement than I expected for the doubleheader. You guys are interested. That's awesome. Get ready for Ryzen 38 coming up after the main event here of Super Ryzen between Floyd Mayweather and Mikaru Asakura. The real fun stuff will begin with Ryzen 38 at 11 p.m. Pacific time. So after Pacquiao makes his little speech here, I'm sure we'll get right into that as it is 9:45 p.m. Pacific time right now. As Ryzen 38 will start within an hour and 30 minutes, and we'll have the halftime show. So I would imagine the halftime show will be around 30 minutes then at max. I mean, if they're trying to fit in 3 rappers, they might go overtime. We'll see. But either way, I was not listening to what Pacquiao said, but I'm sure it's nothing insane.
I was not impressed with your
Dude.
performance.
I mean, hey, it was the week of GSP. His call out there. If he's about to fucking announce he's gonna have a match, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Let's do it, man.
I don't know if
Yep.
I need that, but appreciate you, Hafid. All right, he has revealed himself as the man sharing on the Ryzen English account. We appreciate that greatly, sir. We saw you with the first couple retweets. So yes, we're doing our best here, having a good old time. We're trying, man. We always try to do stuff for Ryzen. Pat and I, we would do the intermission show back in the day, which I love that idea. Still very fun. But for this one, it was very sporadic. Pat hit me up while I was out having some margaritas. We're like, fuck it, dude. Yeah, doubleheader night. Let's get the fight companion going. I'm down.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah. Saturday night.
That's
no
what always
UFCs.
happens with margaritas. I'm just telling you. Once you start hitting margaritas,
Man, I had the Don
night goes
Julio
into
flowing,
different
baby.
spots, right?
Cheers to it for sure. As
So what did he
If
say?
you drink margaritas, I'm probably going to hit you up to do a podcast. That's just how it goes.
Exactly. Yes. But Matt's
It's
calling you out.
Margarita
Patty
Monday.
says he has no
Early.
clue what you're talking about.
Ridiculous, man.
Yo,
Whatever.
I'm like that most of the time when I go onto like social media and someone's like talking to me about something. I'm just like, I have no clue what you're talking about. Most of the time. I'm just saying. Look at Floyd.
He's just vibing.
Yo,
He-
if he gets knocked out tonight, they're gonna use this video right here that they're showing of him singing and dancing and make a meme out of it.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, hey, that's
Let's
what
do
he
it,
gets.
internet.
That's what he gets for the tension stuff. All the shit we got for that one.
Remember when Leon knocked out Usman, right? Like
Yeah,
5
yeah.
minutes later, they
Oh,
already had memes. The one with the usher when he's doing this, watch this, and then they do.
Yeah.
That was the best one. I love that one because it fits perfectly, you know. And they could use it for this if he knocks out Floyd.
Man.
I don't think it's gonna happen though. But you know.
Oh.
No, like that. Like again, specifically because of the size, I think that Mikaru does have a better chance than Tension. I think that goes without saying.
Yeah.
Stylistically, he probably does too. But again, Mikaru is somewhat of a finisher, but I feel like he's not enough of a finisher, if that makes sense. Like we've seen him get knockouts, of course. Head kicks, like his more recent stuff, but just I can't imagine it. You know, it's just we know how this is gonna go. We know how this.
Yeah,
Is
I
Floyd
mean,
wearing a dress? Come on, Floyd. Let's. No, he's just wearing a long.
Floyd
jacket.
just came out of
I
that
like it.
Arctic
I like that.
expedition shit, man. Just-
Exactly. He was in the North Pole fighting with
That was
penguins or
it.
Floyd,
something.
yeah. Floyd's out trying to stave off age by just living in the Arctic and just freezing his molecules, just trying to, comes out of
molecules
cryostasis.
off.
Yeah.
Ice baths. That's all. He's like the real ice baths. You know what I mean? You just jump into the Arctic
exactly.
Ocean.
Dude, that is a funny outfit.
It's amazing.
Bro.
I'd probably wear that, to be honest. I don't know.
Why not? Why the hell
I'm in the like midlife crisis mode. So you know, when you're in that mode.
All right, JHK. Well, before we get to this main event here, I asked Pat this earlier, so I want to ask you. But which fight are you most looking forward to on Ryzen 38 when stuff really gets picking up here? Pretty crazy card we got coming after this one.
Well,
I don't know.
I think,
I'm busy watching this drama in the chat right now with Matt.
Going
and
back and
Wells,
forth.
James, apparently.
James
I don't know what's going
Kendrick.
on.
They going at it. They going
Hey,
keep
we're all
going.
friends. Hey, whatever's going on, boys, we're all having a fun time here.
Yeah,
It's, we know Matt went to the big time. You know, we had to do some things. There's a reason why Jizzy popped up on a search feed where went to the big time. But you gotta let it go. Man. Gotta.
Oh man,
For real.
trying to entice
What
Mr.
was the
Wilson.
question? Oh, the
Which fight are you
card
looking forward
coming
to
up?
most on 38? Yeah.
To me, the fight that's like there's a couple fights, but I think the most exciting one was probably gonna be Hagiwara. Who's Hagiwara fighting?
Oh, okay. Hagiwara versus Suzuki.
Yeah, I like that. That matchup, I
Okay.
think is gonna be. I think it's like the fight of the night. I think that one's gonna be
Alright.
the one where just action packed and someone's gonna get decapitated. But the fight that's most interesting to me is Hamasaki and Park because
See, that's
It's like
what
the
Pat
old
and I
versus
are
the
leaning
new,
towards. Yeah,
you
yeah.
know?
Yeah, that one and the opener, man, Juri Ohara and fucking Gustavo is like guaranteed violence. But yeah, we got a lot of good stuff on here. And Hiromasa, I feel like I know Pat, you also mentioned it, but like Hiromasa's fight getting overlooked. Like, doesn't matter who he's going against, that's gonna be fun right there.
Yeah.
It is very
yeah.
good. But yeah, the Atomweight tournament, stoked for that. I fucking absolutely cannot get enough of Sayaka Izawa, the champ, of course. Just insane what she's done. But yeah, I mean, for me, if I had to pick a fight of the whole week, it's between Hamasaki and Park and then Gustavo and Ohara. So and I was saying this to Pat too, John, tell me if you agree or not, but like I feel like out of everyone in the tournament when it was announced, like obviously Sayaka is the worst matchup for Hamasaki because we saw her beat her twice, crazy fashion and all that. But then like her second worst matchup, I feel like is Siwoo, man. She has looked insane recently, especially that last fight.
Well, she has the style, right? Like she can
Yeah.
sprawl and brawl, right? I think this is interesting because are we seeing like the decline of Hamasaki, right? Because we know she's one of the best, but in her last couple fights, she hasn't been fighting like she used to be honest with you. Like her performances, were not as dominant, you know what I mean? And I think we saw that starting from the Ham fight. We saw like maybe she's getting a little slower. Not as good as she was before.
She's what? She's 45?
Exactly. And that's what
she's
you wait
40,
for. A lot of people
40
waiting
exactly.
For
40. Oh, my bad. Right. Still. I mean, that happens, man. Like time gets you, dude. I mean, I'm nowhere near that, and I'm just already feeling like dirt.
She's the go for a reason, my guy.
Yeah.
And also Suter Kim, right? He's in a fight where is he declining as well? Even though he's not that old, but he took all that long time away.
If you were to compare the two, I think he's definitely declining more than Hamasaki. If you were,
so we'll find out against Hiromasa if he's good.
I mean, that's a tough one.
Yeah, that's a tough fight for Kim, to be honest with you, not vice versa. But if he beats Hiromasa, that proves that he's still one of the best in Asia.
What was the when was the last Korean MMA event you went to, John? Like in Korea? Because I know you were going to a couple there for a while.
I think the last one was a while back,
pre-pandemic.
Since I took the job with the All-Star, like I just stopped going to live shows because it's like I need to have a life outside of MMA. Right. So
Gentleman Flower shows, right?
Yeah, I never went to those, but I used to watch them. So I was, I was covering a lot of their shows, but I just didn't, go to them. But I want to go to some live shows coming up because it's been so long. I want to see what the new crop of talent looks like. So I'll probably go to like AFC or something coming up pretty soon. It's not too far from my house. But
there you go.
But yeah, Rode, like if you talk about Kim, he won the title in his last fight, but before that, he fought for the title and lost, and he was submitted. And I don't know if he's still good or not, but we'll see. We'll find out.
This Ghost here says
I'm like weird state. Yeah, Coors.
Ghost says I'm running on Coors Light and White Claw. Well, the first one I had was definitely a Coors, some kind of light, but this right here is a Rogue
Coors, some kind of light.
It wasn't like a regular beer. It was like one of those fucking. I got some weird shit right now. So what I'm working with is a Rogue Spirits sparkling craft cocktail.
Wow.
That's what I'm doing.
America always has like the best alcoholic beverages with the wide variety of choices, right? Because I've never even drank a White Claw, but I've seen people talk about it and drink it in like online or whatever. But I've never. They don't sell it here,
Wow.
Like, and if I was gonna drink, those are the types of things I probably would drink. I'm not like a a liquor person or anything like that. I'm not going and getting white boy wasted. You know what white boy wasted is, right? I'm not doing that.
How do you feel about those, Pat? Are you into White Claws at all?
Kind of it's tough because like
if they're around.
So not as much now. Like they came out right like when I started to have some of my stomach stuff. So like it really limited my ability. Like if I was 21, like when I was drinking just
all over
insane amounts, like in college, like I would have been all about like what the ain't no law when you're on the clock, dude. I would have been hammered at like 6 p.m. yelling that, annoying the shit out of people or making them laugh. One of the two. That would have been right up there. I was to give you reference. I was a big original Four Loko guy. For a while.
Wow,
those are banned, right? They're banned. Right?
I mean, they're still around as in my state.
Well, but they reworked the formula now, so they're backed out. They were pulled. They reworked.
I mean, they were gnarly.
We still have 2 original cans. Me and my buddy. That like we busted out. I want to say it was Silva versus Adesanya. We busted those out. And holy crap, man! Those things are dangerous.
they're fucking intense, man.
Yeah, dude, the original man, I was so amped up, like hyper as hell, and like, like so drunk, so fast. It's wild.
The old crazy quattros, as we call them in my school.
Crazy quattros.
As Kimball here got a question for our old JHK. Says, "What's training at Bangtao like? I'd like to train there one day. Is hard when there are so many. Is it hard when there are so many talented people you get to work with?"
Oh no! Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
My computer's about to freeze. I'll be right back. It's frozen.
right,
I
we
can't
got
see
you.
anything. It's gonna crash. But
Okay, we got
because that's what I'm doing. So I'll be back.
All
yeah.
that white
Question
Claw
for
talk.
John anyway. Yeah, all the White Claws got him. So Kimball
Yeah,
here,
he
though,
did freeze. Look at it.
wondering.
That's a good freeze though.
He
right?
knows. Yeah, he knows.
Yeah, that's a good freeze right there. Got the white teeth all flashing on us and everything. Training at Bangtao, you could. The thing is, the mats for the MMA and jiu-jitsu area are so big that
Mhm.
there could be 50 people, 60 people, and you still can just like train with the people at your level. But if you want to go up to somebody that's higher level, or somebody that you want to roll with, you just go up to them and ask during class. And very simple, man, very simple. Yeah, so don't worry about it. Everybody's friendly. It's the environment is pretty pretty open for everybody. Like you go in there, if you're a good person, then you're gonna be around good people, right? And everybody's gonna treat you. There's people that are just so welcoming when you get there, especially there's a lot of girls, a lot of women there training as well in the jiu-jitsu class. They've kind of created their own little community there as well.
Mhm.
So yeah, once you get there and you start talking to people, I'm pretty sure you're gonna get into a little group, and you guys will train and do your thing. So don't worry about it so much. What else is there?
So, yeah, on the stream here, we're waiting for someone to walk down the hallway. We're waiting for the main event here, obviously. But I'm interested, John. Like, Bang Tao totally came onto like the scene this year, right? Like, I mean, obviously, the place we always talked about in Thailand was what Tiger Muay Thai, but how new and like what I don't even know how Bang Tao started. Like, do you know the story about like?
Well, the story is very simple. The main coaches at Tiger, which is the
Yeah.
Hickman brothers, George and
Right.
Frank, and then there's Alex, the jiu-jitsu coach, and
Mhm.
then there's Andrew Woody, who's one of the strength and conditioning coaches. They are the kind of like the main group that came out of Tiger, and then they formed
Mhm.
their own gym. It's something that they had, thought of, dreamed about. I mean, everybody does as coaches or fighters.
Right.
And I guess the pandemic was the perfect time for them to kind of
Ah.
part ways with the gym and then create their own thing. And they created their own thing. And at the end of the day, fighters are not coming for the name of the gym. They're coming for the coaching. They're coming for the facilities. They're coming for the environment, right? They're coming to learn. They're coming to get better. They come to train with the best in the world. And George and Frank and Woody and Alex, they're some of the best coaches in the world. And they're all best friends as well. You know what I mean? So they created this. And then basically, I think what they did is they just took everything that they learned and tweaked some things, added some things, and created Bang Tao. And then, over the years, they've made so many connections with, networking and building the brand to the point where, like, when people heard about the gym, they're like, "What is this real?" There's, some people they don't believe it. You know what I mean? Is this real? And then, I was there before the gym was even built. I was there when the gym was just like a empty piece of land.
Right.
And then Loma was training for she was training for Cheyenne Bellismus
Mhm.
on puzzle mats with construction going around her. You know what I mean? Like that's what she was doing to get ready for that fight. And then Cheyenne pulled out and they put what's her name? Lupi Godinez into the fight, right?
Right.
And then, and that, she lost that fight. But at that point I was there, and then I went back to Korea. And then when I went back, they just opened up.
Cup noodle, man. That's right.
I need some noodles now.
Hey. I figured since it crashed, I might as well, bust out the old cup noodle. What?
Oh,
yeah.
Nice.
It
I
was
love
time.
that. I love that. Hey, wait up. I got something for you.
Oh,
Okay. All right.
excited.
Hop out.
Very excited.
All right. We'll wait for JHK to give us the surprise here as we continue through the comments. As James says, White Claw tastes like a watermelon pissed into a lemon. That doesn't sound too terrible to me. I don't hate that combination, but a fair assessment. And I will say though that the watermelon flavor definitely does not taste like an actual watermelon. It's like grape. Like the grape flavor does not taste that certain way. But Mr. Wells here saying, so anyway, Pat, you ready to answer for that outlandish statement you made about Donald Cerrone's title chances against RDA in 2015?
What did I
Wow.
What
The
did I say?
audacity of Mr.
Uh,
Wells. Yes. What did he say?
Made
What
about
did he
Donald Cerrone's title chances against RDA. What?
You must have said that Cerrone was going to win or something.
I guess. Like, I mean, it's possible I did. I mean, I guess I was wrong.
If you're still here, Matt, give us some clarity as we're catching up on the
Matt,
comments.
I need a little bit of clarity on that because I don't.
As we wait for the main event on the stream
because
here.
outlandish statement I made about title chances. I mean,
You're a big Cerrone mark. This is true, right?
it's true. I am a big Cerrone mark. But and so yeah, I probably said that he had a solid shot, especially after seeing what Alvarez did to him. Right? Like
I believed he did too. Yeah, I don't know if I
like,
favored him at the time, but
yeah.
what the hell is this?
Squid Game?
The Squid
gotta
Game,
get it
JHK.
We gotta get it in. It's Squid
Nice.
Games out here. It's Squid Games out here.
This is the I don't even care what anyone says. This is easily the best Ryzen fight companion there's ever been. If there's ever been any others, I don't care. This has been.
Is
the
this
best
even
one.
JHK? Is this even JHK? You don't
Yeah,
even know.
we'll never know. We will never.
It might be
know.
Dan Tom. It might be Dan Tom, right?
Exactly.
Like,
It might be Dan Tom. Dan Tom is in the building.
Dan Tom is in the
MMA junkie. Dan Tom is in the building.
Oh,
And then
the junkie boys are not well liked around my channel.
Yeah.
What do we got here?
James Kendrick, don't trip, man. It's all good.
James, yeah, we're vibing. Crombie, though,
man.
love you. He says, "Do I listen to Dan Tom's podcast as well?" So I know some people have asked me about Dan Tom's podcast on my show every week, WMA Mania podcast. So I love Dan Tom. I think he's fantastic. I think he's one of, if not the very best analysts, like out of, obviously some of the fighters are very good, but like out of straight up media people. I know Dan's a fighter too. He's got a fight coming up just like John does, right? So he's, working on that stuff. But I think Dan's one of the best. Like I'll look at his breakdowns when I'm really like maybe not sure of something. But in terms of like podcast listening, doesn't really matter who it is, especially when it's MMA. Like, I don't know. It's just hard for me to find the time to like go out of my way and like listen to certain podcasts. It kind of depends. Like for Pat's, I'll go out of my way to like go to his and stuff if I'm like,
thanks, right?
no, yeah, man. If I'm like really curious about the latest and stuff that's going on, but it's one of those things where I can't. It's hard for me to consistently listen, Crompy, if I'm taking.
I mean,
so
Drake goes to the next round without having to kill anybody. I'm just telling you right now. But
there we are.
Hey, at least Drake is telling the truth, right? A lot of people out there are lying about this shit. Like they'll say, like, yeah, listen to this guy's show and this guy's show. Come on, dude. Like you have that much time? Like I don't. I don't listen to Joe Rogan. Like, come on. I've been listening to Joe Rogan since he went to Spotify because it's just like too much of a headache to listen to it, right? But
no, I mean, I occasionally listen to like Matt's stuff just to make sure when he makes an error, I can point it out and be like, dude. But I mean, and I listen to like some of, Drake's stuff and your stuff, JHK. I will say both of you guys are unique enough, right? That like I can't find that content anywhere else. So like if I'm interested in any topic you guys have, I'm gonna listen because it's like cool. Like first of all, support you guys. Second of all, like, oh, you actually know what you're talking about, as opposed to like it's not out there anywhere else. I would be lying through my teeth if I said I listen to your guys' stuff regularly. There's no way. Like I just don't have
fair.
time.
Appreciate it. Yeah. We got a lot
like,
going on.
Like I support Dan Tom from the beginning to the end, right? And he's one of the best analysts. I think him and like Luke Thomas and what's his name, the British guy, Dan Hardy.
I will say, just real quickly, anytime that Devin Clark is fighting, you have to listen to part of Dan Tom's breakdown where he does the impression of Devin. He does the impression of Devin's dad. It is amazing. It's
I haven't heard this.
And anytime I see Devin Clark is fighting and then Dan's got protect your neck, I immediately jump on it.
You're
It's
on
so
it.
it's so good. So his impression
right.
is spot on. Sorry, go
Noted.
on. But
You know, when I watch like Drake stuff, is because like I'm preparing to interview the same person Drake's preparing to interview, or he had already interviewed.
oh yeah,
So I'm
Oh,
watching his shit. So I was like, okay, let me get some little tidbits out of that little thing because something.
Bounce
Dude, when
off
I
my
was-
questions. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
back when
right?
I was
Like,
interviewing fighters more, like you were the number one person I would look. I would always go to your interviews first. I
Yep,
would
yep.
constantly just be like, "Oh yeah, JHK's interview. Great. I'm gonna, search through that,
Yeah.
watch that, and be like, cool."
You have to, man. Like I hate
Yeah.
repeating shit. You know, it's like
It's
Mhm.
I'll
like
watch
James.
what I
You know,
can.
James interviews more
Yeah.
Yes,
more
everybody.
fighters than anyone, right? So you have to go look at James's stuff, right? Because you don't want to ask the same stuff that he does, or he might get an answer, but he doesn't go further into the answer. So
Right.
you want
Right.
to bring
So
that
then
up and say, "Yo, I want to know more about that." And plus, like since I started training and like preparing for a fight, my interviews have changed because like I'm starting to get interested in different aspects of the fighter now compared to like
Yeah.
just what I did before. You know what I mean? Like as someone that had a different perspective on the fight game. Now it's different, and like I go deeper into like the psychology of fighting or like bouncing back, you know, like stuff like that. If you watch my interviews, you could kind of see it as
Right.
there's an evolution of like my questions, but I think it's more fun, you know what I mean? And it's different from like Drake. Drake goes into a little bit more like I don't really go into like personal stuff, like
Mhm.
like things that they enjoy or whatever outside of like fighting and stuff. But Drake will go into that, and you know you need that side of it sometimes. But
Yeah.
for me,
Yeah.
I want to kind of go into the mind of the fighter.
No,
a little
I'm
bit
Right.
more,
I'm lucky
you know?
that like I don't think I've done a fighter interview in years, but like it was easy for me because I went into it knowing I was just gonna get blacklisted or I didn't care, so I just asked them all the business questions that like you're not supposed to ask. I'd be like, Cerrone, what do you think about a fighter union? Like, like
Right.
you joined this one and then you back out, and it's just like I don't care. Like,
But the
yeah,
thing is, like
it's
with Patrick's podcast, you can't get that anywhere. Nowhere.
Yeah,
anywhere.
exactly, dude.
aw.
No, I
So
mean,
it's like he knows.
I don't know if
things
John
that
Nash
it's like,
has
how
one,
do you
Pat, but
know
yours
those
is the
things?
best.
Thanks. I mean, show money is great, and that's Nash, Gift, and Cruz, and that's fantastic. But that is also just three like friends goofing around for like an hour and a half. So like it's great info, but it's a different style. Like it's
Right.
super unstructured for the most part, which I love, but I understand people don't. So it's like, all right, like so I at least
Yeah.
balance it out from that end. But thanks, guys.
Well,
Yeah, I try
The
to.
thing about your show is like you could go back to it. It doesn't have like a time limit. Like you
Yeah, it's
can't. It
pretty
doesn't get.
evergreen.
There's no
Yeah.
age. It can't get age because it's like somebody could go back and be like, oh shit, I didn't even know about that. It could be a podcast from 2
Right.
years ago. You know, like
Yes.
there's certain
Yeah, I
aspects,
mean-
there's certain information that you get that I'm like, how the hell does he know?
It's
that?
always valuable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I mean that's the nice thing about the business stuff is like a lot of the business side of the stuff, especially some particularly important things like don't change that often or are evergreen where they're like they come up again like 2 years. Like some of the stuff I reported on years ago, like I'll reference because it's like, oh, hey, remember when I talked about this? Like it's now manifesting itself or showing it here. Like that's it's easier for me. In my opinion, it's much easier to do because once you have that info, like it's easy to look at it a million different ways and it's the like same source. Whereas you guys have to constantly update like, oh, okay, this fighter's talked about this.
Yeah.
They're now doing this. Like it's a
Right.
new thing every time, even though you have a repertoire with that fighter. It's like a new, like that's challenging to me. I always hated interviewing fighters because I was so shitty at that. That's the worst at coming up with new questions.
But the thing is, like that's a good point you make though. Like you gotta find something that you enjoy, but you're
The
good at
niche.
the same time. Yeah, you gotta find like your aspect because right now there's like I'm saying totally like I don't know if I'm wrong, but there's like 50 dudes out there and women that are just doing the same thing and they're trying to be Arrow
Yep.
Hawani.
Yep.
Oh
And
yeah.
I'm like, there's only one Arrow Hawani. Like, do your own thing. Like, find
Yeah.
something else. Like, if you're interviewing fighters, find a different way. Don't try to copy somebody else. You know what I mean? It just doesn't work because
I'm still
when you
waiting
copy
for.
them, yeah.
I'm not going to be that guy, so I will openly say this, but I'm still waiting for Drake. I've talked to you about this. I'm waiting for the true, not the schmo, like the true Eric Andre style MMA
boy.
interviewer who just goes way off the deep end and just does like
man.
crazy stuff. Because I feel like that's a niche that somebody eventually will attempt.
That's something I've been thinking
Yeah.
about, but I want to grow myself in this way first, and then like have a studio, not like just.
Then
like,
they won't see it
remotely.
coming. Then
Exactly. I want to have a studio. Like this is. I'm gonna give you a glimpse of my dream. It's like I'm gonna go to Phuket and I'm gonna build a studio, and it's gonna be like straight up like Eric Andre, but I'm gonna have somebody that's a co-host that doesn't know anything about fighting, but they're just crazy. And then like, he will be my.
I'd watch that.
What's the dude? Yeah, like
Totally.
this is like part of my dream. This is like one show that I want to do eventually. I'm working towards it, right? But it's
It's even better you're saying all this while wearing a Squid Game.
I know.
because you don't even know who I am. Like I'm
Yeah,
Dan Tom right now.
exactly. It's just it's a master plan.
His
the master
freaking his traps are beautiful though.
It's I mean, you know he's ripped. You don't know who he is, but you know he's jacked.
You know he's jacked right now.
You know what is it? You know who's part of Floyd Mayweather's entourage? Johnny Dang. Did you see him in the background?
No, what from Entourage?
No, Johnny Dang is like that celebrity jeweler. You know the one that did all the teeth for like all those Houston rappers, like in the beginning.
No.
He's there, like he's in the background. I'm just like, why is he there?
Oh my
taking
god.
jewelry
Because in case Floyd needs some jewels, man.
It needs
guess,
a new
right?
fucking grill afterwards. But
I mean,
Or-
I don't
Mr.
know.
or Floyd's jewels rented from
Ah,
Johnny
hey.
Dang, and Johnny Dang's walking out.
Running
Like,
out of
"Yo, I
money."
don't trust
Yeah.
you, Floyd.
I mean,
we
Floyd
gotta-
did famously owe like a stupid amount of money to the IRS before the McGregor fight. Like, I would not be
right.
shocked.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
had so many failed businesses, the strip clubs, all like those aren't making money, man. Those are. He
All right, let's
is-
catch up on these comments really quickly here.
Mhm.
Mr. Wells says he said a thing talking about Pat. Said a thing in a video
Oh.
ages ago that still stuck with me. I have the link
Bring
saved
'em.
somewhere. Give me a minute.
Bring
Let's
'em.
see if he gets to it. Young Joe says,
Bring
"Brah,
'em.
laughing at the mask." RJ Birtle, good to see you. Says Squid Games. Abraham Khan, I thought that said Kawa for a second. Hey guys, what do you think about a parlay with Shibasai, Gustavo Izawa, and Park? Oh my, that is a hell of a parlay,
Ooh.
Abraham.
Park's a little risky.
Park
but
and Gustavo is risky.
Yeah. I mean, I like
Izawa was a
boldness of
lock.
amazing.
Izawa was a lock in my opinion.
that would be a gigantic upset.
Depending on how much you're throwing down, Abraham.
Yeah,
I
and the
think that's
odds.
solid. Yeah.
I mean, that's what are you getting your money's worth for that?
I think Gustavo is probably. I mean, Park pulling it off too. That's pretty interesting. So that's quite an interesting parlay, sir. Depending on what you're. If you throw down a little, I think that'd probably be a good payout, but I'd have to see it. So.
Oh, Mikaru coming out to battle scars. Gotta love it.
Attaboy. Young Joe says he had to kill a bodyguard to get out of Squid Games on John there. Crumbopolis says Dan Tom versus JHK would be a competitive match. Well, hey, I mean, I don't think we'd want to see them fight, but I'm sure it would be.
If I was Dan Tom, and maybe I'm JHK, I don't know, but like I don't know, I don't want to see other media members fight other media members. I don't think that would accomplish anything, to be honest with you. Like I would like to see Dan Tom fight.
Cub Swanson would love it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Cub Swanson would love it. He'd probably be at his computer table.
He'd be taking over the Jizzy nickname.
Exactly.
Gromby says on Pat's Fight Podcast, how would you build a superstar if you had a great fighter under your wing? All right, Pat, give us a quick explanation there.
I mean, it's tough right now. Like, definitely do a lot of what Max Holloway has done, where he brought in an agent that was not in MMA originally, similar to what Ngannou's done too. Get an agency outside of the norm of MMA that works specifically with athlete sponsorships and opportunities, because those two have gotten a bunch of outside money a lot of people have not taken advantage of. That's like your number one thing, like, because they built marketing and all that stuff to a level where they're getting good money outside of the UFC, and they're getting their name out there, and they're being managed much more properly than, say, other agents that are more well known in MMA. And I'll leave it at that.
Floyd's 50 jacket, right? As you say that. My God,
Oh,
this fucking
amazing.
Also, you know who
asshole
else?
of a
You know
man.
who else has done a good job as well? Is Cowboy Cerrone, outside of MMA.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
he's in a leading role in a movie right now. It's gonna come out soon. That's
Yeah.
crazy to me. I
That
think
should
that's
be
the first.
interesting.
Is that the first MMA fighter to ever do that?
No,
I mean, in
who
terms
was it?
of, I don't know how
Leading
big
role.
this
Leading
movie's
role.
gonna
Like you're the
be.
star.
Leading role? I swear Randy Couture was in a leading role for like a crappy movie that came
The
out.
Nah, he was-
Expendables.
Nah, man.
Nah.
Not the
think that was
Expendables.
No,
It
yeah.
was something else. Like it was something like
Well, I mean,
not Roadhouse-esque,
fucking-
right?
yeah,
But like
I don't know.
I swear there was. I thought Randy was in something legit. Maybe
No,
not.
I mean,
Maybe not.
I think
No, he
John's right
wasn't
though. When you think
Expendables.
about
He
like,
wasn't
yeah,
Expendables, but
the
he was
biggest
like a
role,
small role in it though.
Right.
unless you count
But-
like fucking, what is it? Fucking, what was
Look
the
at Johnny Dang right behind him with the jewelry on and everything.
Yeah.
The teeth,
Yeah.
what
look
was
at him.
what was the movie with
love that
Misha and
guy.
like Cyborg fight whatever that shit was? Not a good movie, but yeah, you know.
Gino
What,
Carano
Bloodsport
doesn't
3 with
count.
Batista or
Gino
whatever that
Carano
was?
doesn't
No,
Because that had like
no,
Kane and Verdum. That had a bunch of MMA fighters.
yeah.
Did you see Brian Ortega in the movie the collector, the bill collector or the bone collector? Like he was
Oh,
like
Tax
No.
Collector.
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
tax-
The Shia
Brian
LaBeouf
Ortega was
Buff-
pretty good,
yeah.
man. I'm not gonna lie. But it wasn't like a major role, but it was like you could tell it was him and he was a Vato.
Yeah.
It was like Vatos Locos forever, SA, like he was there, like he could do it. I thought he did a great job. But Cowboy Cerrone, man, I'm interested to see this movie.
Yeah. Jamar, we are doing a fight companion for the RIZIN doubleheader as long as we possibly can. Super RIZIN right now, getting ready for the main event on Super RIZIN. Floyd Mayweather versus Mikaru Sakura before RIZIN 38 kicks off. We'll maybe be a little bit late on the halftime show here, but that's all right. As WMAC announces, I liked Pat's podcast describing one as still being run like a startup. Pat always keeping it real, and you cannot deny.
That's that Harvard
facts,
education,
isn't it?
buddy. It's the Harvard education.
Oh yeah, I got a little bit of sting for that one. That's a whole other separate topic.
Yeah,
The three of
we'll
us could
save
have
that.
off the
Yes.
stream, but yeah.
For sure. Galactus says the promotional intro stuff in Japanese is awesome indeed. Alex is here. Good to see you, buddy. How's
Hey.
it going? Up so late, this guy. Galactus says he's watching the RIZIN stream. Awesome. Jamar says, who would win between Pat and Drake in an MMA fight? I will take that one because I'm younger, specifically.
No, I think I would because I'm like, I gotta be at least like 90 pounds on you, man. Like
That's also true.
like
Yeah, you
I
probably got a
literally,
weight
as long as
advantage.
you don't knock me out, like I'll just lay on you, you'll be in trouble. Like I'm far fatter
Fair
than
enough.
Drake.
Fair enough, but I'm crafty with my submissions. You never know.
Yeah, it's true.
WMAC
It's a very good point.
Floyd is always just one step ahead of being broke, says Chucks. That's fair.
That's a very true
Abraham.
statement, dude. That's
Okay,
Like
Yeah. Abraham says he's getting plus 330. I'm only putting 20 down. Feeling lucky on that parlay. I like it. Go for it then, man. I think
Yeah,
that's pretty
sure.
fucking
I think
solid.
that's worth it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I like those odds.
For sure. All right, James. See you later. I'm sorry that you feel that way. Galactus says Cowboys movie was really damn good, so I guess it's already available. So there you go.
On Amazon Prime.
Okay. And Alex says Khalil Roundtree starting a movie as a lead this year. Okay, so there's
dude,
a
I
good
turned
shout
that
from
on.
Alex.
I turned that on. I'm gonna be honest. I turned that on for 15 minutes and I turned it off.
What was it? I did not even know that
You
Yeah,
can
was
watch
a
it for
thing.
hear
free.
about it.
You can watch it for free on like I forgot what it's called, like TubeBuddy or one of those things,
Oh,
like free. Like
That
streaming
sounds like a
Tubi?
porn.
Tubi.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Tubi.
Two buddy.
Holy shit. Two buddies. Two
Two
buddies, one
buddies.
stream.
That's a good movie right there.
Alex says it was bad on Tubi.
Yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it is Tubi. That's right.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I thought Randy was in a movie like that in like 2014 that was also like released on some straight to DVD shit that was awful. Who is this
Yeah,
dude singing
he
the
had to be.
song?
Are they about to do the Japanese national anthem?
Is that what it is? I don't know if I've ever
has to
heard the
be.
Japanese national anthem.
No, neither have I. Alex, though, my
I
guy,
know,
since
cool.
you're in the stream, man, if you are not too bothered by the timing and everything. Feel free to hop in. I'll send you the invite. Alex is the man. Jamar says, was Pat the angry guy from the greatest freak out ever? Which freak out?
Maybe. I mean, I don't think I'm
Yeah.
on the internet, but maybe. I mean, I could get mad, but I don't think. I don't know,
Honestly, man, when I think
Send me the
about
video.
all the topics we've ever talked about, Pat, I feel like you've never gotten like overly nuts about anything. What was something you would say you got most heated about, though? I'm curious
man.
now.
I feel like it was in our. There was definitely a discussion about, like the Mount Rushmore. I think for
Oh, that was good.
I think,
our
and it was
goats.
passionate, but it wasn't like heated. I mean,
No.
there was. I think there probably was one where like Ant and Matt were talking about a fighter. Oh, you know what actually was my most heated that like I don't think made it to air was when the fight companion happened at the Body Lock that I was not a part of because I was like visiting friends in Denver. When Izzy beat Izzy versus Jan, and they were
I remember
going
reading
off
the
about
slacks
how Izzy,
on that.
yeah. And then there was
I was
like
there
a post,
for that one.
and there was another post, post podcast where like they were defending their scores. I think that's probably the most heated I got. I was like, "There's no way Izzy beat Jan in that fight. I'm sorry."
Man.
And then everybody turned that into like, "Oh, I hate Izzy," and I just have run with it ever since because
that's
like,
the gimmick, yeah.
that's the gimmick because I just straight up hate Izzy, man. But yeah, I think that's the most heated I've ever gotten.
Yeah.
I can't think of it. I'm sure there's another topic or two I have, but I can't.
Jamar says Izzy is so boring. It hasn't been super exciting lately.
Yeah,
Chuck
he's
with
either
a
really
good
boring or
shout.
really. Yeah.
Do you forget
Yeah.
like the performances
There we
he's
go.
had? Like, why would you say he's boring? Like, dude, you're in a position where you're making millions on top of millions of dollars every fight, and you have to keep winning. You're gonna you're gonna mold.
I mean,
your
I don't
style
blame
to
him for it at all. No, definitely
Right.
not.
Oh yeah, it makes sense, but he has been boring lately. I mean, he's like that's the thing. He's either like knocking dudes out or
Well,
he's
the Victorian
like,
Cannoneer
decisions.
Or
fights.
Yeah.
point, like he's winning the fight with strategy. He's knocking dudes out
Yeah.
or winning the fight with strategy. He's not
No,
gonna
I mean,
submit anybody.
that's 100% what you should do. Like this is a
Exactly.
sport. This is not pro wrestling. You should 100%
not
not go
Izzy
after.
hater. He just
Yeah.
look at him. He's not an Izzy hater. I don't understand. Like just because you say one little thing.
Oh,
JHK
no,
is
wait.
exploding. He's triggered.
Yeah. And wait, I mean, no, that's my gimmick. I am an Izzy hater, dude. Izzy sucks, bro. I can't wait till he gets knocked out, dude. He's gonna get flatlined. He's boring as
Honest question, Pat. Do you think he's gonna lose the next one? Honest question. Be
Ooh,
real.
I mean, I don't know. I think it's one of his toughest tests because it's somebody that has his reach, right? Like but and it's a dude who's beat him twice in kickboxing.
Yep,
But the last fight that everybody likes to bring up, the last fight was a standing 8 count that he survived. Pereira survived, and then he knocked out Izzy. So it's like I don't know, man. It's the most intrigued I've been in a while since Yoel and Whitaker, which I do have. This is also part of the reason I'm the Izzy hater is that I did score both of those fights for Yoel and for Whitaker, the second one, but I also am fine with Izzy winning them because they were so ridiculous.
Second
there you
Yoel
go.
fight, yeah. Wait, are you talking? Oh, Yoel.
No,
versus
Yoel
Izzy?
versus Izzy and
Oh yeah,
Whitaker,
I had
Whitaker
Yoel
2
winning
versus
that
Izzy.
one, and then I did have Izzy in the rematch, but yeah, it was definitely pretty
Yo, the
close.
dude just tossed the flowers on the ground in front of Floyd.
Yeah.
Like, he hates Floyd or something. What happened?
Floyd trying to pick up
All
these.
right.
Floyd picking up flowers. Like, what do I do with these?
All right, I've got to sync up, I think, with you guys again here. Oh yeah, he just dropped them for me, so I'm a little bit behind, I think.
Yo, it's
I'll pause for a couple
800.
Dude, Joe Ferraro's like, that was interesting.
Yeah.
I love him. What the fuck was that shit?
Who's commentating?
Oh,
tonight?
Matt is still here in the comments.
We
Really
got
angry. He has a better
Joe
nail
and
technique.
that is fair.
No, Matt, I'm mad that you scored a fight that was clearly for Jan Blachowicz for Israel.
I still need to rewatch that one too.
You know
I
why I
mean-
think Izzy lost that fight? This is gonna be my honest analysis on that
Okay,
fight.
okay.
And strategically why he lost is because I think he was training at at Atos for those months, and he's just got comfortable on his back, trying to throw up submissions or trying to work some stuff, and that's what he tried to do in that fight when he got taken down. He kind of sat there because if you look at all his other fights when he gets taken down, he's right away trying to get back up, or he's going to the fence and getting back up. Right in that one, he kind of just stayed there for a little bit and tried to work some stuff, and it didn't work out, and just it was a boring fight.
Matt,
So
I
look at
know
that.
Drake did too, but me and Drake have already had this conversation. a million
we
times.
have. So, yeah.
You and I have had it about 4.
Right.
No, yeah. I mean, the thing that again, rewatch it and let me know what you think. But I like the fact that Jan leg checked all those leg kicks from Izzy too. Like he outboxed him in a couple of rounds. It
Right.
was, but again, I think it's because of reach. Because I think Izzy normally uses his reach super well, and he couldn't do that against Jan. And then it became, and in third round he like figured it out, but then Jan took him down. But this is a whole separate.
Yeah, I know we're getting totally off.
In that fight Jan did a good job of switching things up. I'm just gonna say
Yeah,
that.
he did a great job of switching things up, and then he did a great defensive job with his leg checks and like really countering more so when Izzy would counter. Like Izzy would he'd throw something, Izzy would counter, and then he'd counter again. And it was something I think Izzy's not used to because he can usually lean back and he's too long for somebody to do that. Like that's why the Pereira like third fight technically intrigues me so much. Okay, all right, yeah, there you go, Matt. That's all I asked.
Floyd has a longer reach than Asakura?
Yeah, very interesting.
that's
all right.
wild.
Okay. We got to sync up here, you guys.
yeah,
We got to make sure.
yeah.
I got Floyd walking to the middle right now.
Okay,
They're
I got
in
them
the
touching
middle.
gloves, and then they're going back
They
to the
haven't
corners.
haven't touched for me yet. So
okay, I'm gonna
I'm
pause.
behind.
Let me know when
All right.
they're back and
Ref's
it's like
talking
focused on
to-
us.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. They're walking back. It's on Asakura right now. It's on him only, specifically
All
right
There
there.
you go. Now it's back on
Up,
Floyd.
up. All right. Back on Floyd. Yep. I think we
Okay.
are
Give
Tell
it
me
another
when.
second, and then
Now
Yep.
they're
Floyd's
entering
going
the
over
center?
Sad.
And now back
not
on
yet,
Asakura?
not yet. Back on Asakura. Yep, we're on the same pat. There we go,
Yeah.
Floyd, and
All right.
then wide shot to the middle. Okay, here we go. Here we
There
go, guys. Main event,
255,
Super Ryzen.
254.
Yep,
That's where I'm at.
254, 53. Yep, Pat
Yeah,
and I are locked in. Jab to the
All right.
body there from Asakura, or that was a straight
I'm at
left, actually.
249 right now, 248.
All right, you're slightly behind us, John.
Yeah.
but- Yeah, we're at 40, 39. Come on, Mikaru. Let's go, boy. Let's go.
Drake clearly
I
just.
want that. I just want that
Not-
madness, the chaos.
Yeah, I was gonna say Drake just clearly piercing the veil there about any sort of unbiased commentary.
Well, the thing with any of these exhibition matches is there's no winner, right? If there's no finish. So I'm like, let me at least have a definitive ending.
Here's
No,
what I'm going to
there's
say. in
always
regards
a
to the
loser.
winner is
Yes.
the advertising.
Yeah, if it
genius
goes to
that put-
decision, Floyd's a loser. Yeah.
the advertising genius that put the battle cats in the middle of that. I'm very intrigued. What is the battle cats?
Fucking
Man?
beautiful. It's the fucking long leg little cat cartoon, dude.
There you go,
It's the
dude.
best thing ever. It's the
It's
best
there.
thing
Well,
ever.
I'm intrigued. So great advertising there.
The thing about Floyd is that he can see everything, and I think that's
Yep.
the last thing that's gonna go in his like repertoire of skills.
Dude.
So just imagine
way
like
he's
being able to see that. You know what I mean? Like it's like you're in the
Yeah.
Matrix. You can see everything coming so slow. Like that's why he takes these fights.
Also, somebody mentioned in the Ryzen chat here, you know, this is like, what's his name? The ref is.
Boxing ref.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
but he's
Floyd's-
like one that constantly is
Oh
in
yeah,
Floyd.
he's the famous one.
Yeah,
He's
Yeah, I
Floyd's,
forget his
like,
name, but
right
yeah,
hand
I mean-
man. He's one of his
Yeah,
How
I
bodyguards.
mean-
insane is that? How insane is it? He surely negotiated that shit into this match. Like,
yeah.
ridiculous.
Ooh,
Wow,
Ooh,
wow.
all right.
Okay. This is
Where are you guys at right now?
Interesting.
51, 50. Yep.
48,
Alright.
8,
Pat-
yeah.
Pat and I
I'm
are locked,
like
yeah.
2 seconds ahead of you guys.
Okay. All right. We're about close.
But Floyd, he's
Yeah,
only
this is-
45, man. To be honest with you, that's not that old. Especially, the way that
Oh,
he boxes.
Mikaru.
Yes.
I wish. I don't know how they get to this point though with like these super, I don't want to call them super fights, but like special type fights for Ryzen where they're only 3 rounds though. You know, like let's give us more than that, would you?
Yeah.
I don't know
I
how
mean,
that
is
happens.
especially for a boxing exhibition. I mean, that's a
Yeah,
little bit light, but
it's very light. But I
The
mean,
thing is,
even
like,
what Tenshin Takaru was what that much, wasn't it? Or
you gotta look at the money
Yeah.
that's being thrown around as well. It's like if you extended it 2 more rounds, imagine how much money Floyd would want. More money than he would
yeah,
want.
yeah.
yeah, that's a good point.
Richard Marcus is here. Says, how do you pronounce auger, like a French person, auger or auger? Now,
Yeah,
you
I mean,
got it,
it's
you got
the
it.
French version. So yeah, good call, Richard. Yes,
I remember
people
a
just
long
assume
time
auger.
ago when we were all working at the Body Lock, and I would say, "Yeah,
Yeah.
Patrick Auger," and then I remember I
Oh,
said
so
that.
did I. Everybody did.
Everybody
It's too
did. Yeah,
easy.
I mean, why would you not say that? Like that's
Yeah. He
But the
got
thing
it
is,
though right away.
yeah.
The
I mean,
OJ,
if you're
it sounds so much better. It sounds so much better. to be
yeah,
honest.
it sounds better.
OJ.
And yeah, if the only people I've had ask me that are French people or Canadian people that have been to Quebec a lot or know people
Amazing.
like French Canadian people. Then they're like, is it? Yeah. It's like, yeah. Like, but nobody in the States, that's always auger. And I'm like, yeah, like, sure.
Chuck says that's Adelaide Bird's husband, Floyd's personal ref. All
There
right,
you go.
fair enough. And Ken, I disagree with your comment. We're not going to read that one.
What did Ken put
There's
there?
other options out there. The second
Oh,
round is
God.
starting right now.
Ken, just like 90% of organizations. Come on, man.
Yeah, come on now.
Who do you think's winning the fight?
Mikaru?
I mean,
I think Mikaru won the first round if you were to go round by round, honestly. He landed more.
yeah. I mean, they won't declare a winner, right?
Oh
No, they won't. Oh, that was solid. Yep.
Oh.
damn.
Dude.
Ooh.
That was a nice couple punches from
Yeah.
Mikaru.
Yeah. See, that's like the thing, man. It's like, though the fact that they do know decision winner is like, it's fairly annoying. It's like,
Yeah.
I get it, but come on.
Look how close Floyd stands, like the distance.
Right.
Yeah.
He's standing so close to him, man, and just moving forward as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, right now, yeah, if you had to score, I'd say Mikaru is up. That's
Yeah, if you had to, yeah. Yeah, I
some
mean,
good body shots
connecting
by
right
Floyd there. It's
I think Floyd, this is what he's doing. He's just putting on the show for the first 2 rounds, and then he's
dude,
gonna
look
turn it up
at
in the
his
fight.
face. What is he
Yeah.
doing?
Because isn't that what he did with Tension? Is that he just played around, and then the last round he
Well-
came and just knocked him out?
It was the
yeah.
first round. Attention fucking turned it up on him. He's like, all right, we're going. And then he's
Oh, yeah,
pretty
yeah.
much finished him up real quick.
I
2
think that's
minutes.
what
I feel
Floyd
like
does.
if Floyd feels any power or any okay,
He's
like,
like, all right.
oh,
Oh boy.
That was another nice one.
Wow.
Now he's
Wow.
gonna turn it up. Now he's
Wow.
gonna turn it up.
Yeah.
Mikaru's
Wow.
looking good.
Mikaru,
Floyd's smiling.
motherfucker.
nice jab, man. Floyd is smiling all that. He's having
Dude,
fun.
I love it. See, this is a win already. Whatever happens now, he's already won.
Yeah.
He's already won.
I mean, I hate to be Logan Polish because that's how he
Ooh.
was saying it. But I mean,
Oh,
He-
low
he shouldn't-
blow. Yeah.
shouldn't have
Oh,
done-
big right hook.
right to
by
the
Floyd
right to
now.
the penis. Right to the penis.
The penis pop. That's what it's called.
They just let it go.
nice
This
dip.
ref
Oh,
is.
Nice. They're having some good. Oh, there it goes. You see, I told you, man.
Oh,
Oof. Damn, son.
Oh, he got clipped hard.
Oh man,
too,
that
man.
might be it.
Wow.
We'll see.
Wow. Wow. That was kind of
See,
out of
once
nowhere.
once his opponent turns it up, that's when it's like, yo,
Wow.
why you want to play? Why you want to play with me?
Yeah.
And that's what Floyd does. He's like, You
That
want to
is
play hard? We'll play
fucking
hard.
wild.
That's nuts too. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but that's the craziest thing because Mikaru was probably winning that fight until
Yeah.
that shot, right? But like Floyd, like you
Yeah.
said, that's what he does. Floyd just plays possum. He's just having fun, and all of a sudden,
Yeah.
the minute he started smiling, he probably felt some power. Probably was like, okay, I gotta actually fight you now. And then, yeah, I mean,
Damn, dude.
he
Dude, that replay.
yeah, I mean, Mikaru's not contesting. He looks out of it.
Fuck. What the fuck?
He did the same thing to Connor. I'm just gonna put it out there. He did the same thing to Connor.
No, I mean, you want to talk? We talked earlier about fixed fights. I don't think that fight was fixed.
No,
but
no.
I would not be shocked if somebody in Floyd's entourage had money on the later rounds, right? Like, because Floyd just coasts, and then all of a sudden Connor gets tired a little bit, but then Floyd's like turns it up. Whatever round it was, like 9. It was some crazy odds too. It's like, if that's how you want to do a fixed fight, and I'm not saying that's what happened, but like, if right, like that, that's a situation where it's like somebody probably could have got away with that.
Our guy Shingo's in the ring.
Oh, is he?
Oh,
Is
what up,
Shingo
Don?
there?
Shingo's there?
Don, good to see you, Don. Oh, Shingo's there, but I don't see him in the ring.
Yeah,
Is
that's
he- oh, he's
a-
right there. Our guy
that's a-
Shingo, yeah, he's doing the translation. Our man.
Nice.
But
That's a
Don
TKO,
says-
right?
yeah, that was
not
a
KO.
TKO. Yeah, just right on the chin right there, and then we're gonna see the follow up.
You see, like Pat was saying, man, like when Mikaru hit him with a couple hard ones, that changed the whole
Fuck.
attitude
So,
that
yeah,
Floyd had about the fight.
seriously. He's like, all right, he's trying to get me now, so let's fucking get
Yeah.
this over with.
I mean, that's what he said about tension. Like, he was like, once he
Yeah.
started
Yeah.
to feel like, he's like, all right, I gotta actually like do this now. I was like,
right. Okay. He's feeling a threat. Because I
And
mean,
also,
Mikaru was
all
winning.
all this stuff about Floyd doesn't have power. He's proving that he has some power, at least against Japanese fighters.
Right.
Dude.
You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, here's the difference though, John. Though, is like in this fight, Mikaru was a more evenly sized opponent, right? Like against
Yeah.
Tension, there was that thing about fucking
Huge.
Tension's practically a flyweight, bantamweight, whatever. This was way more even. Look at Mikaru still even looks bigger than him right now, standing side by side and shit. Like, yeah, that was legit. Yeah,
Yo, Floyd took some shots though. You see his eyes? They
totally.
don't look clear. Look like he had
no, I mean, he
bad
ate a
back.
couple shots for sure.
Fucking yeah, he did good. And I mean, he loses nothing from that. Nothing at all.
No.
Like, Jesus.
I mean, he essentially, for almost 2 rounds, technically beat Floyd, even if you are like regardless of whether or not Floyd was playing possum, which we know he was. Like,
yeah,
he looked good against Floyd Mayweather for a set period of time. Like, that's not bad.
You know why Manny Pacquiao's there? Because he probably went to talk to Floyd, and Floyd was like, "Yo, I'm making this much money for exhibition fights. Man, you need to get your
in
hands
on this, bro."
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
Let's get it.
How has Pacquiao not fought like Logan or Jake Paul? How's that not
right?
happen? That's gonna happen. It's just
no. Those dudes are too big, though. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Jake
Floyd
Paul
fought
is
Logan,
massive.
right? Like, and it was fine. Like, that's the thing. Logan was so bad he didn't do anything. Like,
yeah, but Jake Paul's
Yeah.
a different animal, I think, compared to
oh
Logan.
yeah,
right?
Jake is
Yeah.
a little bit more dangerous. I would agree.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
Logan,
like,
why not?
Manny Pacquiao, I could see him fighting like, what's his name? Why not put Manny Pacquiao versus Horiguchi?
Yeah,
Why not?
that's a good.
That would sell in Japan. Like,
Yeah.
Horiguchi's massive there, right? So
Yeah,
I could see them do that. Or is he calling out Manny Pacquiao? Floyd's gonna call out Manny Pacquiao for an exhibition match with MMA gloves. They're gonna box with MMA gloves. Let's put that together.
I don't think Floyd wants that.
Nah, that's a little too risky. It's a little too risky.
Floyd thanking Japan, saying it was a competitive fight.
Because he's probably leaving with suitcases full of money.
Yeah, he said he was making what 15 to 20 million.
Jesus.
Yeah. Oh, talking to Pacquiao.
Man, who's next to Pacquiao in the white? Jesus.
I don't know.
I would like to meet her.
Thanks to my bodyguard, Jizzy.
There's got to be something to said about Floyd, man. Like him being his age, and like
Oh,
of
yeah.
course he's declining, right? That's what's happening to him. But he's facing these kids, not kids, but these young fighters that are in their prime and knocking them out, dude. Like
Yeah.
there's got to be some respect you got to put on his name, dude. A lot of people want to hate on Floyd just because Floyd's Floyd. That's what he wants. He wants you to hate him. You know, he's gonna eat McDonald's at 11 o'clock at night and then go run 15 miles, right? Like that's him. Like he's just an insane athlete. But yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Jizzy is the one. He's the superstar, though. I'm telling you.
Shouts to Jizzy.
Shouts to Jizzy.
Oh my god, crazy. Yeah,
Oh,
Who's this
wait.
guy in the Louis
Wait, is
Vuitton jacket?
Pacquiao? Oh, it looked like Pacquiao was going to get on the mic.
Oh, he is. He is.
What's going on? I thought Pacquiao was going to get on the mic. Were they going to call out
man.
Pacquiao versus
Oh.
Floyd for RIZIN? Because that would have been
God.
nuts. I just like how it's silent now. Oh, wait, hold on.
Well, yeah, there's Pacquiao right now.
Pacquiao's talking now.
His translator is so silly.
I know. Wouldn't you wear like you should wear like a suit, right? Like the. Like,
I know he's got his
like,
fucking
It's like reverse. Like the translator should be the fighter.
right,
And Manny
right.
Pacquiao should be the translator.
Wait, is he calling out? Wait, is he calling out Floyd Mayweather?
I don't know. Let's listen. Dude, what the hell is he talking about?
What is he
I
talking
have
about?
no idea. I have no idea what he's talking about.
Oh
Are
my
they even
god.
Yes,
speaking,
Matt.
like-
Of course. JHK, not JKH. Unless that is JKH underneath there. It's separate.
Yeah, we have
there.
no idea, honestly.
We have no idea it was under there. But yeah, I mean, commitment. Commitment.
With the cup noodle this whole time.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Libeled versus Fabricio Andrade just got promoted to main event of One on Prime Video 3. Libeled? Why is John Lineker libeled?
Probably.
Yeah, why is he
Probably
considered
autocorrect.
libeled? Autocorrect there. Yeah, Chuck. What was originally the main event there? I don't know.
I have no idea.
But that's fine to me. I mean, Lineker is fucking awesome. So, it was autocorrect. JHK, sorry, type it too fast. This guy.
Hey, we still don't know if it's JHK under that mask. It
Yeah,
might
we
be
have no idea.
JKH. We have no idea.
I think this is
Or it could be
JKH. I mean, those traps.
KHJ.
Oh, RDR's fight was supposed to be original. Well, I mean,
Oh.
if RDR's not fighting fucking Soul Ditch next, and one's got a problem. That should be automatic.
Well, he was supposed to fight another guy that was debuting with a title shot.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah,
I
RDR
thought
was
so,
supposed
yeah.
to fight. Some guy was debuting. I forgot, some European dude, right? He's debuting and getting a title shot, but they don't want to debut Mighty Mouse and give him a title shot. They don't want to debut Eddie Alvarez and give him a title shot. Like it doesn't make any sense.
Right. No, yeah, Soul Ditch should get an immediate title shot, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Exactly, right?
Interesting. So yeah, I mean, Lineker's fight should definitely be main event then. And I mean, especially for the Prime show, because I mean, American fans, the hardcores will remember him at least.
Yeah.
So.
I'm telling you right now, in America, people might know Lineker, but they have no idea about Fabricio Andrade.
Right, yeah,
That's a
for
bold claim.
sure.
It might be Sakuraba. I don't know. I'm guessing. I mean, top three right now is JHK, Shibatar, or Shrek. One of the three. I don't know.
Top guess. Shrek
Top
under
guess.
that mask.
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh my god. Oh my.
I'm trying to get
Goodness.
the other mask. You know the mask the main guy wears?
Yeah, the square, right?
No, I'm talking about the other mask. It's like a face. It's of a face. The main,
Oh,
the leader of the.
Yeah. Yes.
I want to
Yeah.
get that one. You know, that's a nice one.
Oh,
So what's
that
going
is
on now?
super rising, you guys. It is time for the halftime show, which again will feature 3 Japanese rappers. As far as I'm concerned, I couldn't find the names of them again. I don't fucking know, but that's what we should be getting here for. As Galactus says, maybe it's Nacho Libre, it's Chatri,
It's
says Ken
Chatri, yeah.
Rathers.
Integrity,
That would be
passion,
you bombed, unacceptable.
dedication, integrity, respect, and honor.
There you go.
All of our athletes have this, and you cannot tell me otherwise.
Yes, but
true. That's true.
Galactus says there's other fights. Yes, so we are about to head
Yeah,
into the
there's-
halftime show.
There's actually a far better card happening.
Oh no, yes, Ryzen
More
38 is coming up next with the real exciting action coming up here, and we'll be kicking off things with Juri Ohara, the deep lightweight champion who is on a 8-fight winning streak. The guy should have already gotten a Ryzen lightweight title shot if he wins this one against Luis Gustavo. Have to give the man his fucking title shot. It's insane. He hasn't got it already. Kyohei Hagiwara, always fun. He's after that against Chihiro Suzuki. That's JHK's pick for fight of the night, so look out for that one. Shoma Shibasai, heavyweights, taking on Cali Kibron Oliveira. After that, Hiromasa Ogikubo, who won the Bantamweight Grand Prix last year, taking on Soo Chol Kim. And then we got the Super Atomweight semifinal, Siwoo Park and Ayaka Masaki. And then right after that, Sekizawa, the champion, against Anastasia Svetkivska. And then in the main event, the Bantamweight champion returns, Kyoji Horiguchi, against Yuto Hakimura, better known as Kintaro. So it is a fucking stacked 7-fight Ryzen 38 card that will be coming up. It is supposed to start in 13 minutes. But we know that's not going to happen because fucking Floyd
No
took his
way.
sweet time to get to the goddamn ring warming up for that shit. So we'll have the halftime show, which will probably take around 20 to 30 with the 3 rappers. Like I was saying, I don't know the names, but if you're in Japan and are aware of that, then get ready for it. But it'll be fun to watch. I'm sure you guys, even if we don't understand what they're singing about, it should be fun to watch. So, yeah. If you guys are watching along with us on the streams, you'll have to switch over streams because the Super Ryzen card is officially over. And I don't know if we'll even be able to watch the halftime show now unless they show it a part of the Ryzen 38 stream, but that is where you will want to head
Starts in 11
over
minutes,
to.
so I think the halftime show is probably going to start in 11 minutes because that's what the stream says.
I mean, yeah, either they'll start it right then or they'll be getting right on it here in a second. I don't know how that's supposed to work, but it will definitely be more for the crowd there. But
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll see some of it because, again, I think that went definitely a little bit later than they planned.
Did they have the intro? Did they do the intros, like the opening race ceremony?
The VTR. So they did it for the Super Ryzen fighters. It was interesting. Everyone was in the ring right away except for fucking Jizzy and Floyd, of course. But they showed the entire, the normal hype video packages that they usually do. Showed for both. It was a combo of Super Ryzen and Ryzen 38. So they didn't actually bring out the Ryzen 38 fighters to the ring like they normally do. So we will probably still get that ceremony, I would think, but we shall see. Either way, 11 minutes until the stream opens up. So we can talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. Thank you so much for tuning in. Once again, it's been a pretty great night. I've had a whole lot of fun with this stream as we're approaching the 3-hour mark, and we'll have couple more to go here as the very exciting fights are about to begin. And again, Yoshinori, probably the highlight for me out of Super Ryzen. That kid is just a fucking stud. I always feel like Dana White calling them kids, but the guy's 21 and I'm like at least 6 years older than him now, so I can say that, I guess. But before we move on,
Me and JHK looking at you like, what?
I know.
I'm
I'm still a young boy compared to you guys. But Ken Rather is here, Pat. He's asking us for an unacceptable speech from Chatri. What do you got for us?
I think he was asking.
Or John.
The
Oh
man
yeah, I
in the
mean
mask.
he's under the mask.
Yeah.
Whoever is under the mask.
It might be Chatri. Yeah,
What kind of speech you want me to You want me to do the speech that I do before every show? Do you want me to do that speech? Do you want that speech right now? Do you want it? Do you want it Do you want it? Do you want it? That's what you want. You want it. That's the speech. Come on. It doesn't go too deep. I'm not gonna talk about.
Yo,
You know what? You know what I heard about the speech? Like Dana White does a speech before every show, right?
Right.
And this is what I heard, that he takes all the coaches out. It's just the fighters and Dana White, and he does the speech, right? Every show, no cameras, nothing. So we've never seen anything about that speech. But my speech, there's videos of it. So go out there, go on Twitter, check them out, because they're the greatest speeches on earth. But I might be Tartar, I might not be. It all depends.
Fantastic. You love to hear it. All right. And Galactus here asking, am I cranky tonight? Potty mouthed. No, Galactus, I've just been drinking a bit more than my usual stream. So I'm letting it fly. And we're also on my channel. Not that I can't swear on MMA Mania's channel, but I just give less of a fuck over here. And that's how I normally am. So I'm not cranky at all. I'm having a blast, my man. I got
Having a
fucking
great time.
Pat in the Cup Noodle. Cup Noodle Man is here. And then our mystery
Yeah.
guest. So I'm far from
Mystery
cranky,
guest.
dude. I am far from cranky. And Don says Floyd was on the prelims. I mean, you could technically say that.
Technically.
A part of the doubleheader, yes, but he will never admit such a thing. So
I like calling him on the I think that's a good call. Don.
I love
think
that, Don. She's always on point for sure. Appreciate you tuning in. As Chuck says, RDR was supposed to face Shamil Abdullayev, who couldn't get medically cleared. All right, there you go, masked man. There's our answer. Shamil Abdullayev, who I don't think I've ever heard of, but probably talented enough to get a title shot right off the bat. I disagree
Very
with it
talented.
over Soldage, but yeah.
Medical clearance. Medical clearance. Medical clearance. What does that mean? See my bunny ears? Medical clearance. What is that?
Bunny ears. I love it.
Medical. What is medical?
I mean,
what
you
does that even
never
mean?
know with one championship. So I guess we can eliminate. He's not Chatry. He's not going to give us the spoilers there. What does it mean? Yeah, who knows?
I don't know what that means.
Anything,
Maybe,
but
hopefully he's
yeah.
all right as like in his health
Yes.
and everything, right? Not
Yeah,
something
that's the
bad.
most important thing. As Galactus,
Because I've heard
says,
some
Floyd
things where like I heard some things where when my promotion will give medical checkups to fighters, they'll find certain things that will not allow them to compete. It happened to Zach Zane. If you know who Zach Zane is,
right?
He's actually going to fight in Ryzen.
Yeah,
I think
the next
tonight,
one, 39.
the next one, right?
Yep.
And he fought for Bellator and Brave, so he has a long history of fighting. But when he fought for one, they found something in his brain, and they didn't let him fight. So he went all the way over to Asia and had to fly back to Hawaii without even competing. So, hey, we're looking out for the fighters. Drug testing is coming next.
Absolutely it is. And Lightmare Sworn is here. Appreciate you. Says, where's the stream? I thought you would be streaming the video of Ryzen for us to see. Well, I wish that would be the case, but no, we are not collaborating that much. So we're just doing play-by-play. Fight Companion. It's in the title, my guy. You can see we're just giving you the comments of what's going on. You can watch along with us like a good Samaritan over on Fight TV if you are wanting to watch by there. You can also watch through Ryzen Stream Pass, but you'll probably get the Japanese audio and commentary. So if you're not Japanese, you probably won't want to do that, but that is an option. And Galactus wants to talk about simulation theory. And then follows it up by, do you want to be a fucking fighter? I mean, hey, you're getting a little crazy here, my man. As Chuck says, took Hamasaki and Izawa in the GP, but if my luck from Combate licks carries over, things will get interesting. I wasn't following with the second part, sir, but if I had to make bets, I would assume you guys, and let's just get them out of the way, I guess, for the semifinals here. Are we going to get that Izawa and Hamasaki trilogy after tonight? Are they both winning it? Obviously, I think we're clearly most split on Hamasaki versus Park. Yep. That's all it comes down to, really.
Who's licking Carrie? Like I
don't fucking know what he's talking about there.
Like who's Carrie? She fights for Combate and someone licked her. I don't know.
I guess so.
I think we would have heard about that. So I don't know.
Yeah, that would have been front page news and all the MMA sites,
For sure. But anyways, are we taking the goat?
Hey guys, I gotta bounce out for a second. Yep. Chatri will be back. Well, not Chatri.
I could be Dan. I don't know.
I could be JHK. I could be Shrek.
We don't know. I don't know.
Shibatar or whatever.
Shibatar.
Shibatar.
All right. We'll see you
right.
later, Matt.
I-
Man,
East
we'll
in
be
the
here.
Middle East.
Bye, sir. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. I'm sleepy.
Yes.
Mark.
All right. I'll do my
Mark,
best.
I'm not gonna grab a beer. I'm probably gonna grab a pillow. I'm too old to stay up this late. I appreciate the offer.
You want one?
Your boy.
Anyway, Pat, though, is that how
Yeah.
we're feeling? Though we get that trilogy in the finals, New Year's Eve, the big kibosh, as Chavella would say.
Yeah, I mean,
A safe pick, probably.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, like, again, I would be super interested to see Park versus Izawa.
Yep,
But-
great rematch.
Yeah, great rematch there, and just because we've already had, 2 fights with Hamasaki,
Right.
But I mean, if the trilogy happens, it happens, and I'm here for it.
I would just be happy that she would have, like, I love Hamasaki, you know this and all
Yeah.
that, but she didn't deserve it after the second one, but she would have won these
Right.
2 in the tournament. Like, it makes sense if this happens. So, like,
yeah, and
Yeah.
it would be nice for someone who is a legend, especially at that weight class, to earn their way back and get a final crack at it, right?
Yeah.
Like, so I wouldn't be mad at it. And that's, again, I would say betting money, that's what I would say is going to happen. But we'll see.
Yes.
Or doesn't matter who wins this, Rain is going to show up and
Oh,
Take
here
it.
we go.
There we go. And there you go.
Yeah, no, we will see Reina versus Sekizawa. Pretty much a guarantee. Like, if belt on the line or not, I think that'll be Reina's next fight, no
Yeah.
matter what happens here. I mean, I guess it kind of depends on. I mean, no, even if Seka
No.
loses and then has to
No,
fight
'cause,
the
I
winner
mean,
of the tournament, something, yeah.
Right, because I mean, basically, you were, whether it was in tournament format or not, you were essentially going to have a title shot, and then you
Yeah,
had to pull out. So, like, there's no
Exactly.
way they don't do Reina versus Izawa next.
Yes.
Providing Izawa again gets to the tournament, but
Right.
otherwise, as long as that happens, I think it's definitely Reina versus
Right.
Izawa. So
Yep. I cannot wait to find out for sure. As RJ Brittle says, cup noodle. That's what that is. Yeah, buddy. We're
Hey,
telling you.
Cup noodle.
Yeah, buddy.
only bring it
Mikey,
out for Ryzen. Don't
Yep.
bring it out any other time of
Never
year.
ever.
It's
It's only
only
fitted
for
here.
Ryzen fight companions and intermission shows. This is
So Mikey
Love
Bat says, "What's up, Drakey?" Well, that is a name only reserved for my lady friend. Do not call me that, please. It says, "Why is John wearing a mask?" We don't know if that's John, sir. So you're all over the
Yeah.
place today. But thank you for tuning in. Chuck says drug testing is coming to 1, and Angela Lee is an atom weight. So he's kind of implying a little bit there, Pat. But first of all, drug testing coming to 1, that is still not even do we even believe that part? Hey,
no.
when we were when we were with the Body Lock, let's give a fair shout out here to our former colleague, now with Bellator, a PR man, Mr. Michael Fidel did a fantastic piece and got to the bottom of things when Chatri said that. I believe you were with the Body Lock at this time, Pat, but that one
Yeah.
championship said that they were working with WADA, right? The World Anti-Doping Association. I believe that's the
Yeah,
A
yeah.
there. And then he went straight to the source and they said, nope, that's not a thing. So he pretty much
Yep.
completely debunked that.
Yeah.
Oh, my-
Yeah.
So
No, that was a huge piece by Michael.
it was amazing. So
yeah.
now I remember, shout out to Nick Atkins, who's, I love that guy over South China Morning Post. He does great stuff, always good. He first reported this, and I do not remember if he specified like a specific agency like WADA or anything, but if he did not, from what I remember seeing, there was nothing of the sort. So that even, makes it less less believable, in my opinion, that one will start doing this kind of thing. Thoughts, Pat?
Yeah. No. That's it. That's the only comment I will give there. It's no. It's yeah.
Okay. Well, for the follow up a little bit there, the insinuation of Angela Lee, I do not think Angela Lee is taking performance enhancers or anything of the sort. I'm not a guy who's going to say anyone is taking anything unless they have been busted for it. So I'm never going to go down rabbit holes like this, Chuck. If that's what you're implying, my guy, but obviously Angela Lee is one of the bigger 115-pound atom weights. So, I mean, you already know that. That's no secret. It's whatever. And she's getting ready for her 125-pound strawweight fight. Fucking annoys me to even, have to say that. But yeah, if you're insinuating that, I'm not going down that road. But Angela Lee, clean until we have proof of otherwise. And I'm going to say that about everybody because that's just how I like to play it. And Crumbopolis says, how hot is the cup noodle costume, Pat? How are we feeling right now, temperature-wise?
I'm actually all right. Like I cranked the AC a little bit higher than I probably should have, just to make sure I was comfortable, and I'm very comfortable. My energy bill is going to be very high, which I don't love. Now that I'm in a house. Yeah. I mean, sort of. Now that I'm in a house, energy bills are much more expensive, but still,
not the same.
Yeah. I mean, probably worth it. I will roll with it. Yeah, sure.
Oh goodness.
It's because it's 90 some degrees down here for why? It's almost October and it was 97 today. I don't know.
Man, I can't believe it is almost October. Yes. Mikey saying drugs being taken in one championship is more plausible than drug testing. I won't disagree with that part. We'll leave it at that. Jehu says, all I want to know is what Adriano weighed after his fight. We'll never fucking know, my guy. We will never.
A lot more than you would assume would be my guess.
Yes, the best way to put it. Man. Unfortunate. RJ says, sorry, I don't believe anything one says. I mean, that is also fair. There's definitely reason to support that. As he says, about 100 million, 1,000 million, jillion viewers, potential viewers. Chuck clarifying says, LOL, no, I meant that one is as likely to test as Angela is to be an atom weight. Okay, all right. That is fair. Because, I mean, none of them are atom weights, obviously. But yeah, I see what you mean. Angela is definitely a massive straw weight in the normal world, for sure. She's very big, 115-pounder. All right. And guys going back and forth. Galactus says Adriano way more than Mom's. Well done, sir.
Yeah, that's very good. That is very good. Yeah, I mean, not true, but very good.
Yes, very well played.
Like, I enjoy that. I very much enjoy it. Very much enjoyed that comment.
For sure. Jay who says a lot more than Lineker. They'd probably right about on par, honestly.
I don't know. I think that's
put
probably
him more?
a true statement. Yeah, I would, because
in terms of frame,
Adriano's taller.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one. Teammates as well. All right, here's an interesting topic I guess we can get into, though, Pat, since we were talking about one championship. But Decker Hirschfield, appreciate you for tuning in, says Angela Lee has glass body. So I just kind of want to highlight this because obviously in the first Jingnan fight, that was where Jingnan pretty much dealt her best damage to the body and ended up getting the finish there in the 5th round. Amazing stuff. Fantastic fight. And then in the last fight for Angela, coming back after motherhood, Stamp Fairtex almost finished her in the 1st round of that one.
Mm-hmm.
And we're heading into the Jingnan trilogy this coming week. Pat, do you think that has been enough of a factor for Angela Lee, I guess, to be a concern? And I guess let's just talk about early predictions for that incredible trilogy we have coming up.
Yeah, I mean, I would say yes. It's definitely something to concern, right? Like, I mean, was it the second fight where there was the suplex and all that stuff?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I definitely think that one is a big fan of the Lee family and gives them some opportunities that are not otherwise granted to other fighters, and a little bit more leeway. I think that's. I mean, I still think Angela Lee is a good fighter. I'm not saying that she's not, but yeah, I think especially given how she looked against Stamp, and I that weight cut again, right? It will be more than the bantamweight, right? Like Yeah, I think it's something to be concerned about. I lean Jian here.
It's also, yeah, it's at her weight too. Yeah.
Right. It's at her weight. And again, like when you watch those first 2 fights, right? Like you can tell Angela's definitely bigger in the second one, and it makes a difference.
Mm-hmm.
I think Jian will get it done personally. Because it's at her weight. I think if it's at,
I mean, that was the case in the first two, is they each won at their weights.
Yeah.
But I would say though, if you were to like collectively look at it all, Jingnan has had more success in like totality. You know what I mean?
Yes, I would
Across them
agree.
both.
Yeah.
So I fucking love it though. They're two of the best fights ever in my opinion. I don't care what you say. They were phenomenal. They're like
they were
meant to fight
fantastic,
each other.
and like again, who else are either of them gonna fight? That's the other like
They're at that
problem.
point. Yeah.
Yeah, they are at that point. So yeah, I'm fine with it. Sure. But I've got Jingnan.
Yes.
That's what I've got.
Yeah. And I mean, man, it's like for her too. We were talking about it a tiny bit earlier. It's like, and you just mentioned it there, like the Lee family is very clearly favored by one championship.
yeah.
I don't give a shit what you got to say, but like, I think that is such a motivating factor for most of Angela's opponents. But in this case with Jingnan, who's also a champion, and like, dude, her last 3, she's fought 3 times since the rematch, won them all. They weren't close.
Right.
And Chatri, after the last one, comes out and says like he wasn't impressed by her. It's like, dude, she's still dominated easily. Like just the lack of respect that like these people who could possibly even be Angela opponents is such motivation for them. And this is again a shameless plug. One of these things that I talked about with Jingnan, but it's like it's just crazy to see how they can kind of go in that direction with the favoritism sometimes, you know?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I mean it's yeah, to me it's wild. And again, it's just one of those things where it's clear that they want the Lee family to have all the belts. And yeah, I'm happy that Jingnan spoke out against some of it, which is great. So yeah, excited. I will be watching that that interview you did with her.
And I'm very curious too, man. Like I didn't want to do it in that one before the fight. Just I don't know, it felt a little bit weird to me. But if she wins and afterwards I want to talk to her and kind of see like if she can answer me honestly and see like how many fights are left on her contract, because I don't know. I mean, if she can beat Angela again, and like she'd be a fantastic addition to either the UFC strawweight or flyweight division. You know, it's like,
yeah, agreed.
Why not test that out if she's close? But I have no idea what her contract's looking like.
Yeah, no, that's a good question.
So we shall see. But as of right now, you guys, if you're watching along with us on the stream, they are doing the halftime show, but they are not really letting us hear the rap show going on, as Ryzen 38 will be kicking off, and it should be starting here in a minute, according to the broadcast. So that's nice that it's actually being a little bit quicker than we anticipated. So everybody's doing their thing. The light show's going and all that fun stuff. But Jamar Stevenson says Mackenzie Dern used to weigh more than Hamzat and sprint to the snack table. Everyone's having their jokes tonight, I see. Oh my goodness. So Mark Fellow says don't bring Aspen Ladd into this. Dan Tom and Ghost on protect your neck. Always talk about targeting the body. So if Lee has a weak body, why not target it? Exactly. I mean, that's something I always say too, is like, why wouldn't you go towards the weaknesses? Especially, if you can kind of get that strength. But Chuck says Zhang won't win a decision, needs to finish. Nightmare Sworn says, in the Lee family investors into the one championship promotion, and the investors, the investors are into the promotion. I don't know if you're integrating the Lee family specifically. I don't know about that part. And Galactus says, remember when Angela blew up on Nico? You mean Montano or Nicolini? I'm not sure either one, but she lost to Nicolini, so there's that. Chuck says Chatri said Zhang hasn't been impressive for the last few fights. That's the same time she started training at his gym, Evolve MMA. Yeah, that is a good point. Very funny, the coincidence there. Yes, Abraham says, listening to y'all while playing UFC 4, waiting for RIZIN. Thanks for the great companion. We're trying, man. Thank you so much for tuning in and getting your wins, hopefully, online. Spart is here. Good to see you. Says, are you guys excited to watch Pech Mirakat defend his featherweight title on one? I mean, hey, yeah, I'm down for it. It's going to be a good time. Pech Mirakat, always a good watch. So, yeah, I mean, I'm excited for the upcoming card. We got Jihan Radzuan also against Stamp. There's some good fights on it. This Prime one coming up.
Yeah.
As Lightmer says, as in Angela Lee's dad pays money to one support it. Okay, like a conflict of interest.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know anything about that, Lightmare. I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, I don't know enough specifics. I think I know what you're talking
heard
about,
about
but
this
I'm
stuff?
not going to. I've heard some things that, yes, I'm not going to speak on it, but yes, that's. I think I understand what you're saying, Lightmare.
Okay.
I don't know enough to. Yeah,
Right.
I'm not going to speak on it, but yes.
Fair.
Yeah.
Fair. As Spart says, do you guys love that one does Muay Thai? So here's my thing. I've said this pretty much the entire time. I love that one integrates all these combat sports. My problem is, though, that for like Muay Thai and kickboxing, they do the 4-ounce MMA gloves with the fingers out, which is just completely pointless and adding eye poke potential. Like, I hate that part. I'm fine with everything else. They could do them that small too, but cover the fingers. There's no point in a striking match to have the fingers out. That's my biggest problem, Spart. I don't know. Do you agree, Pat, or is that
No, I do.
am I
I
silly
do.
there?
Yeah. No, there's just get rid of the fingers. Like if you don't have curved gloves when there's no possibility of a takedown, like it has to be full cover to curved gloves, like get out of here. Like why would you have like I guess for clinches, maybe, right? But even then with the curved gloves, you're fine. Yeah. Yep. Nope. No, get it out of here. Get out of here, dog.
Yeah.
That's just get rid of all like bring back the old pride gloves that seem to work very well in general for all striking fights. Just
Precisely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Spart says, but 4-ounce Muay Thai is awesome. Muay Thai is a form of mixed martial arts because of clinch. Well, yeah, I mean, you can still do that though without that. I mean, we see it in every other Muay Thai match that isn't in one championship. So that's kind of just yeah. I don't think we need that potential for it, but
Yeah. Get the
it's,
4-ounce. Get pride gloves. It's pride gloves. That's it. That fixes the whole problem. They got rid of them because the UFC. I think I can't officially confirm this, so I can't speak too much on it. But I'm pretty sure what happened was there was like a particular patent on gloves that now are being used. Like everybody asks, right? Like Rogan has asked multiple times, like, why doesn't the UFC make curved gloves? They used to have these gloves. Like, I'm pretty sure that there's a reason involving the patent and merchandising of said official gloves. And since the UFC bought Pride, there's a reason that they buried said gloves and are using their version, right? It's almost certainly a business thing. That's what I'll leave it at. But
it always is.
it always is, man. It's all about the money. It always is. Dana White talk about wants to play $1 million blackjack hand. Like, all right, man. Cool. That's his like big goal now. And it's like, cool, man. Sounds really cool.
Oh my god. Absolutely wonderful. As Sport says, the original Muay Thai was done in rope hand wraps. 4-ounce gloves brings us back to that origin. All right, you're making some pretty solid arguments here, but if you can take it away though, let's do that. It's kind of where I'm at. And Lightmare says, why not, Pat? The Lee family is clearly being favored and is clearly an investor in one. So I don't know what he's why nodding.
Why not? I don't go into specifics, I think.
And okay.
Biggest reason is that again, I don't.
You want to be sure.
Yes, I make triply sure that before I say anything, it is correct info. There have been one or two times I have made that pitfall, usually about dumb stuff, and that's fine. Like nothing that's actually like detrimental, but especially that type of stuff, I'm not gonna go into. If it's business stuff, I triple check everything. If it's like, oh, possible fight announcement, I'm like, sure. Like here's the because I
Right.
don't care. It's like I heard
Yeah.
this was happening. But yeah, that's about it.
This Chuck says, I like the Muay Thai in small gloves, but they need stadium Muay Thai rules instead of basically modified kickboxing rules. All right, so I'm not sure about how big of a difference there is right there.
Neither do I. I don't follow Muay Thai enough to know, but sure, man. I'm
I
cool
mean,
with it.
the biggest difference I have ever noticed in my experience of watching kickboxing and Muay Thai is essentially just the clinch time. Like, I don't think there's a limit in Muay Thai, whereas in kickboxing, it's like, I don't even know what I would say the specific time limit is, but the ref will break you up after so much time. That seems like a thing. Maybe elbows. Like, I don't know. Again, mostly an MMA guy. So
Yeah.
whenever I watch kickboxing and Muay Thai, it is usually a part of these kind of events where it's RIZIN having theirs or one championship having the things on there. I will not generally go out of my way to watch, let's say, a Rise card or anything, unless there's like somebody specifically I really want to see, like
Yeah.
Rena Panchan or
Yeah, I mean,
Mikaru.
I'm to be honest, even ones mixed cards, like I'll watch them, but like if they're not for a title or they're not like a bigger name, like I don't
Right.
really care, right? Like that's just sorry, y'all. That's just not me. That
Yeah.
just ain't me, dog.
All right, as the halftime show is continuing on here, probably should be wrapping up here rather soon, as they are 7 minutes over now, the anticipated time for Ryzen 38 start. I'm ready for this sweet MMA action because we don't have any kickboxing fights on Ryzen 38. It's all lovely MMA goodness. And Pat, you got to at least stick around for the very first fight, my guy, because that one is going to be some good
trying,
fun.
man. I'm just so tired. I'm trying.
Be good. But Pat, before we get to it, I want to lay one on you here because.
Okay. All right.
Well, what did you bet on the last UFC event? Do you usually how often do you bet? Let's get into that.
So normally what I do is I bet and then I will play with the winnings until I eventually stupid bet it all. So I haven't bet in a while just because I mean a big thing right now I'm trying to I just bought a house, right? Like all this other stuff where it's like, all right, so I haven't had the opportunity to, but I've wanted to bet for a bit.
You just muted yourself. Right as you bump the mic. There we go.
Not that. Hold on. Is it?
You switched yourself off the mic.
Yeah.
A simple tap.
Oh no. Yeah, literally just. All right. Well, it's gonna sound like garbage. 1 second. I'm gonna try.
All right. As the intermission show continues, the halftime show between Super Ryzen and Ryzen 38 still sounds
all right. Yeah. Now it's saying it can't recognize my mic. So
classic.
You got really shitty volume.
Yep. All right. Anyway, well, it's fine. It's good enough. So,
okay. As long as it's good enough, we'll roll.
With your last betting experience,
yes,
or whatever you were doing.
Yes. So wait, what was I talking about?
You were talking about what you typically do for betting.
Oh, for betting?
On fights.
Yeah. So I typically pick one or two money line ones as long as they're there, right? Yeah. And put most of the units in that. I don't even really do officially units. A lot of times it's just however much I'm feeling. But then I'll also almost always one parlay where I put a little bit of money and then.
Why not?
Yeah. And then as long as I haven't I'm not close to the end of the amount I've put in originally, I'll probably do a fly or two. That's usually my 3-step is a couple money lines, a parlay, and then one flyer. That's all right. But even my flyers, I think about things I think my biggest flyer I cashed on was what's his name? Big heavyweight. King Kong.
Romanov?
Yes, Romanov. It was Romanov by submission against
Did you get the forearm choke? Oh, against Martinez?
Yeah, against Martinez. Yes. Yeah, which was like plus 800. So it was like sweet. Like,
Wow.
yeah, just because like Ro
Rookie.
is durable and
Yeah.
it was one of those things where like, yeah, I bet he gets taken down, and I bet and it was messed up to not see Roke in sneakers, right? I was like, there's no way he can win because he can't
Totally.
wear the sneakers. But but yeah, like, but so I think about things like that, right? Like my flyers are never like just like, oh, the odds say this, I'm just gonna bet money. Like I'm never gonna bet money on Shayna Dobson against Agapova, like
Yeah.
that type of stuff.
Fair.
But yeah,
Okay.
that's usually my strat.
All right. So where I was going with that was if you had any locks coming up out of the events that we got on the way here. Anyone you're feeling real confident about?
Yes. Hold on, let me look. There was one because I do still do my fantasy MMA stuff.
Right.
So
I figured.
yeah. Let me take a look. I did have one that I was kind of shocked by the odds and was like, that does make sense. Let me look.
With UFC Vegas 61 coming up, and then what? Vegas 62 right after that.
Yeah, which it's amazing because on Best Fight Odds it's listed as 57 and 58.
Really?
Yeah.
What are they doing?
I don't know, man. They've been all over the place lately.
Yeah, no kidding.
Let's see. So yeah, looking at this. Yeah, I really like. It's not a lock,
Okay.
but I really like Brendan Allen versus.
Yatko. Yeah.
He's plus money right now. Brendan
Really?
Allen. Yeah.
Wow.
Which is exactly. Like that's my thought of like, man, you gotta play it because like Allen has his faults, but like Joko is not the opponent to capitalize on said faults. So yeah, that is huge to me. I also think that I honestly also think like you could get a really nice parlay with Rosenstruck and Randy Costa and Randy Brown and make some money. Because right now, Brown is negative 295 at the best site, like negative 300 against Trinaldo. Costa is negative 300 against Canetti, which Costa has a lot of faults.
Yeah.
Right.
I feel pretty good about that though.
Yes, right. I mean, that's the thing. That's the type of opponent. It's like, okay, this Costa even Costa can't screw this up.
Yeah.
and then Rosenstruck at 200 against Dawkins, like,
yeah.
I mean, I don't like Chris Dawkins is fine, but like if you look at who he's beat and how he's beat them, right? Like he's not like he got rushed. I think Rosenstruck knocks him out. Like yeah, I mean, so those are my upcoming ones. Do you any for you? Any you got locked or?
I mean, I usually, now that I'm doing kind of the Forbes previews, I don't really notice the odds until like fight week. So I know what Yatko and Allen is on this week's card, but I haven't gotten super deep into it yet. So I didn't realize that he was the underdog there, but yeah, I really like and agree with that one for sure. Like Yatko has always been one of those guys for me who's just like, he's like, I hate to say this, but he's pretty much like the definition of like your average middleweight, right? Like he is super
and I mean, he
middle
can win.
of the bag.
Like that's the thing is like he wins, and sometimes you're like, oh man, he pulled it off, but never
super impressively.
No.
It's never anything like fantastical or like,
it's always
like compared to Allen, who's
like,
done some really good performances before.
Yeah.
So,
and I mean he beat GM3, right? Like in his last fight, and it's like
in hindsight, great fight, great win,
great fight. But like it's also like all right, I don't know.
I mean. I mean, I already did look at some of the opening money lines for the main card, at least for this next one, and I love Yan Xiaonan. I do. That's one of my favorite fighters, but the 5 rounds obviously doesn't help her as much as 3 rounds in this upcoming matchup. So I'd be more inclined to drop money on her for 3 rounds if I was to do that and suggest it, which I'm not doing such a thing. We're just talking about
Right,
this kind
we're
of thing,
just
you guys.
chatting.
We're just chatting about it. But
We're just chatting.
I think out of the things mentioned, though, Brendan Allen is probably the one. I do like that one a lot. That's very interesting to me. I wouldn't have guessed that. So,
yeah, no, him at plus money. It's like, well, yeah, it's very tempting. Very, very tempting. That's the way I will phrase that.
As Galactus implores us to have another drink, you guys. Cheers, appreciate it, sir. I know I'm considering it, but
I'm on water. I'm
Pat's
too tired.
fading. He's fading on me, so I don't know if I want to do it alone.
Sorry, man. I'm an old man. And
yeah. Lightmare asking us though for some stories. Pat says, "Have we ever been in a street fight in high school or over a bag of chips?" Any fight stories, Pat?
no, not really. I got in a pseudo fight in high school at the end of the day when we were getting like picked up, and it was like when we were both freshmen. This was like
what was the why what happened?
I don't remember. I think it was a girl or something. It was dumb though. Like it was just dumb, and like it was like all right, whatever. And like it wasn't even really a fight. It was just kind of like a little bit of a wrestling match, and then it was done. Like, and like we didn't even talk about it again. And like we saw each other in the hallway, just like, hey, what's up,
like, dude?
Yeah, like that's about as close as I've got.
Amazing.
You know.
Yeah. No, I've never had any fights actually unfold either. I've had situations where it's like, all right, it's about to go down, and then I'm gonna say this because it's my side, but then the other side did not engage. So it's like I was always down and open for it, but it never came to fruition for whatever reason. But yeah. So no chip fights though, Lightmare. So
Yeah.
as he says, you should go to the grocery store dressed like that. That would be fun. That would definitely
I
be
would.
fun.
I mean,
They
sure,
probably wouldn't. I feel like some old ladies would be like, "Oh, that's funny."
Yeah, I mean, like it depends on which grocery store. If I go to like downtown Austin grocery stores, like they'll probably like be like, "That's sweet," and it'll be like, "Oh, it's an Austin weird thing." Like, sure, but like right now, I'm in like my house is in a suburb. Like they would just be like, "What's going on?"
Yeah,
they wouldn't
what
say
is
anything.
this
They'd
guy
be
doing?
kinda looking like,
Is he on drugs?
yeah, it'd be like if he did, I'd almost certainly get called a Californian. Be like,
Right.
oh, damn California. Like, no, I'm not, but okay. Yeah, I
Amazing.
wouldn't. Yeah, but I can. I mean, I will. I don't care.
Yeah. It's cozy for sure. As Midnight is here, good to see you. Says, do you guys think Shoma Shibasai will win tonight? So honestly, I'm not very familiar with Shibasai's opponent, Cali Oliveira here in this one. Shibasai, I've seen many a time. He's a very solid heavyweight prospect, but like obviously losing to Shrek was not a good thing for him at all.
It was amazing.
But it was very entertaining.
All of his momentum. Like all of his momentum.
Yeah. No, completely.
It was amazing.
But I think he'll win just because I know of him more than his opponent. So we'll leave it at that, Midnight. But yeah, he's I think he's fought maybe once since then. I'm not sure. But if his last fight was the Shrek one, then I mean that kind of gives me more reason to believe in him wanting to win off of that one because not good. Not good. That was such a silly fight, Pat. I mean, it was a comeback for Shrek. He was getting his ass fucking wrecked, and then he was fucking goofed all over Shibasai. It was so goofy. It was insane.
It was awesome.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Everything I wanted that fight to be.
Seriously.
That's legitimately what it was.
Yes. As Don says, halftime show must be bringing the house down. I mean, it looks pretty fun. I would enjoy being there, but
Abraham says the music sucks.
Oh, all right, yeah. So, I don't know, he's got the stream where he can hear it or he's there. I would imagine because we're just getting the Ryzen theme song on at least the Fight TV stream. What I'm watching on right here, as Pat is as well. And it looks like everything's over though, so they're just doing the wide shot right now as we continue to wait for 38 to start. And this is making me think it's going to be a little bit longer than I want to. We'll see how long I can hang on for this one. I really want to see the fucking semis of the atomweight tournament, so I'll do my best. But Yeah, it might just be
Yeah,
me in the long run here. It might just be me, you guys, if you want to hang around for me. As Ken says, do you guys know of the female atomweight Suki Looser? That sounds like a fake name, Pat. Suki Looser.
I mean, I believe it's a real
Sucky
name. I just
Looser,
don't
is that
know.
what he's
Yeah.
trying to get at? Because if this is someone notable, I would know about them. So I think you're giving us a fake, silly name, Ken. Like, what's a good fake name? Dean Goldberry is one of my favorites, but one of those kind of names.
Yeah.
Suki Loser, Sucky Loser, yeah, something. Lightmare says, what are your thoughts on Johnny the Greek making his picks purely on line movement and stats? He says he doesn't not watch fights, but line movement. So, Pat, I'm sure you've been keeping up with the phenomenon of Yanni's terrible season in the Contender Series. Do you have any thoughts on this? Because I think it's hilarious. I don't really have anything to say besides the fact that it's amazing. This guy just kind of came into MMA very randomly and is not good at predictions.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's hilarious, especially if you look up Yachty and like look up his background.
He's got some issues, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got some issues. But then, yeah, I mean, like, just do, last week he did well. His parlay didn't hit, but like, I think the rest of his bets hit. But beyond that, like, dude, just inverse what he's doing. Like, I was very tempted to do this, except like I didn't have the time.
Go
and
the
effort, and I
opposite
didn't want to.
direction.
Yeah, but I thought about like, I saw a couple people talking about it. Like, I think Bane, the Davies, right? Ben, he did it, and like during the Contender Series the week before, and like made money off of it. And so I was thinking about like just like throwing down like $100 or something and being like, cool, we're just.
Oh, well, looks like we lost Pat here.
And see how.
Oh.
Wait, back.
Oh,
yeah.
There you go.
Okay. I don't know where I cut. I froze.
Throwing down $100 here.
Oh yeah, and then just inversing it for the rest of the season and seeing where it ended up. But yeah, no, I don't have the attention span or time to bet on Dana White Contender Series.
I know, right? Like, what a crazy thing to make some guy who's clearly not like a hardcore fan do. Like, that's kind of mean to do to him, but
it's ridiculous. But they're trying to build out their whole betting portfolio. Endeavor bought what is it, IMG Bet Arena? Like, that's like a huge part of their plan, is to like, I think eventually the end goal is to have an sports book set up completely, and then them like eventually, I don't think they'll ever get rid of DraftKings because of the daily fantasy, but like they'll get rid of a lot of DraftKings stuff, and it will instead be like Endeavor, and they'll just keep that money all in house. Like, I think that's the end goal.
Yes, indeed. And all right, we're gonna jump here to another random one. Jamar Stevenson says, "Did you guys play football in high school? I bet Pat was a baller wideout and Drake played tight end." So you got this backwards, my guy. Pat used to be a fatty, so he would have been the tight end.
Oh yeah, I was fat as hell, dude. I was like 300 pounds, so I would have been like a lineman.
So insane to me.
Yeah, and I would have, like, I did play for like a couple weeks in junior high, and then
a couple weeks.
Yeah, well, first of all, like, I was the slowest guy on the team by far, so like doing the sprint sucked. Yeah, I was so out of shape, it was terrible. And then beyond that, like, I don't know, something came out around that time about like, that was when, not when like the famous movie came out about concussions,
right?
Stuff,
right.
But there was some chatter about it that like scared my mom, and I was like, all right. So then I ended up like dropping out, and I was like, that's fine.
Right.
I didn't
so
want
that
to do
was
it anymore anyway. But.
Yeah. So that was partially my thing too. So I played football in my 6th grade season. So that's not high school, but middle school. And once I got to high school, I wanted to play because I love football. It's my second favorite sport for sure. But my grades were too terrible because I fucking didn't give a shit about school. But at the same time, though, I was like, I just felt too small to also not get hurt playing football, like I was usually like safety, cornerback on defense, and then I would do running back or wide receiver as well. So it's like, all right, one of those spots where you're gonna get probably banged up a bit. And I think at most in high school around 130, and I'm like maybe 140ish now. I'm not a very heavy guy, so that was kind of my thought. Even if I wanted to do football, or I mean, even if I could have done it, I don't know if I would have ended up fully committing, because it was like you think about how big people get in football. It's like it's always crazy to me, dude, to think about, like, you look at the NFL players and like the average is like a UFC light heavyweight, right? Or an MMA light heavyweight.
Yes.
Like you're at least 200 pounds. Like
Never
quarterbacks are
forget.
around 220-ish,
Never forget that John Jones has openly spoken about how he got like ragdolled by his brothers.
Right.
And then
yes.
you got like Chandler Jones in the NFL. Like, never forget that. That like
It's crazy.
It's insane, dude. It's not like if you had a true open weight in the UFC, I bet you'd get a lot more linemen coming in like Hardy, and it would be nuts. Like there'd be giants that after like they're done with football would go fight. And Ndamukong Suh would be fucking in there immediately.
God. One of my fucking least favorites, that asshole.
He's a real dick. He for sure would be doing that. But I mean, you got to remember that stuff. Like that, like John Jones is the runt of his family.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
That's nuts.
It's so fucking funny. Yeah, that's always a weird thing to think about. And oh, this is good. Marion Edge Guy, I like the name, says, what was Pat's favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card? Were you into Yu-Gi-Oh at all, my man?
I was not. I was a
dude. Yu-Gi-Oh was fun as fuck. I enjoyed it more than Pokemon, honestly, in terms of the card aspect, the card game. Like, I love the Pokemon video games more easily, but the card game, I loved
Yu-Gi-Oh. From what I think I played it once with a friend's deck, like, and it was better than Pokemon. But I was a Magic guy, so like. Okay. Magic was kind of, like that was me. I was a big old Magic nerd, Magic the Gathering nerd. Played it for a while, but had like stupid amount of Wayfaring Giants. That was my favorite Magic card. It was not that good a card, but the Avatar of Woe I also owned. That was actually like worth money, and then I sold away because I was like a kid, and I was like, sweet, and get $50. That's so much money. And it's like, man, if I had it now, I think it's worth like thousands.
Jeez.
Crazy, I didn't know any better, right?
I know you never do in the moment. You never do.
Yeah. But no. I mean, the only Yu-Gi-Oh cards I know are from like watched the show a little bit when I was young enough. So like, I think I don't know. There's that magician that pops up every time.
Right. Yeah.
Dark Magician. There you go. That's my favorite.
Yeah. I know. Like, as much as I did love Yu-Gi-Oh, and I had so many of those, it's like the one I remember most. The easiest one I probably remember the most is, well, obviously what Blue Steel Dragon, who was a legendary. He was like fucking super OP, one of the best cards you could have. Probably one of the most famous cards. And then Karibo, who was like the little hairball guy with the eyes in his little feet.
Oh yeah.
Wasn't very good, but he was very popular. There was like the 3-headed dragon, the Black Steel Dragon or some shit like that. There were a couple dragon
there was
cards.
That one the one that like automatically like the Tormentor.
Yes, Obelisk the Tormentor, who you had the 5 cards, you put them all together and he just fucking automatically
that was
wins.
A different one. The Obelisk the Tormentor was like some blue dude, and then there was the 5 you put together that we
right. Yeah. It was the Forbidden or something like that. But yeah, we're getting the names right. I remember Obelisk for sure.
Well, Marion say it's Blue Eyes White Dragon, which is true.
Okay. Yes.
So we're not.
I'm sorry, dude. He says, "Come on." Yeah, I know. A fucking man. I really enjoyed playing Yu-Gi-Oh. I would always school my brother, and he'd be like, "Dude, this isn't fair." I was too into it, man.
Yeah.
Exodia. The 5 pieces of Exodia. You put them together, you just automatically win. Yeah, there was some fucking good little strategies.
My favorite. One of my favorite videos from forever ago was. The dude, like, I think he was a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player, and they played Yu-Gi-Oh online in some glitch mode or something, or not glitch mode, like in some rules, some set of rules. And he's like streaming. It's like one of the earlier streams that he's streaming, and his opponent immediately draws like or of greed or whatever to get more cards, and like so he
Right,
doesn't even
right,
get a
right.
turn, and he immediately gets the 5. The opponent immediately gets the 5 pieces of Exodia, and he loses. And it's just like,
Oh,
well,
that's amazing. Yeah, Jorg, I remember that one. Yeah, you'd get the
yeah,
draw.
it was incredible. It was so good.
Oh, that is fucking solid. Or what? There was like the Screaming Harpy card. I remember that one. Yeah, there were a couple of good ones there. That was a
Yeah.
fun game.
Some good, solid.
Fucking
All right, man.
hell.
I think I'm gonna have to.
I know. I
sign
was
out.
gonna say halftime show is still going strong
Yeah,
here, you
I think
guys.
it's time to.
I know we're approaching 3:45-ish mark. We got 12 viewers. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, Pat, if you want to tap out and well, real quick though, Mary F asks, what is our 40-yard dash times, Pat?
Man, 10 minutes. No. Let's see. I mean, right now at this weight, dude, I don't know. It's not good. It's
Did you remember the last one you did? Because I remember mine.
No,
been a couple of
I
years.
don't. Like, I think the last one I did was like in high school when I was super fat. So like I would be faster than that. I don't think I ever did one when I was like a normal healthy weight. So I have no
Okay.
clue. But
All right.
what was yours?
So the last one that I did, I want to say it was I think it was probably 2016, 15, around between 15 to 17-ish. And I'm pretty sure I nailed a 4.6-ish. 4.5, 4.6. So
based on that, I'm gonna say that mine was probably like a 7 or 8. Probably.
I'm very quick.
Near double. Probably near double yours. Yeah, that's what I would say. I'm not
there you go. Yeah, we don't need speedy pads.
No.
As Mark says, go get some shut eye.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, I think
all right. I know.
Right. I think
fucking Floyd ruined this whole thing. It is dragging on. We'll see how long I can last, you guys.
RIZIN ruined this whole thing. There was no need. Like, you could have just canceled these rappers because or put them on. Like, there's no need to have this interview.
I know. But Mary says I'm as fast as the slowest defensive end in the league. Well, yeah, that's still very good though. Faster than the D tackles, faster than the linemen. I'll take that though.
Oh yeah.
I need to do it again. I fucking the last like actual race I did was it this year? I think in February at the PFL show. I raced Ben the Bane Davis. You can see it on my Instagram. I fucking schooled that chump ass. We were we were a little tipsy too. He was much more drunk than I was, but that was easy work.
But you schooled him nonetheless.
Oh, I did. It was easy. But
yeah, you would easily beat me in a foot race, man. I don't.
Mm-hmm. It's all about the technique. So.
Yeah, my technique involves cheating to win.
Tripping. It's
it's tripping. It's called a trip.
Tripping.
Yeah, it's called a trip.
Yeah.
All right. All right. I'm gonna head out. These exercise questions are great, Barry. They're making me feel bad because I'm very out of shape right now.
225.
Yeah.
Probably never in my life, honestly.
I think I was.
I'm working on it.
At one point, when I was like in shape, I think I was able to bench that like 3 or 4 times. I don't remember. Around there.
There you go.
But like I was also much more muscular than I was now.
Yeah. Actually thinking about it.
All right, y'all. It's been fun. Drake, been a blast.
Buddy. A good Super RIZIN event. That was a very enjoyable show, actually.
Yes.
So appreciate everyone who tuned in for that. I will stick around for as long as I can possibly muster for this RIZIN 38. I am definitely looking to make it to at least the co-main event, but we'll see if our masked man returns. We'll see if I can get anyone else in here. I know someone was hitting me up here, I'm pretty sure, but Pat.
If I can't sleep, I will jump right back on. But
yeah, you still got the link, and then maybe we'll do something next week. We'll see. It's a loaded fucking week of fights next week, actually. So I don't know about that, but there's a lot going on. So anyone in the chat, feel free to ask me whatever you want. But Pat, I'll let you get some shut eye, you old man. So I'll carry the torch.
All right, y'all. Cup noodle.
Cup noodle. Yeah. What a way to go there for our guy, Patrick O'Shea. Appreciate him so much. My goodness. Yeah, I mean, we're approaching the 3-hour, 45-minute mark here on the Super Ryzen portion of our doubleheader. Still waiting for things to wrap up here on the intermission. As it doesn't appear to be anyone in the ring right now. So just waiting. But I'm here for you guys. So anything specific you want to talk about doesn't have to be Ryzen specific, as again, we are intermission time, so it doesn't matter. But Mary asking about, yeah, she got the bench in, vertical leaps. I actually have not tracked the vertical leap, so I didn't do any track stuff in high school. I think that would have been good and fun, and I would have enjoyed to do it. But again, my grades were kind of a decent issue there to where I couldn't do sports as freely as I would have liked to. Like, I would have loved to do wrestling, and I actually really wanted to. But yeah, because of the fact that grades were a thing that needed to be good for you to do that, I didn't get around to it. So probably better in the end, just not in terms of discipline or anything, but for the fact that I needed to graduate high school. But all right, Ken says he's not trolling about Suki's original name. Suki Brennan, her nickname is Lucer. Or Lucer. How did you pronounce it? Let me scroll up here for a second, Ken. Thank you for tuning in. I know you said it properly. Oh, here it is. Suki Lucer. It's pronounced like a French name. Lucier. Okay. All right. There we go. It's like Cormier. Lucier. Suki Lucer and Adam Wade. Here, let me look her up for a second because I'm very curious for you to bring this person to my attention who I haven't heard of before. Suki Lucier. And she has fought already? What is going on here? It's a person I'm seeing right now. There's no MMA stuff popping up whatsoever. I have it's an Instagram, a TikTok, Twitter, like social media stuff. Is this a fighter or is this just a random person? Ken, what's going on here? Yeah, I'm seeing no combat related things compared to this with this person. TikTok star. I don't know what to tell you. I either way, I haven't heard of them. I don't know how old they are, all that kind of stuff. Yada yada. Lightmare says opinion on the last style bender. He is a very talented champion. One of the best on the planet, the middleweight king. He's very good. As a person, I generally enjoy listening to his takes and whatnot. I think he's pretty smart, informed, you name it. I don't know. I don't really have any problems with Stylebender. I think his last fight with Cannonier and then the Vittori one were not very exciting. So that's why he's been called boring. But I don't know if I'd necessarily say he's boring necessarily. The Whitaker fight was fun. But as I get the yawn out of the way here during this intermission, that's taken a little bit longer than I would have liked it to. This whole time I'm talking about him, he said the nickname, not the fighter. I think it's fine. It's nice and appropriate for him. He's a guy who's he's pretty airbender-like if you were to relate him to that show, Avatar: The Last Airbender, right? Aang. I watched that growing up a little bit. I don't know how many seasons it had, but yeah, I was a pretty solid watcher of that show. Maybe 2 or 3 seasons that I watched. But yeah. Solid nickname. It's a fun one. It's a unique one. As Mark says, should UFC implement an atom weight class? Pros versus cons. All right, Mark, I love you, my guy. This is fantastic question. Something definitely talked about a couple times in the past. And so here, this is a perfect springboard since we are getting ready for RIZIN 38. Just waiting to count down here. And I don't know, maybe my time was off here as it says RIZIN starting at 16:10 JST. So that might be 20 more minutes. That would make maybe more sense than what we were expecting it to. But either way, we're still waiting for the start of RIZIN 38. I'm going to assume that we have 20 more minutes if I was to do my calculations right, because we got 12 o'clock, no, 13, 14, 15, 16. That is 14. No, that is 16. 16:10. You guys are watching me do math live on the air. Let's see what fucking time it is in Tokyo right now, which I would know by now. I'm completely accurate. So we were waiting. Oh man. Yeah, we were totally waiting this whole time. Totally got it wrong. Because they say 16. They do the military time, right? So we have 19 more minutes till the start. Anyway, Mark, what I was getting at was we will have the Atomweight Grand Prix semifinals continuing here tonight. And if UFC is smart, which they are, we know that they are, but if they were to maximize their capabilities, their brain power, they would do everything, absolutely everything in their power to snatch up and pull over Sekizawa as soon as possible and build the division around her. For my money, she is the most talented. Let's see, the most talented. There was a better phrase that I used. I feel weird saying the most talented fighter in the world today. But if you consider and look at what she has done for the time span she's done it in and who she's defeated, primarily Ayaka Hamasaki, all things considered, it is mind-blowing. It doesn't make any sense what she's been able to accomplish so quickly. Just the easiest star to build a division around. You could not ask for anything better, and she is someone who has openly said she will want to fight in the UFC one day. Does want to fight in the UFC one day. Whether it is at atomweight or strawweight, she is still the Deep Jewels strawweight champion. She is not committed fully to one spot over the other. She can do both. This is too perfect. Pros? New superstar, fantastic division of amazing fighters. The atomweight division right now in MMA is the second best women's division on the planet behind strawweight. You can argue it's on par or better. You can argue that. You can argue that with me. But those are the top two right now, worldwide, globally. It's them. So why not have the second best when you have these other ones, which are all right. They're okay. They're good. Flyweight has gotten better over time. Bantamweight still is. It's gotten a little bit lackluster. Featherweight, we're not even going to talk about it. If you know me, it's not a thing. It's not a division. Stop right there. Atomweight, that's where we're at. That's where we're working. And you're going to have good strawweights drop down. They're going to drop down. They're going to be enhancing what's already amazing in that division. If you can bring in the proper talent you need, the best in the world, which I don't trust the UFC to do, which is the problem. That is the problem right there, Mark, is would they do it properly? Would the UFC bring them in and do it properly? I don't trust them to do that. If they're going to bring in the atomweights, they got to bring in everybody who's out there. Seka, Ayaka, Siwoo Park, everyone we're going to watch tonight. Jessica Del Boney, Jillian DeCourse, Reina Kubota. I mean, you name every Sarioshima, all the fight, Miyu Yamamoto, all the fighters who are not there. Even some of the one fighters that can drop down because they're not actually atom weights. There's just so many different variables to pull from. You need them all if you're gonna try and legitimize the division. But then you have the straw weights from UFC: Tisha Torres, Carla Esparza could drop down, Jessica Penne, Michelle Watterson. Maybe not so much at this point. Hannah Cyphers, I know she's not one of the best, but she needs to be there. Loma Luke Boonmay is an atom weight. She needs to be in her division. She's fought there before. I'm really going off on this. Appreciate it. The cons, and this is the big problem. Not a problem for me or most fans, I don't think. They're smallest. But the real big one, I think, for the UFC business-wise is the best fighters in the division do not speak English, which is why then you do that contrast of, will they bring in the best ones? Would they do it properly? Maybe not, because business-wise, those fighters will not be able to speak English, tap into the proper American English market, yada, yada, yada. That kind of thing. So, should they do it? Absolutely. Would love to see it. It would ruin kind of things for everybody else, for the most part. But it's the second best division. You want to have the best? Bring them on in. Bring them on in. That was a good while I spent on that. Couldn't help it. You got me fired up there. Don says, what upcoming fight are you anticipating the most? Great question, Don. The first one that popped into mind, probably an easy one. And I'll go with the gut. Joseph Benavidez said this recently. Go with the gut always, whatever pops right to mind. And it was Charles Oliveira versus Islam Makhachev. I love Charles Oliveira. I think he is amazing. He is so good. Absolutely love watching him fight. And against Makhachev, we'll see if we'll get to finally see how real he is. So for me, that's the first thing that came to mind. So I'm going to go with that one. Is there something that I might be more excited for? Probably, but I don't know. That's the first thing that came to mind. So I'll stick with that. As Ken says, she's made some noise in some smokers in the Bay Area. He's talking about Suki once again. All right, this is very interesting because as in the amateur scene he's talking about. Esgo says, did you think that Concussion was a scary movie like I did? So I actually haven't seen Concussion Ghost, but I know that it definitely impacted people very much so. So I will need to get on it before I can answer that one. As Jamar says, have I ever done a jiu-jitsu class or did wrestle in high school? So I already answered the wrestling part. I wanted to, but I did not. My grades were not good enough to do it. And I have never done a jiu-jitsu class, but I have kind of, practiced with my friends just for fun and bullshitting around like that, but nothing seriously. I would have loved to. And again, I would still like to do that kind of thing, but it's just a matter of finding the proper time for it, which hard pressed for time these days, and it's no excuse. If you want to do it really badly, you got to make time. So yeah. Gaia Night Lord, good to see you, sir. Says, is it wrong to pirate the UFC pay-per-views? It's so expensive to buy $80 worth of pay-per-views every month. So here's the thing, Gaia, and I know a lot of people will say this as well, but if you are somebody who complains about fighter pay and then does not buy the pay-per-views, you can't complain about fighter pay because you are not supporting the fighters that way. So in that case, it is wrong. Otherwise, I understand. It is way expensive. Trust me, I understand that it is very expensive. $80 for a pay-per-view every month, especially if it's something like Nate Diaz and Hamzat Chimaev, for example. And yes, I know that's not what it ended up being, but $279 in general, not necessarily worth that much money. So just have all your morals aligned, pretty much is what I'm getting at. As RJ says, they didn't build an atomweight division around Watterson, and the UFC pushed her a lot. Why would they do an atomweight division for a hardcore favorite? A fair point. And that would have been a great time to do it when Waterson was the champion. And even when she wasn't the champion, when she joined the UFC, had her debut against Angela Magana, made her piss herself. She beat her so badly. From what I remember anyway. And then when Jinyu Fry was the champion, that was another great time to do it. Dropped the ball there in 2016, I want to say, in favor of featherweight. Yeah, that's a good question, RJ. Why would they do it? Just to tap into more worldwide markets? I mean, Sayaka is 24 years old. She is going to be around for a long time and only get better. So it's investment for sure. But you look at what she's done and just her attitude, it's like you feel pretty comfortable about that. So it's just kind of, I guess, them believing in that being a thing and fans being excited for it. But if you've watched her, I don't know how you couldn't be if you're a true fan. As Ken says, he watched Suki live at a smoker. She's a banger, sprawl and brawl. All right, you'd love to hear it. That was I hear somebody on the commentary on the stream saying hello. Sounds like they were talking to me there for a second. Yeah is here. Says, bro, do you know when the MMA fights start? What time? Western. So yes, sir, we are waiting here. 9 more minutes. 9 more minutes. Yeah. I know you sent this message in a couple minutes ago, but it is 12:02 a.m. Pacific time here. We're waiting for 9 more minutes until Ryzen 38 starts. There you go. At 12:10 a.m. Pacific time, my guy. Rain, my man, says, Drake, are you the Megan Olivia of being slightly skeevy? Maybe. I don't know. How skeevy is Megan? Ghost says, it was the scariest movie I've ever seen. I told my girlfriend about it, and she was quite confused as to why. Well, concussions are a very serious issue, Ghost. So she's got to watch it to know. This guy says, I don't support higher fighter pay. They have a contract. People like Jack Slack who keep preaching fighter pay is wrong. Okay. Why fix fighter pay when it's not too bad? Oh, well, you're looking to go down a real rabbit hole here, Gaia. As the one of the little cat mascots is on the boardwalk right now, which is amazing to watch walking down on the stream here as we were waiting for Ryzen 38 to start. But fighter pay, in my opinion, is not good. When you say when it's not too bad, I know you can make all these comparisons to the other major league team sports, you name it, NFL, MLB, all these things. Yes. Obviously, those guys get paid a whole lot. Soccer, football, whatever you want to call it. Maybe they shouldn't get, well, I don't want to say maybe they shouldn't get paid the exact same, but they should definitely get paid a whole lot more. When you look at what they're doing and how much damage fighters can possibly take and how taxing the sport is, I think they should get paid the most out of anybody. You know, maybe not football players. Football players take a whole lot of damage, and I think the CTE rate is probably higher, at least from the experience and research we have done in history as of what we know. But it's a one-on-one thing. All the elements that go into it, a fighter should be paid among the highest. And some of them are in boxing, obviously. So it's just a matter of getting the structure right, I think. And that's obviously an ongoing thing. How you want to approach that, who brings in the eyeballs, the proper entertainment value, you name it. I don't know. It's just one of those things. So it's a slippery slope. As Mary says, what type of comments make you angry so I can put them up? I'm not too easily angered, Mary, so good luck with that. I can't specify anything. Unless you were maybe, I don't know, attacking somebody personal in my life, but you'd have to really try to do that. Chris Del Castillo, good to see you. Oliver or Islam? I'm taking Charlie Olives. Yep, I agree with you there, sir. I'm riding the Charlie Olives bandwagon till the wheels fall off. I think I said that since, I want to say maybe the Tony fight. I mean, the guy is just so good at everything now that until I see him bested, I feel like I cannot pick against him because he's just so dangerous absolutely everywhere. It's insane how much his striking has caught up to his grappling. Not to say that it's on the same level, because it probably will never be, but it's fucking pretty goddamn good and close enough to be problematic for everybody. So I'm not going to bet against Oliveira until I see him lose, pretty much. And then, go from there after that. But yeah, I have him in that one as well. He's fought better competition. I don't think that's even a debate. It's not a debate, really. You look at who they have fought. He has fought the better competition, and he's finishing them quicker and quicker. Like, guy's an animal. He's insane. Scrombopoulos says, have you ever been trolled by those who go to Bisping's live chat? I thought I was today. With what Ken dropping in that name earlier. But no, nothing that I can recall. See, and I'm pretty good at spotting those out just because I'm immature in that way. But nothing of Bisping's ilk for sure. Esco says 50% revenue pay to the fighters is what should be happening. Just put it this way: pay fighters an amount that they can train full time, and you will get a better product. Yeah, I can see that. Again, it's a very interesting, always an interesting dynamic. Chromopolis says, Dan Tom does subscriber only mode. Would I ever do that? Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't know how to. I don't know if I even can do that because I'm not over 1,000 on my channel. I know over at MMA Mania we're over 1,000, but over a couple thousand. But yeah, I think subscriber only mode is a pretty cool feature of YouTube to have, so that you can get people stay in there, especially if they want to engage. But I'll have to, I don't know, look at the settings or something. But in times like these, just happy to have all the engagement that we can get as we are awaiting the first fight of the night. My goodness. First fight of RIZIN 38, I should say, as we should be about 2 minutes away, you guys. Crazy Super RIZIN event. Very fun stuff there. Yoshinori getting the win. Kota Mura in the opener. Koji getting the TKO. Surprise, surprise. Floyd does it again. Who would have thunk it? Shit, I'm going to have to wake up like somewhat early tomorrow, so I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to make it through this whole thing, which is a bummer. Let me see. I got to wake up like at least around 10. I got some things going on Sunday. Oh yeah, this is not looking good for me. If I want to get at least a decent amount of sleep. So we'll see you guys. I appreciate you all the same. It has been a fun 4-hour run now. My goodness. From Super RIZIN up until this halftime show. As Z Win says, does Jed Mishu over at MMA Fighting have a shtick, or is that how he always is? It's a combination of both. I think it's kind of an enhanced version of himself for the most part. But yeah, like off camera, it's like toned down, I would say. Bethany, good to see you. Are you a fan of the Weasel? I watch him and Luke Thomas. I used to be, but he's kind of gotten a little bit ridiculous with some of his takes in recent years, so I'm not so much a fan of him anymore. Said some very silly kind of garbage nonsense, in my opinion. As Bethany says, she likes that he calls out fighters for their nonsense. Well, I mean, hey, if it's justified, I will agree, but some of the stuff I've seen is kind of crazy. So, all right. Looks like RIZIN 38 about to be beginning here. As Grunt Pablo says, sub only mode is good since trolls have to expand energy. Extra energy, talk bad about. Yeah, very true. Mary wants my ESPN Plus code so I can watch MMA. That's not happening. Come on, are you crazy? That's not happening. So, all right. We're about to kick off RIZIN 38 here. The commentary is back on. And yeah, I am definitely starting to fade you guys. I might have to end the stream. I might have to end it. It has been a good run. I really want to see maybe after this first fight, because I mean, 4 hours here. My gosh, we've been really trooping it. I've had 4 alcoholic beverages, 2 really big ones to start off the night. So that's kicking me a bit. And like I said, I do have to wake up early. So I don't know. I don't know if I'll make it through the event, which I generally do, but you guys help me, so please keep it coming. Helps. We are waiting for the very first fight of RIZIN 38, which is a magnificent violence fest at lightweight between Jiri O'Hara, Luis Gustavo. You have to think that the winner will get the lightweight title shot, especially if it's O'Hara. I mean, the guy's on an 8-fight winning streak. He should have already fought for the title. It is insane that he hasn't. Spoke to him before this fight. He's talking about really wanting to prove it, that he deserves it. He has earned it for sure. But if Gustavo knocks him off, I mean, he got the win in his last time out. I don't remember who he beat, but it was in a RIZIN Trigger, so in the cage. Guy's nasty. Yes. Mary wants me to share the wealth. Oh, not with strangers, Mary. As much as I enjoy you tuning in, I appreciate it. I don't know you very well. You might share with other people. Come on now. Interesting question here. As Z says, is Arman Sarukian Islam's best win? Let's look. Let's look at Islam's record, shall we? Arman. Very good win for sure. Bobby Green the last time out, Dan Hooker, Thiago Moises, Drew Dober, Davey Hamosh, Cajun, Gleason, Nick Lentz, Chris Wade, Leo Kuntz. Those are the UFC guys. Arman Sarukian. He might be. Z. Like, I've been always very hesitant about Arman's ability, and I know he's clearly very good. Fantastic last fight against Mateusz Gamrot. But I'm kind of looking here at this streak of Islam's and would Arman beat these guys? All of these guys? I think he probably would. I think he probably would. So by default, you might have to go with him then, right? And yeah, he beat Arman pretty convincingly. So I think you're probably right there. Z, which is what it is. Gaia says, would you ever learn Japanese to interview Ryzen fighters? So, funny enough, Gaia, I actually have attempted to learn Japanese in the past, and I do know some phrases, some slight phrases. So, like, watashi wa doku desu ka means where am I? So that's a good one to know if you are lost. And they can tell you where you are. Ringo tabimashita means I ate an apple. What are some other things that I know? So desu ne means I hear you. Like, all right, I understand. Obviously, konnichiwa. O genki desu ka? I know a couple. I know a couple of the easier ones. And I mean, yeah, I think I've gotten a decent grasp on Japanese, but I haven't tried to learn it too much since. And the more I hear it and listen while I'm interviewing, it kind of helps with, understanding, but still not enough to properly have a conversation the way that I should. It would certainly help. It would help me a whole bunch, Gaia. But at the same time, I don't know. It's kind of nice to do it for my style with both languages so that I don't like putting the captions on might actually be harder than the way that I do it. So even if I did know Japanese, it might even be easier just to do it the way that I do it already. But I really have enjoyed trying to learn Japanese, and I want to get back to it and get better at that. So I know some, but yeah. Watashi wa doku desu ka? So where am I? That's the one I remember the most. And Ringo tapimashita. For some reason, it's the first ones you ever learn that stick with you. I remember watching a video and it said that Ringo tapimashita, because tapimashita means eating or ate or something like that. So the first example they used was an apple. And so that it's just like stuck in my brain forever. Or what is it? I'm sure this is super boring for some of you guys, but there's the like the he and they and them phrases, which I'm actually blanking on right now, so I should probably not get into it. As Edgelord VB Anko says, did you watch Cobra Kai season 5? Have you seen Karate Kid before? No and no. I've actually never seen Karate Kid. I did not watch Cobra Kai. It is out of my time range. I'm 26. I'm going to be 27 next month, Edgelord. So that's probably not a good excuse, but yeah, I haven't seen either. As Decker says, is it wrong to dislike fighters? No, I think you can like and dislike whoever you want to and don't want to like. As he says, for where they are from, I don't like Asian fighters, but there is nothing wrong with that, correct? We're all entitled to what we like and don't like. Well, I mean, if you have no reason for it, then I guess whatever. But I don't know. Bernie Bartleby Jansen, good to see you. Like the name. Says most disrespected champ, Charles Oliver. Right, he's so disrespected they took it away his belt. I mean, I don't know about that last part. He missed weight. Odd situation. But the fact that he's the underdog against Islam is definitely very disrespectful. So I'll agree with you there. As Guy says, Drake with the Japanese. I try, man. I really like that language. It's very fun. It's very neat. As Luke says, are people from Thailand called Thailamanians? I don't think so. I think there's Thais. I think there is Thais, Luke. I've never heard of Thailamanians, but here we are. If you're watching along on the Ryzen 38 stream right now with me, appreciate you so much. As we're getting, when is it started? It's starting right now. They're doing the old light show. I'm not seeing what's his name? I'm blanking on his name. Not seeing him in the ring. I keep saying cage. Not seeing him in the ring right now, doing his thing. He points the lights up. He's probably about to do it. But guy says, would I ever be able to do my own interviews with captions and the convos would be more fluid? So that's exactly what I was talking about. I mean, yeah, it would be possible. It's just, I think, a whole lot more work. more fluid and better for everybody. I agree with that for sure, but it would be a lot of work, especially for the amount of time that I generally do them for. I'd have to like hire somebody for that. That would be not so fun to do by myself. There we are. Fuck, I'm totally blanking on his name. I feel terrible. He's a legend. But everybody's walking out now. Ryzen 38. Scrumbopolis says, if I had a time machine, would I go back and tell myself to lift more weight? Maybe. Probably is like I don't know. I mean, if I had like one option to go and do that, that's not the first thing I'm telling myself. That's for sure, Crombie. But that's it wouldn't hurt. I've been lifting for the last couple of weeks now. That's not 2 months now. Since like the end of June, I've been working out more. So I've been lifting, but I don't know. I don't know about that one. It's definitely not the first thing I'd go back to. Scrombie says, do I like Twisted Sister or prefer more classical music like Mozart? I mean, Mozart's good and fun for sure. But Twisted Sister is also fun. I enjoy a lot of things like that for sure. Pretty much anything but country and like super ridiculous rap, I'm good with. Or like any weird combinations, I'll maybe pass on to. Sorry, this is what I start cooking meth in an RV. No, I think I'll pass on that one. I mean, might be a good source of income. A little dangerous, obviously, but oh yeah, I don't plan on doing that anytime soon, RJ. So I appreciate the curiosity about it. So right, they're doing the walkouts. Shibasai just walked down the ramp. Now here comes Kim. Before Oogie Kubo, you guys might be a little behind me just because that's just how it goes. Yeah, I'm fairly tired, you guys. I might have to, as much as I want to watch these live, I might have to call it after the first fight here because I have to see the first one. It's gonna be first fight, might be fight of the night. It's gonna be that one or Hamasaki versus Park, as she makes her way to down the ramp right now. Telling you, those are the two to watch, and then Seikazawa, Kyoji. Of course, you got to watch them by themselves. They're incredible. But yeah, I don't know. I think the alcohol was a good idea at this point, especially for the doubleheader event and for my plans tomorrow. So unless somebody joins on back in and saves me here, I don't know. But my goodness, Svetkivska walking down the ramp right now, and she is just looking like she's ready to watch the fights, not looking to fight. And there's the champ, Seikezawa. Just adorable. One of the most unassumingly dangerous humans on the planet, if not the most. She just looks so innocent. Yet she could choke you unconscious in a matter of seconds. Very funny how that works. As Horiguchi is coming out now. He says like in Breaking Bad. Yeah, I assumed that's what you meant. Z says, if we have a team fight and we get 500 pounds worth of UFC fighters, who would you pick? I'd go Shavkat, Hamzat, and Charles Oliveira. That's a pretty ridiculous combination right there. And there's Seika covering her ears. He has his Kintaro covering his. No, he's just holding his head. Oh, Kyoji covering his. They're ready for the fireworks. Hilarious. They all know it's coming. Ryzen. Kablamo. Yeah, it's very loud just here listening through the stream. But I don't know. I like your pick, Z. That's a very broad question on the spot. I'll take your team. That's a pretty good one. As Luke says, am I on Sherdog? Do I like placing your strong opinions and arguing with people? I used to. I generally used to, and I used to be on Sherdog. Luke, that is literally Sherdog. If it wasn't for Sherdog, I would not be here right this exact moment doing all the stuff that I am doing in this space. I would not have a career in media, in mixed martial arts media, if it was not for Sherdog. So I owe them greatly for the platform that they provided me with. But I'm not on them anymore. Ever since I left, I have not gone back. And I have thought about it at times, but then I think to myself, that chapter is over. We don't need to revisit. As fun as it was and as great as some of the people were that I met online along the way. It's one of those things where the past is the past. We'll leave it there. So, yeah. Mark says it's 5:30 p.m. here and he's sleepy too. Ryzen pacing is killing me. So here's the thing, Mark. Like Ryzen pacing is incredible. It's great. Ryzen pacing is great. It's just they have to get the show started. So we had the intermission break. That was rough. Everything else moves along nicely. Super Ryzen doesn't count. That was definitely slower. We were waiting on Floyd to do his shit and get out there. This part is gonna breeze through though. Like I know I'm saying I'm probably gonna tap out as we're at the 4-hour 25-ish mark here. Once it gets going though. Like it's never too slow in the action except for the intermissions. So and I am sure you know that as well. But Ken says, why were people so excited for Amanda Hebus in 2020? She's not very good. I mean, Amanda Hebus is quite talented. Her top control is pretty insane. Like you look at how good she is on top, you wish she would kind of go to that more, but she's kind of fallen in love a tiny bit with her striking, obviously, and it hasn't quite worked out. I think it was just because her personality is very infectious. She is very, very bubbly, very positive, kind of just funny, like a very unique. Oh, was it the Yauchi rematch for Gustavo's last fight? My goodness, I completely forgot about that because they'd fought once before, as they're showing they're getting ready for the fight right now. But yeah, Hebus, a finisher, had some maybe favorable matchups, but she's talented. She is very talented. Thank you, Mark. I will definitely get to it after this fight. We're gonna watch the opener, Ryzen 38, the kickoff. I gotta see Jurio. I gotta watch Jurio Hara versus Gustavo with you guys because this is gonna be madness. Trust me. If this fight sucks, never listen to me again because these guys are both violence. Is violence. As Luke says, is MMA the ultimate team sport? No, definitely not. It's definitely not. I know there's teams involved and all that, but no. I mean, you can't say that when there's legitimate team sports about. And in my stream, I for some reason still have the Ryzen theme song playing. It's kind of distracting. Jamar says, why is Henry Cejudo such a good coach? Does it bother you? No, it doesn't bother me at all. I think Henry is amazing, phenomenally talented human. Why is he so good? Because he's a very good fighter. I spoke to Santino DeFranco on a live chat, and he said he doesn't know. Well, all right. Ken says he was a finisher. She hasn't finished anyone since PVZ. Fair. Okay. Yeah, good point. Her wins, though, have been relatively dominant. Like, am I forgetting some here? Let me pull them up. I know, obviously, she fell off after the Marina loss. And Nunes, that just shows you where I'm at right now. My goodness. He lost. As I fuck up my connection. Sorry, guys. I mean, the Paige fight was her second to last win, man. Like, what are you saying? So that's not crazy. And she didn't finish Dern or Randa, but she completely dominated Randa on top, as I was talking about. Whitmire, you better finish that one. I mean, finished practically all of her fights pre-UFC. Not finishing Dern or John DeRoba is not anything to be ashamed of. Verna is incredibly talented as well. You guys know how I feel about her. Yeah. John's telling me he might come back or the Masked Man, but I don't know if I'm gonna do it. Let's pop him. Gustavo getting checked out by the officials. Vaseline on him. My throat's kind of feeling it too, you guys. A lot of talking for 4 hours. Yeah, I mean, this thing will be very long if I actually do the whole thing. So it's probably going to be good to check out. But Z says, what do you think would be a fair betting line for a 500-pound team fight between Francis, John Bones Jones, Cejudo, DJ, Figgy, Valentina? My goodness, that is a serious fantasy question, my guy. Fair betting line. Oh, we got the Green Day walkout here for jury once again. You love to hear it. Awesome stuff. Jury's awesome. I don't know. Z minus Cejudo, DJ, Figgy, Valentina. Minus 300. Minus 300 to plus 200, something like that. Maybe a little bit more. I mean, those are two pretty solid guys you put there against some pretty solid 4 combos. I don't know, man. You think she could beat Rose, Zhang, or Lemos? Talking about Hebus. No, I think she loses all of those, except for maybe Lemos. That would be interesting. Says I don't like Rose or Zhang, but those are admittedly hard fights. Yeah, 100%. No. Hibash has been exposed a tiny bit lately. She needs to incorporate her grappling a bit more. But she's also, what, at flyweight now, right? She's moving up for the next, staying it there for the next fight. So we'll see. But really digging this holiday walkout. Once again from jury. Our lives on holiday. This is gonna be good, you guys. This is the perfect. Like, this fight should not be the opener, but it's a pretty perfect opener to get things, amped and kicked off. Jury's rolling right now. 8 fight winning streak, best streak of his career. 55 veteran, just 31 years old, 32. Deep lightweight champion. Again, deserves the Ryzen title shot. He wins this. Give the man his shot. He deserves it. Have him fight Satoshi on New Year's Eve. I know, maybe not a great matchup for him stylistically, but the guy's fucking earned it. Let's go. Let's go. Marion Edge Guy, excuse me, says, was 275 the last good pay-per-view this year? It was the best this year, in my opinion, but I don't know if it was the last good one. I think 276 was pretty fun. Aside from the main event, 277, I did enjoy. I mean, I don't know. I'd have to go look specifically, but 275 was definitely the best. Scrumbopolis says, your favorite Muppet? Mine was Dark Kermit. I don't remember Dark Kermit, but I remember Kermit himself, who's probably who I would go with. I was not a very big Muppets guy as a kid. I watched one of the movies, whatever they had, but I wasn't too big on the Muppets. That's for sure. So, yeah. All right. So we are reading out the names. Everyone's getting their flowers here. Once again, Gustavo with the bouquet, presenting it happily. Now we go to Ohara as he takes his bows and whatnot. Prepare for chaos, everybody. This should be wild. All right, so it looks like Z was in a similar thought to me because of those wild fights from Russia. I'd put Cejudo, Figgy, Valentina, and DJ at -350 and Francis plus JBJ at +250. Oh, he's going backwards actually. Or are they going to come down to whether Francis can chin somewhere early? Sure, man. This Grump Star Garment is a Garment with a black coat. Okay, that's a good choice. Butter Roll says need a stream. Well, sir, go to Fight TV. $15. Just a great deal for a great 7-fight lineup, my man. Or unless you want to watch in Japanese, you can watch on Ryzen Stream Pass as well, which I'm not sure how different the price is there, but this card is worth the price, trust me. Complete here. Luke says, am I a Tom Hardy fan? He is surprisingly good at BJJ. I've been following along with that story. Yeah, I love Tom Hardy. I think he is a phenomenal actor. He is great. I love his movies. Yes, Bronson, classic, epic. If you have not seen Bronson with Tom Hardy, watch it tomorrow at the latest. It is excellent. I loved Locke as well. Very compelled by that one, even though it's not even really a movie. Very interesting. Inception, obviously, he's great in that. What was it? Legend, or the one where he plays like two people. I'm blanking on what that was called, but that was a great movie too. I love Tom Hardy. Yes, he's great. Bane, yes, he's great as Bane as well. RJ says, "Gotta put my glasses on." They are on. As the fight is starting here, you guys, Juri Ohara opens with a left high kick that is blocked from Gustavo as he eats a leg kick there in return. Another left, or that's a right leg kick, excuse me, from Gustavo. Juri trying to work the jab. He is such a tall, lightweight. Eating some leg kicks early. Yeah, leg kicks getting worked here from Gustavo. Working the upper thigh. Right straight from Juri kind of gets through. Little right overhand kind of slips through from Gustavo. Goes to the body with the right leg kick. Oh, that was interesting. Gustavo kind of seemed to get caught in a weird exchange. Elbows from Ohara. Oh, man. Big thumpers there from Gustavo. Left hand lands off after a right. Oh, God. Juri's hurt. He's getting... Oh, my God. He's done. He's done. Wow. Wow. Ohara gets slept by Gustavo. Wow. Jeez. Blitzed him, really. Unloaded. Thumped him. Slipping through the guard each time. Fuck, that sucks so bad for Juri. I feel terrible for him, man. Oh, man, that's a bummer. Can't even type properly. That was easy work for him. Oh, easy work. Jeez. Gustavo hits hard. He was out. Right hand over the top. Some hammer fists. Oof. Oof. Damn, dude. Anderley there? No, can't tell. Z says between Luke Thomas and Errol, who is more athletic. I would assume maybe Luke. I don't know. I couldn't say for sure. Lightmare says thoughts on Big John as a commentator. I think he's not bad, but a lot of people don't like him. I agree. A lot of people don't like him. I enjoy Big John because of he understands the rule set and that kind of thing. But I know a lot of people hate him for whatever reasons. CB Holloway fan says Luke. Not really. No. Bernie says, is grifting the mega rich a cool thing you can do like Dana White? I don't have a comment for that, really. Lightmare says, do I think that the reason Scott passed up Silva was because Musasi was the middleweight champ at the time and had lost to Flamenco and Machida? Oh, shit. Wow. Microphone drop. Lost to Machida again already. No, I think Silva demands a lot of money from what I have heard. So that's the reason we've seen him go down the route he has gone. Z said, hopped on late, but you got a new supporter. Appreciate it oh so much, Z. If you want more of me, man, go and subscribe to MMAmania.com's YouTube channel as well. That is where most of my stuff is. This is just kind of a random stream that we ended up doing very last minute tonight. And that's usually what all the streams are on here. So if you want my regular stuff, then you can catch it all on MMA Mania. So please go over there, my friend, and everyone else. You can support me and my stuff at Drake Riggs _ on Twitter and Instagram right there. But everything else is on MMA Mania. All my content you could ever ask for, interviews and stories and whatnot. Then, of course, I do the morning report for MMA fighting on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, excuse me. And then also do UFC betting previews for Forbes.com as well in their betting section. So, yeah, there's a fly in here. Do you think that Nunes going to Southpaw was her admitting she could not outbox Pena? No, I think that was just kind of her fighting smart and adjusting. But all right, you guys. Yeah, this was quite a doozy of an idea. I definitely cannot do a 7-hour stream. I will probably try and stay up and watch as much of the event as I possibly can because I want to. But I don't think I can stream for that long, especially by myself. You guys are doing great. I appreciate you oh so much. As Lightmare really quickly says, should Kevin Holland give interviews about how fighter pay is actually good whenever it looks like fighters might be getting wise? I don't really know what to say about that one. I'm kind of out of it, man. But maybe he could. I mean, he knows a thing or two here, obviously. Got paid for the last one. But all right, you guys. Is basketball the best face for MMA? Obviously. It's the best, clearly. No, I don't think so. Okay, you guys. Yeah, I think we'll wrap it there. I said I would do the first fight. That did not go how I expected it to. I thought it would be a lot crazier and more of a competitive fight than it was. I feel terrible for jury, but hey, that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Luis Gustavo is also a killer. What? That's his nickname. So that's where we're at. It's been very fun, you guys. Appreciate you oh so much if you tune in for the Super Ryzen live stream and whatnot. And hope you continue to watch the rest of this card. It's going to be a great, fun time, I promise. We'll maybe do some more stuff, of course, in the future, depending. Again, like I said with Pat, this was very sporadic, and it was great to have our guest JHK before the masked man came in. Again, you can follow me at DrakeRiggs_ on Twitter and Instagram. Always doing Ryzen stuff and supporting the Asian fighters as best as we can. MMAny.com, MMA Fighting, Forbes. You know it. So until then, you guys stay safe, stay sane, enjoy the rest of the weekend, the Sunday tomorrow. I appreciate you. It's been a fun 4 hours and 40 minutes. What a stream. What a stream it's been. All right, you guys, take care.